G'day ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the Shadowverse Open 2023 August Cup here for the West region. The second to last cup of the 2023 season, where there's so many points on the line, so many positions still we need to lock in and get ready for the Contenders Cup. And if last weekend's SVO action has anything to say, this one here today for West is going to be just as exciting. Maybe a little bit more, because you know, touched on instead of the guys over there. One Baz, one Trick, and one Mr. Rogers here to bring you all the action here today. First off, Trick, my partner in crime, welcome back to you, my man. How you feeling coming into this August Cup?
Thanks. Yeah, it's great to be here. I'm super excited. I was going through the players' info a little bit just before this, and we really have a lot of players who have consistently proven themselves, and they're going to be like insane opponents today for some of these newer players. But I was looking at a lot of the histories, and a lot of these newer players have like one top in the past, and I feel like today can really be the time where they can show that it like wasn't a fluke in the past, and like by getting like a repeat strong performance, cement themselves as strong players as well. And so there's a lot of people like just on the edge of proving themselves, but they're going to be going up against some of the best, and we're going to be looking at the bracket soon for you to take a look at that too.
And of course, like I said, very, very special guest here we have today that you've definitely seen from a lot of other card games, making his, I say, debut here for the SVO West region in GG, Mr. Rogers. Rogers, my man, it's an honor. Welcome here to the cast.
And I'm honored to be brought on by the SVO cast, and I am appreciative to have the chance to be able to talk about one of my other favorite card games, my digital card games, collectible ones, who actually also has a TCG variant, who's currently out now as well. So hopefully you guys are playing that too. It's an honor to be here.
It's so much fun, that one as well as this one. They're both equally as fun. Love to see that the player base is awesome in both sides. But as we said, guys, so much action heading away here in this top 8. But let's break down how we got here first. Trick, how we get started with day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's been the same format all year. We play 2 days. In the first day, we're going to be bringing 3 decks, second day as well, and there's 1 ban. So you're going to be playing a best of 3 with the 2 decks that make it through the ban. You have to win with both. So after you win with the first, you got to switch over. But the losing player can play either deck in the next round. So there's 7 rounds in the first day, and we take the top 8 players, potentially an 8th round to do some tiebreakers, which brings us to today. Now we've got our top 8 players. It's single elimination, so every match is going to count. And we're going to be moving forward until we have our undefeated champion. Each of them is going to be getting some points and prizes along the way, and we're going to throw that over to Mr. Rogers to explain what these players are playing for.
So what these illustrious players are going to be trying to vie for this 2-day event is a span of first place with $1,000, second $600, third and fourth for $400, then you have fifth and eighth for $200. You get a $100 bonus if you happen to be using a webcam, so you can see your glorious expressions while you're being attacked by Radiel, you know, for 21 damage.
And I have to highlight the fact, if you guys missed out in the last cup, unfortunately, Noir's not here with us in the top 8 today, but he was definitely the highlight, shining example of reaction cam after winning a match, going Super Saiyan after not only winning the matches that he did, but winning the cup afterwards as well. We love to see that, so I hope you guys, of course, have those webcams on so we see that awesome action. And of course, there's the league points, as we mentioned. It's so important now. I mean, it has been all year, but now more than ever, right, coming into the standings here. And while last month we had a 5-man tie coming in, it's not that much this time around, but we still need these spots locked in for these guys. 8 spots available here coming through. Manasoja Stoles here, tied up with Yo from Team Revelations, 33 league points there. That's going to be followed up by Disastrous KSL VD, 34 league points, a previous champion from earlier this year. That's going to be followed up by Calby there with 35 league points. And a 3-man tie between Disastrous, V2, Nautilusu, and Vision there, all 36 league points. Nautilusu and V2, some guys we've seen quite a bit throughout this year. Of course, Nautilusu taking out our first cup of the year back in February, and V2 as well, rocking up. This is going to be his 3rd cup. We've seen later today be playing as well. Melon there with 37 league points, another player that's been super consistent. Unfortunately hasn't managed to take out a cup yet, but has been making those top 4s regularly, even top 2s all throughout the year. That's going to be followed up by Sonar 5's Osav with 43 league points, only a couple points behind Meme Legends, the man still untouchable, has held that first place spot down all year long, sitting there for 46 league points. But this could be the chance here if Osav goes, none of our players here today, if he's able to get the whole way through, might be able to find like Meme Legends off the top throne.
Yeah, this is a very tight race. You mentioned the three-way tie, and depending on how these matches go today, there could be a lot more ties as well. Like even though there's only 3 players with 36, it's just a 1-point jump to 37 and one below to 35. So going to be a lot of shuffling around. These matches are going to be really important today, especially with only 1 cup left in our series leading up to the finals. And here's the players, starting with Nautilus, actually getting picked up by my team, Dawnbreakers. He's someone we recruited after his first win, and he's been playing with us. I know personally he's wanted to get a second top this season to show it wasn't just a fluke in the first cup, and so I'm really hoping today he can have that opportunity to prove himself as a powerful player in this region. But up against Zero, someone I reached out to, and they said this is their first season competing in the Shadowverse Open, so congrats to them for making it into the top cut. Hoping that they can do well today and enjoy their time on the stream. And look at that next match. I feel like this is like a reprint. Every time we see a bracket, it has like these same names in it. Osav against V2, S5 Osav and Disastrous V2. Wow. These players, it's not even going to be their first time playing against each other on stream this season. We've seen them playing in the past for a finals, and Osav actually beat out V2 in 2-0. So we'll see if that is the trend again today, or maybe V2 has a different strategy this time where he's prepared and he'll be able to flip that around in this rematch of some Titans for the region.
All right, and now into the lower bracket of this quarterfinals, we'll be taking a look at SV Rudra versus TK Rag. Both players and team taking the first time of them being actually up here into the top 8 finalists, and one of them actually being the first time in SVO top 8. So this is going to be some young blood coming into the series and seeing how they will be able to match up to some of the veterans within the seeding. Then we also have... And then we also have This Zones versus Azuru, also both players entering this with a 6-1 record. And then both zones is also sitting at 19 LP, with also Azuru seeing the first time in the SVO top 8.
Yeah, a lot of veterans and new blood here that are going to be in this cup. And it's always cool. We always get that mixture, and we always get one of those new blood players that rocks up and just completely surprises us. But it's also cool to see some of these vets still being here. I know Tricky highlighted the Osav and V2 match. You know, again, we saw them back in April. I mean, these are guys who've been in Contenders Cup, who've been in the World Grand Prix coming in, and that. And this match is definitely going to be the one to watch in the quarterfinals. It's absolutely insane. And of course, we have to shout out Zones a bit as well. You know, our fellow co-caster we've had on quite a bit throughout the year. We even saw him last weekend over on SCAO, talking trash a little bit about some of the decks and some of the things he thinks he's bringing in. So definitely look out to see, because he's definitely bringing a little bit of spice, I want to say, compared to some of the other regular decks that we do normally see here. So definitely keen to get onto that one, ladies and gentlemen. But it's not just this here, the brackets coming through. We also have our amazing community support program still happening here at the moment. You definitely want to be a part of it when there's a certain mini expansion that may be just around the corner. If you make awesome content, you live stream, you make regular videos, you do articles with deck breakdowns, even do fancy cool artwork, submit them over to the support program. You can get some awesome card packs that you can hoard for yourself, me little card pack gremlin, or share them with the rest of the community. Definitely check that out, svo.gg/CSP. You can find out all the info and details you need to submit that content. And a reminder to bookmark svo.gg while you're there, while you're at it, so you can see all the latest news and updates related to Shadowverse Open, including the tournament schedule, the community support program here, and any other cool events that we have coming up along the way. And we have some selected creators, some cool creators that we think are worth highlighting here today. Some of them are definitely got ones that maybe you guys at home have heard of before. Maybe you haven't checked them out though, and you definitely should, and that's why we give them the chance to highlight them here today. First off, BTC behind the card, I want to highlight here. coming in. Definitely a pillar in the scene. He's been around for a number of years. I know he used to bring out a lot of montage content. He used to highlight, kind of similar to what we're doing now, he used to highlight a lot of really cool streamers every single week, and has now moved on to making his own really cool content, really funny content, and even some cool deck breakdowns as well that he's been diving into a little bit recently. Definitely one of the guys to check out over on YouTube. That's BTC, or Behind the Card.
Yeah, and another creator we want to shout out is Neeper, one of the main players from our Spanish community, doing a lot actually to help that group, even SVO watch parties in Spanish. So if you're a Spanish speaker watching the stream right now, make sure to go check out Neeper and try and see that, where he'll do dubs of what the casters are saying, and dubs for other content as well for Shadowverse. So just really trying to expand the community to the Spanish community as well. So definitely appreciate everything Neeper's doing.
Yeah, bienvenido tu gente. Bienvenido. And now we also
now
have...
he's flexing. Now he's flexing. All right, enough of that.
No, we're not trying. We're trying. Now we also have one other, the OG, one of the first Windows Excel users, the spreadsheet mastermind himself, Ziff, giving us all that Shadowverse data from all events that has been held in West and in East. For years and years he's been doing this, and it is awesome that he's been doing content and he's still doing things that he's loved, also giving us cool little puzzle solving that he's also been able to give us as well. If you're not feeling in the mood to complete it yourself, if you're somehow feeling lazy, Ziff has got your back to give you best ways of being to complete the puzzles as quickly as possible. Of course, thank you, Ziff, for giving most of this information to us. Spreadsheet information, it's been great.
An absolute lifesaver for players, for us casters, both regions, I want to say, for a number of years, both pro level here and community wise. I know myself, I've definitely been checking him out for a number of years. When I first started casting Shadowverse, he's definitely the go-to guy I went to grab all the latest stats and info from. Really, really cool guys. Definitely check out Ziff there as well. Just recently picked up by Tempo Storm as well earlier this year, which is kind of like the pinnacle team right here in Shadowverse currently, which is really, really cool to see. But we're going to move on now, guys. Our first quarterfinal here of the day, going to be Dawnbreaker's own Nautilus Suso. Trick, no bias at all coming from him, against Zero here. Of course, Nautilus, as we said, took out the February Cup earlier this year. We're excited to see him come back and play here in top 8 for the first time since then. And Zero, like we mentioned, a brand new blood here, coming in and seeing he can maybe take down a fellow champion and prove himself to move forward to the semi-finals. We're going to get the decks up now for you guys. And look, first of all, at Nautilus's decks, he's bringing here to the first quarterfinal.
Yeah, so this first one is Mysteria. Looking at the list, it's kind of what we're getting familiar with, running one copy of each. Looking like a little bit of a Highlander. I feel like, Mr. Rogers, you were kind of terming it like that. What are your thoughts on this deck?
Mysterian is probably one of my favorite archetypes. I mean, Rune overall is my favorite, but I love Mysterian, and I like Highlander archetype decks. It's basically playing one copy of all the Mysterian followers so that you always hit your quota. You can fall susceptible to cards like Winged Inversion or Arrow Shot that converts your units into Angel followers, but that's sort of the thing that you'll have to deal with. That's you'll have to bear that. But outside of that is a really good tempo-oriented deck, controlling the board and making sure you get out all your Mysterian follows to hit for that lethal.
And definitely one thing that's worth highlighting, right, Trick, might be Dual Barrier. I want to say it's probably one of the ones, because obviously Mysterian has been around for quite some time, but Dual Barrier is one of those newer cards, right, that have just showed up, which we'll get for you guys in just a short moment. But yeah, one of those newer cards, right, that's definitely helped that Mysteria package. And as we were like, as Rogers mentioned, right, we were breaking down the deck and making more one-ofs, making it more optimized, right, to come through. It's definitely one of the newer cards that have really helped out the deck, and also brought back OG Mysteria cards that a lot of players maybe might not even know. There's players, you guys at home, that maybe weren't playing the game at the time to try out these really cool old Mysteria cards, which we do love to see come through. But I believe we'll be moving on to the next deck as we fix up a bit of a tech issue, but Nautilus' second deck coming up in just a short moment.
Yeah, Dual Barrier, though, definitely a strong card, as you were mentioning, bringing back some of the old followers. It's definitely important with all of the transformations. Sometimes you run out of names, and so you need to get these extra Mysteria followers to still be at 5 or even just 4. Also, I feel like the Enhance 5 and Enhance 8 can come in really handy sometimes when you're staring down a board of followers that can't be that can't receive damage from some sort of protection. So things like Jean and Haven can protect your followers from damage, so you won't be able to clear them with Anangrea's spell. And so then you can play something like Dualberry before, trade your followers in, open up the board for your followers to go face, and then revive those same followers afterwards in a big turn. And so, yeah, definitely a card that is very important in some matchups to be able to play on your final turn for Storm, or not for Storm, just to clear.
I'm going to move on to the next deck now, which will be Ghost Shadow coming through here from Dawnbreaker's Nautilus through here, which is one of those I think guys were expected to see a fair bit, right? It's one of those go-to decks. So there's a little bit of a mix here, a little bit of card changes here and there coming through. Rogers, my man, what are maybe some of these changes that make this deck work now that we're seeing here?
So a lot of archetypes from this deck had changed out some of the removal packages. Since most decks also had nods to themselves in a mirror match of playing the Ghost Shadow Mirror, some people were playing Wind Inversion, but it is not a unit that you could play to the ground early, so most of them have played Patchwork Pup to be able to do the same things, converting one of your opponent's very strong follower into a skeleton, so that you can not have to worry about the creature pool being littered with any of the Mysterian cards or any of the other archetype cards that might come back later by being reanimated. So it's really one of the cool things that they've added to this archetype that allowed it to deal with it. And another thing, I guess they've noted, they've added a little bit more late game finishing with the Cerberus. The Cerberus Howl of Hades. I think some people have either not even played that at all as the finishing roundup for it, just round up only to Ghost, but adding this to your deck allows you to be able to have a late game finish or a mid game power spike to be able to trim down the board a bit while you're getting your Ghost package ready to finish off with Ghastly Banishment.
Yeah, the 5-drop Cerberus, definitely good. We saw how strong it was in the puzzles for the recent tie-in, and here getting that Ghastly Banishment up. Yeah, in hand 7, you're going to be doing damage equal to half the number of followers banished. So that's your normal ghost, but it's also your Gargantuan ghost. So this can get pretty high. I think we've seen it as high as like 9 or maybe even like 11 on the stream in the past. So definitely a big finisher, but another small change is the other Cerberus, the 2-drop. Some people have been running this partially because you can't always make it to that in hand 7 in some of the matchups that are popular today. And so Cerberus, I think it's a way that players are getting a little bit extra aggression in the early game. A lot of the times you're not going to have 5 followers with Last Words Destroyed yet, but you can just play this as a 2-drop that gives you some 1-drop bodies that can do damage to your opponent multiple times. So against things like Haven and Rune, sometimes you don't want to play 2 ghosts that go away, but it's better to play something like this early, which will stick around and keep doing damage to maybe help you close out the game on 6 against some of these decks that will be able to also win on 7. So another strong deck for Nautilus, and now we can jump into the 3rd entry in his deck lists.
Gonna be good old Crystallized Haven for his final deck, and loves to go Shadow, but this is kind of the, or arguably top tier 1 deck currently that a lot of players are looking towards to get the big W's on, especially because pretty much since this sort of variant has come out, this is the go-to. There might be 1 or 2 number changes across the board, but the cards themselves stay the same. It might only be ratio changes across the board here. Rogers, why do we think that is the case?
I think a lot of them are just trying to metagame a whole lot into different matchups, but I feel like with Haven overall, like having your John as your top end finish, or having Skullfade, Phoenix Bird, and being able to temper out a whole lot of what you're doing, giving the protection that a lot of turn 7 decks or turn 7 lethals that decks want to try to go for, having something like John being able to cut off that angle gives you so much extra extension in compared to other archetypes. It's also one of the reasons why this deck is possibly like one of the best decks currently to bring into this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at JCG results and what decks our players are bringing today, I definitely think this deck is possibly like in that first place spot right now. It's definitely but it's I feel like the meta is definitely like kind of unsolved, and it's really interesting because a lot of players will not agree with each other right now, and I think we're going to see different people, even with like a similar lineup, making different bans today, because they just have different opinions about how the matchups are going to go. And so maybe like collectively considered to be the best deck, this Crystallized Haven, but we'll see. I think some of our players are not going to be agreeing with that later today.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how those bans do come up, and we see, you know, the differences in confidence against, you know, which decks that they're happy to go up against and which ones are not. They're happy to go up against the meta decks, or they don't want to take out maybe some of those spicy decks that we get a chance to see a little bit later today. But that is Nautilus's decks. We're going to go to Zero's decks here. And speaking of decks and lineups, where a little bit different to the norm, no, actually it's going to be Rudra here. Sorry, I believe. It's actually going to be Chess Rune coming up right now. And again, still a deck that doesn't seem to want to die. We have definitely a bunch of variations of it coming through. Like Roger's looking at the Odin right that's been added in this latest expansion.
Oh, I love it. With the Heroes of Riverbrand expansion coming out, Odin being added from this set has given the deck a new lease on life, since the pawns don't even need to be on the board, they just need to be played, and if they're banished or they leave the field, you still get the added effect. And also getting the reduced cost, you can get rid of very irritating amulets that are from Haven, which does increase the threshold of that matchup. So having this being part of your deck does give you a very big way of being able to counteract some of the very aggressive players that Haven can launch against you, and some of the other archetypes that say, hey, you can't destroy me, but hey, it doesn't stop me from banishing you. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that card has only been growing in popularity. About a month ago, everyone was running 1 or 2 copies in chess, and today we're kind of up to 2 or 3 copies. And so people are definitely going all in on it now. And as well as like the bonuses you mentioned, it's also really good after your king. If you play king and go face, you can use it to clear your board and get more storm damage as well, to really deal 20 damage instead of getting stuck at like 14 or 18 in a turn. So just another perk of Odin in this deck, which has a lot of cards that are really flexible, like Winged Inversion too. Can use it to transform your opponent's followers to get rid of threats like Masquerade or Mysterian followers, but also even just to trade more pawns or to clear your own followers for additional storm as well. So a lot of cards doubling up as removal and additional damage output as well. So yeah, definitely a lot of new flexible tech, making this a strong contender today.
I'm going to move on to the next deck now, and ladies and gentlemen, I do believe it actually is going to be Zero. I believe we just have a bit of a text error, get the wrong person's name up, and even which we'll get that fixed up in just a short moment for you guys. But we will be moving on to Zero's next deck, which will be Control Rally Sword, I believe should be coming, which is the one we were trying to bring up here. But it's going to be Crystallized Haven, because I'm getting pranked right now. And just get whatever comes up on the screen. Cool to see though, and again, it comes to that argument again of probably like the most broad deck, the most consistent deck, and definitely one to watch out for. Really, really scary.
It seems the only variations that they've probably made to this deck is 1 less Divine Wolves and one more Bejeweled Shrine, because even cycling into it, even if the second one does get removed and banished, you do still get a bit of healing and get a free evolve if you happen to draw it on 5, which is not the worst. So it's still okay. It's fine.
Yeah, the switch between 2 and 3 Bejeweled Shrine is interesting. At the start of the expansion, we were all running the spell to tutor Bejeweled Shrine to have even more copies, and now players are realizing maybe it's not as necessary. I think possibly one of the reasons is because of the interaction with Jean, where sometimes you could play more followers onto the board, and like Bejeweled Shrine, it's like you could have that to buff your followers, or you could just have one more follower to go face, and so I guess it kind of can go either way. So these players not wanting to triple up on it, some of them, but here we see the 3 copies being brought, so a little bit more what I'm familiar with. Interesting too, Orchid's Examination Hall, in the past it hasn't been it's been one of those cards that people are on the fence about, but now consistently showing up in all the lists, our players just really getting those extra draws and healing options to deal with things like Ghost Shadow and just keep up their own consistency.
And now, guys, we get a lucky dip, and we get to see what the next deck is going to be coming up here for you guys to see on screen. The next one is actually control Rally's sword. I'm not joking. It's not a meme. It actually is the next deck coming up. I believe we do have a bit of an error for you guys. Sorry, with the decks coming up here. This is actually Ryuja's deck lineup list. He is also bringing Evo Portal. This is actually a bit of a preview to his decks that he's bringing later on in the day. This will be the third quarterfinal match where he'll be taking on Twilight Knight's Rag. So at least you get a bit of a preview to see Ryuja. He's talking about new blood players as well coming in, get to support him and see what he's bringing in. Evo Portal is again another one of those decks that are super consistent to see here. But real quick, guys, we'll talk about the sword lineup. We know it's definitely something that is very, very different. You know, we've seen it sort of popping up here and there. Roger, we're having a bit of a laugh before about this deck where you really got to beat it and get ahead of it by turn 5, right?
Very much so. It's one of those type of archetypes you just don't want to give it any form of breathing room, because if you get past turn 7, it might be all but over, to be honest, because it tends to just keep on stalling you out, trying to keep on a lot of your units off the board. If you can't cobble together enough burst, you're going to be too short, because by the time they'll have most of their units on the board that can keep protecting them and keep on getting them health, it's almost impossible to keep up with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so for anyone just tuning in, we're talking about a sword deck for Zero. This is the sneak peek for later. But yeah. Oh, and here it is. Okay.
It exists. It's not in our mind. Trust and believe it exists.
The first victory on stream for the day. We got the tools correct. So maybe now that we got the I think this is especially important for this deck, which players might not have seen as well. One of the cards recently getting a huge buff, Aurelia, the 4-drop now, used to be 5-drop. It's a ward that's untargetable. You can see it there with the 2/4 stat line, and you can actually attack twice with it, and we'll see the text here. Rally 7, evolved this follower, can't be targeted. When it is evolved, every time you attack, you're going to regain play points, and you can attack 3 times per turn. So if you recover 3 play points, it's essentially a 1-cost ward. Not only that, though, it's not untargetable and has that 4/6 stat line. So talking to Zero before this, he said this is a deck he's bringing because it's just something he's been playing for a long time through all of its iterations. So just feeling really comfortable on the deck, even though he admits maybe the power level isn't as good as some of the more popular decks right now. But Zero especially thinks that this card is one of the main reasons it's viable right now. And so yeah, thanks Side Games for those buffs. We definitely appreciate some mix-up in the middle of the meta.
Especially this close as well, right? Guys getting locked in for Contenders Cup, and having that mix up on top of that is really cool to see. I'm not sure. We're about to find out. Production might let us know in a second out here if we've seen the rest of Zero's decks or not. But they are basically roughly the same. He is also running Chess Rune. He's also running Amulet Haven. There is 1 or 2 mix-ups and little tech choices that I would like to briefly bring up real quick, just in case the decks don't be brought up. For Zero, he's actually bringing an Angel of Chaos in his Chess Rune lineup, which is definitely very spicy. Definitely keen to see what he'll be doing with that. We'll be cooking up with that one, as you can see here. We are going to be covering some of his decks, so as you can see here, he's going to have that Angel of Chaos he's bringing into this Chess Rune lineup. Lads, why? Why is this card here?
Yeah, so I want to turn that over to Mr. Rogers, because apparently he's actually seen this on ladder. I have not seen anyone throw this down since maybe like the first week of the expansion, but what are your thoughts on this?
Okay. So walk through with me mentally here. So imagine you draw Fallen Shot, turn 3, bam. I turn something that's annoying, I turn maybe a ward, or turn something that was impossible to get rid of normally into an Angel. Okay. I clear your board, I play my stuff, I play my Odin. It's getting later now into the game. You played your general, your Garl general, or you played maybe Radial. I'm surviving a little bit. Okay, Angel of Chaos, I clear your board. I flip my Angel because I rallied because of my pawns and stuff. I'm attacking your whole board because I'm taking no damage from any of the Angel I turned into it. And plus, I can still clear your board later if I still have my king. So it's not bad. It's not bad at all. It gives you something to do till turn 7. I don't hate it. I like it a lot. I've seen it happen to me a couple times when I was playing Mysterious Rune and I top left. I hit top left and I was gone.
Yeah. I think that's the accurate response to that one for sure. We are going to move on to our next deck here, though. We don't want to spend too much time here because we do want to jump into our first quarterfinal. But the final deck is Amulet Haven. And the card I definitely want to point out here is that one of Sacred Sheep. And I know this card is, I've even noticed this on ladder, we've noticed it in tournament play, where we are seeing one ofs or potentially even two ofs of this card slowly sneaking their way into multiple variants of Haven. Trick here, why are we seeing Sacred Sheep starting to pop up a little bit more?
Yeah, so this is often common in the Condemned Haven or the Unreal Haven, which can't win until turn 8. But here, I'm wondering if it's to complement this Sword deck that's being brought. Sword is a little bit more of a control deck, and so if you're expecting to bring matchups wrong, maybe you throw in some tech into your other decks to help them play a little more similarly, so that you can have like all of your matchups play out the same. And if you can beat something with Sword, theoretically now you might want to be able to make your game go long with Haven as well to be able to beat it. And so that's possibly one of the reasons. Another great effect though we're seeing here on Evolve is banish an enemy follower 3 defense or less. Perfect into Masquerade. One of the matchups that can kind of go either way for this deck, if Shadow can get enough early damage, they can beat you before. And so especially now where decks are running Cerberus and the extra pups to be able to do a little more damage early, maybe you need this control tool to survive to Shevin with John. So I think it's especially for the Shadow matchup and maybe just also to complement that Sword deck being brought.
I know we're having a brief discussion, you know, of the ratios between, you know, the Wolves and Bejeweled Shrine. It's one of the Wolves to add Sacred Sheep here as well. So keeping the 3 Shrine, and that's where the Sacred Sheep does fit into the picture there. But those are going to be the decks there. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for those tech issues. But those are your decks. We finally got them through, and we're ready to jump into our first quarter-final match. But guys, bans plenty coming through here. The Nautiluses might be a little bit mobbish, you know, probably might be that Shadow or the Haven, but I want to ask you guys about the Zero ban. Is it going to be the Sword ban? Is it going to be the Rune ban?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting looking at these decks. I know Nautilus, being on the team, got like a little bit of insider information. He said he wants to ban Shadow, and he also wants to ban Vengeance, but looking at Zero's decks, neither of those are present. I'm wondering if it might even be the chest ban with all that extra transformation you want to protect Mysteria, but a lot of options there with the two, and like his public enemy number 1 and 2 not in the list.
I feel I agree with that statement completely entirely. Chess Rune has been known to, if it happens to get exactly the correct pieces before turn 5, you can oftentimes even have an active king by then, if you're not like board locking or trying to not put any units on the board to trade into it. It is gonna be a very tough one to choose. I would go with a Rune here, just in case I want to try pivot with Shadow, maybe. But I feel like Control Sword might be not something you want to sleep on either, so we'll see how this turns out.
And we're going to remember as well, last week we saw a turn 5 king, Mystic King, come out in the SAO region. So might be another reason to ban Chester in all day. Just all day.
Yeah,
just making sure
you don't want to take the risk. You don't
that.
want to take the risk at all. Yeah.
But let's get the bans up now. I believe they are ready, so we can see who has been banned out. And it is going to be interesting, like we said, because there is so many choices that could come up here. It is going to be the Haven ban on Nautilus' side, and on Zero's side, lo and behold, Chess Rune being banned away. But that does mean that Sword got through, and we're very interested, very keen to see how that deck will play into, you know, the Shadow, the Ghost Shadow, and the Mysteria Rune. You know, 2 top-level most played decks. You know, Ghost Shadow, arguably the other tier 1 deck, Mysteria Rune. I know a lot of people keep bouncing it back and forth between, you know, 3rd place tier 1, 1st place tier 2, going back and forth between, but it's still one of those decks that are super consistent and very, very powerful. And, you know, Sword has a lot of answers to that, right? You know, there's a certain Lion Grandmaster that might set up a giant spell shoot effect that just blocks all out the damage that Mysteria Rune tries to set up to get the finisher, right? Which could be an option, which might be a reason why Zero has brought that. But we're keen to jump into the first game. I believe we're just about to hit the get ready go button for our players here, guys. But what do you reckon we might see while we're waiting here then? Might be that first deck pick. Do you think there might be a little bit of mind games trying to play around that Mysteria Rune Sword matchup?
I feel that Haven probably might be first for Zero, since his anchor deck would possibly be the Sword deck that might be underestimated here in this matchup. For Mysterian, what do you think, Trickster? How do you feel about this slot?
Yeah, it is interesting. Now that the chess is banned, I feel like there's not like any super one way or another matchups. A lot of these are going to be pretty close. So I could just see our players leading with whatever they're the most comfortable with. And we're going to jump into that game right now and actually let you see. This is our first quarterfinal. We've got Nautilus on top. We're from the perspective of Zero. He is bringing that spicy sword deck, and Nautilus coming in with Mysteria. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, looks like the read was true there, right, coming through. Hope you guys are excited in the Twitch chat. Let us know who you think is going to take this one out between Dawnbreakers, Nautilus and Zero. Again, one of us here on the cast test might be a little bit more biased than the rest of us. That's okay. That's okay. But we are definitely keen to see how this one will go. And already, both hands looking pretty sweet for both players.
Wow, Baz, I can't believe that you're biased and you admitted it. Oh, wait, or was that directed at me?
I think I've got a Dawnbreakers tattoo somewhere, man. I don't know.
But a very good start for Zero. He has the 1, 2, 3, and all of them can draw as well, so his hand's going to be healthy. Having some early aggression, which is exactly what you want, especially going first against Mysteria. They heal a lot, and so you have to do essentially 25 damage in a game, and you want to do that early before they can get like a Craig or something out, and so a pretty good start for Zero. Looking at Nautilus's hand, one of your key Mysteria followers is there. You need at least 2 of them early, so we're going to be seeing some draw from Nautilus, and but it's going to be tricky because if you're drawing, that means you might not be dealing with this 3-3 that's going to hit you in the face next turn.
Oh boy, looks like he's going to be trading in some of his life here. Most of this is just going to be seen as a resource. Let's see if he happens to use...
Exchange party might be interesting. The one cost, of course. Maybe use for buff, and yeah, gonna use it to search, try and get the Craig. So a lot of cool followers in hand that he's building up. But yeah, as Trick mentioned, right, the face is open, right? Smork activate is definitely going to be happening here for Zero. And I also want to point out, even amongst all those draws, he got the one of Galda Heroic Headmaster as well. And literally, Carl was just talking about it's going to be the main counter. So Nautilus is going to have to be very, very careful because, again, already taken 8 damage by turn 4, and he's just going to chuck out the first of 2 key Mysteria followers. But Zero's already got the answers in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. If it makes it to 7 play points, it'll be really hard for Nautilus to OTK. A possible answer is there with one of the spells we've been highlighting before. That dual barrier could maybe help trade into some of the Galder followers to clear, but it's really hard to deal with those followers with the extra protection, so maybe gonna need to see an early Storm finish on 6 for Nautilus, but he's gonna have to rely on some draws to be able to chain the spells if he wants to pull that off, and we'll see. This is continued threats coming from Zero, trading the rush in, getting an extra follower to get the ramp up as well.
I think right now he probably needs a Slam and Gray to just probably equal out the life points a little bit here. Looks like he's just gonna use this to clear his board here, gets his inside off. Inside again. Let's see, does he go for the Evo? I mean, I don't see why not.
You think he would, right?
I like living.
Yeah. I want to win this game. Maybe I should hit that Evo button. I don't know.
Yeah, so definitely, oh, already committing to the Craig, making oh, this makes sense. To be able to get that extra draw, Nautilus really realizing the clock is online, and he's not going to try and save his healing for multiple turns throughout a long game, but instead trying to accelerate his win condition as fast as possible. That next draw might be the difference next turn to being able to win or not.
So I guess he could go Crushing Blow, do Barrier next turn? Or do a Barrier, Crushing Blow?
Yeah, and looking at Zero's hand, with the high health total, he's going to be able to possibly delay an OTK from Nautilus if he can get his Galder out, but we don't see Radial or some of the Storm finishers, so delaying is great, but until there's some more draws, there's not really an amazing win condition. Maybe if a Galder board can survive, you can use those to go face afterwards, but let's see what Tony can pull from the deck, and there's the Storm we were looking for, so securing some of the pieces that I was a little worried about for Zero. Was that a turn running out of time? Or
Oh, maybe. It could have also been, I think it might have been even been a choice to stop him, right?
maybe?
Because, I mean, yeah, sure, you can have Craig's effect going, but there's a last words there to draw a card, and maybe he saw the lack of cards in hand. I was thinking maybe he might not have those extra resources, or maybe doesn't want to put the Craig in the Majestic Sorcery pile just yet either. I mean, I'm trying to find the W just in case it wasn't, timeout. But yeah, it might have been the wrong choice there if it was a missed turn. But again, Norsu's got plenty of time to think this turn through. As we mentioned right now, he's got a lot in the Majestic Sorcery pile built up, and he's getting very, very close to being able to go for it. Going to go for the draw of Goblin's Gratitude. And another wing conversion there is going to be available in hand if he wants to try and cycle that soon.
This is going to be really good into the Galder turn here, because then he can get rid of at least 2 of them. Because he could go exactly as what Trickster's mentioned, is like dual barrier. Does he play Blitz here, maybe just to reduce the cost? No.
Definitely the Arcane, right, to get the other Mysteria follower in hand. And now that Zero's pulls another Aurelia, probably not what you want to see at the moment, because again, it's not really going towards that game plan, but does have Golda available, and the question is, does he play it now? Does he maybe risk waiting another turn to play for it? Because he's got to know, Zero, that the Majestic Sorcery is right around the corner, right, and is going to be ready soon to go for that OTK. He just needs to know when to play that card, when to try to get the delay out, and kind of go for that radial play. He's going to go for the Golda now, go for the safer option just to try and hold on for a bit and just delay that OTK, right? Buy himself one more turn and see if he can find that first win in our first quarterfinal.
Yeah, and looking at that Galder, even if Nautilus can clear it, there's no way he's winning this turn, because that leader effect of reducing damage by 2 is going to stick around even though the Galder has already left the field. So this is just a turn where Nautilus can look for ways to clear these other wards that are in the way for the next turn and just set up to absolutely have a guaranteed win next turn. It's one of those things where, do you play the dual barrier now to help and like maybe evolve one of those followers, or probably do you just save it? And we'll see lots of tools in hand, even just ending the turn.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay.
Knowing that you're at 20 health, I guess that Nautilus just already running the numbers, thinking there's no way he can die, and having the tools in hand for a guaranteed win next turn. But we see Zero possibly going to buff up this ward, make it a little trickier.
It's a tough ask, right? But you can understand the viewpoint of what he did there. And Zero's going to try and burn through the resources in his hand now, you know, to stay at that 20 health, to build up that ward and try and avoid that sorcery damage as much as possible. Because a lot of these followers will end up falling anyway, regardless, not too careful. But they're starting to get buffed quite a bit here, almost a Hill Haven situation, right? Seeing the whole board go for those buffs, as Deadeye Trainee will get the Evo there, still has that Spell Shield effect, which is a little bit more out of time. That is a huge amount of damage, but was that enough to stay in this match?
Okay, so this might be the do or don't do situation here. Is he going to be able to make it? Crushing Rain coming down. Didn't hit the other ward. What do we feel here, Trix?
Yeah, I'm feeling like that this is one of those lethal puzzles that you get in Shadowverse. And I'm feeling like the tools should definitely be there to make your way through this. As long as you can deal with that one ward, we're seeing so much damage on the board, but how is it going to be dealt with? If you evolve Anne and Greya, you can deal 3 to it, instead discounting the cost of cards. Buffing up the extra followers, that's gonna be it. You'll be able to trade the 6/6 into the 4 health follower. Everything else can attack, and your Greya can attack twice. That's gonna be plenty of damage, closing out the first game for Nautilus. Hands in the air.
He was able to figure out the puzzle. Well done.
Yeah. Very, very happy Nautilus there, winning that first round against Zero. As you can mention, right, definitely one of those extreme puzzles there. Hope he got himself a good card back for that, because that was definitely a bit of a challenge, but good for him there to get that win. And that's definitely that main win he needed, right, guys? That was the one realistically he needed to get over to really look towards locking out this match. He's going to have that Ghost Shadow now left to win with, and I think definitely more of a favorable situation with this deck, right, Trick?
Yeah, absolutely. The Ghost Shadow, the most popular deck in the meta, but not a common matchup. We'll see if Nautilus is prepared for it. He is going first, though. Nautilus, Shadow definitely appreciates going first. Sometimes you can even win on 6 if you can get an aggressive turn going first. And though looking at Zero's hand, the Holy Lightning Bird is a good way to contest some of the early drops, especially if a Skull Fang can be drawn. Throwing back 2 of these amulets, hoping to get the Skull Fang, but it doesn't come into Zero's hand yet. Still time, though, with 3 more draws before he'd need it. So we'll see how this plays out.
So he goes Pup being put down for the turn here. Going to this turn, Wingy, and sadly enough, boom, Sacred Sheep. No Skull Fang as of yet.
Yeah, and we're saying sadly Sacred Sheep, but this is the matchup where you kind of want to see your Sacred Sheep. So depending on what Nautilus had, it could be a perfect answer to mitigate some damage, but also banish a potential Last Words follower.
The problem is, though, again, it's great to have in hand. It's that full-on dilemma, right? Yes, it's great to have into this matchup, but it's not the Skull Fang, so you can't push forward your deck's main game plan, right? So it's definitely a bit off at the moment. Again, it still has at least one more turn right before he's a little bit in danger, but at least he's still able to cycle some of these one-turn countdown amulets, right? To at least start burning through them and look towards that perfect 5 number for the shrine a little bit later. Diamond Master's a great pull to have that in hand, ready to go soon, but no Skull Fang, so more likely than not going to be able to see it or run it in this particular matchup, which is going to harm Zero a little bit, but you know, has a Divine Wall, which is cool to see. Again, that Sacred Sheep, very, very important here in this particular matchup, and I do feel like he might be able to hold on a little bit here, especially when Morning Souls comes out and can't run into anything. Nautilus may be a bit of a misplay there if Zero's able to pop that early.
Oh boy.
Yeah, having the Sacred Sheep to answer this means that normally what would be 3 ghosts surviving to your Masquerade turn will be 0. Definitely a little bit of a hard start for Nautilus once we got to turn 3. I noticed last turn he left an empty board, and we saw he had to use Coral Souls to kill his own follower. That's exactly the time where you want to see the Cerberus that you run for this matchup, so that you could leave 3 followers on the board instead of passing with 0. And here, one of them would have still been alive, but instead it's just the Masquerade coming down, barely going to deal with the board, but at least the banish of Sacred Sheep is gone, so hopefully Masquerade will respawn itself on the next turn.
Alright, looks like he was able to get some clean trades here going into the next turn. Oh, Masquerade does not get pinged off. Drawing into Justa here for turn.
Yeah, one of those turns where maybe you even just slam down Jester. You can use your Wingy with Diamond Master, but at that point you're almost out of tools. So 0 green and throwing out the Jester. We see the trade being made, and maybe these Jesters will both run face. Oh, not respecting it because the Masquerade's going to come back anyway, instead pushing damage. 0 pushing his own win condition over respecting Nautilus's damage at 20 health. I guess that's something you can afford to do.
Okay, I mean, so this is like a double trade. Got a couple 4/4s and 5 face. That's a really, really good turn with Freya's backup to draw you into another follower here. It looks like he picked up a Lucius for the turn.
Gets a big from here as well. I mean, Lucius, probably one of the more favorable evolve effects, right? That 4 damage to enemy leader, going to be really strong. And as Nautilus now is quite the board built up. I was going to say 0 showing the Amulet Haven deck how the consistency, right? Even doing this out in the Skull Fang, you can still be sort of okay, but it is maybe starting to harm a little bit now, noticing all these Gargantuan ghosts, right, just starting to stack up the field. It's going to be a little bit hard for him to clear unless he does chuck out that Diamond Master, but he's still going to be playing on the back foot a little bit, which is definitely in Nautilus's favor. Again, having that point up, only one away to get to semifinals himself here. He's going to go for the Sapphire. Probably might even go for the Evo there, although there's a Bejeweled Shrine.
This could possibly help a whole lot here right now.
Yeah, that Sapphire Priestess draw for turn was huge, because at the time, you only had enough followers to activate Jean if you didn't play, but drawing into Sapphire Priestess, there's going to be so much cycling this turn. Zero's going to get 4 more draws, going to make it way easier to hold on to his resources and be able to push damage this turn and have it for Jean next turn as well, with additional followers being drawn. This going very well for Zero. How's Nautilus going to respond to this? He does have Lucius, which is a strong follower, going to help deal with the board and deal some damage face, but what do you do to stop the Jean that's impending?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he does have a little Hellfire Strike, and he could maybe play a Metatron here to get a bit of life back and maybe stave off a little bit of lethal damage, but I don't see it yet.
Yeah, these wards are going to make it hard to push any damage this turn, and the in-hand 7, that's not going to be able to finish the game at this rate. So, yeah, definitely a tough spot for Nautilus. I don't know if there's a way out, but we saw with his crazy lethal puzzle last turn, maybe he'll be able to find a way.
That's for sure. Because how many ghosts we've seen so far? I think I counted like 6. Could I be wrong?
Yeah, something like that. The Gargantuan Ghosts would count towards it as well, but I definitely don't think it's going to be enough. So, making the best play outside of that, there's going to be a huge board of 4/4 wards, but Jean clears all of those cleanly on the next turn.
Wait a
2
minute.
damage. Are we?
We're touching and very, very close here. Definitely next turn setup, he could go for it to win the game. Did we see the Ghastly Banshee we played that turn? I don't believe we did we? So I believe it'll be next turn. He will actually definitely get the W there, because it's definitely at 6 now for sure.
Yeah.
If it wasn't, so yeah, Zero in big trouble. Of course, does have some healing there to get him a little bit of health at the moment, looking towards that Azurite Maiden, but he's gonna have to look for that. He's also got the Jean in hand. He could potentially go for to try and hold on and maybe bring something back, but it's gonna be real close, and that Metatron's not gonna help him.
Yeah, and the Jean is 6 damage, the Wingy's 2, the Azurite Maiden is 2 as well. So 6 plus 4 is 10. That extra Wingy is going to be the 2 damage that is needed to close this out, drawing off the top the last 2 damage that was needed. Nautilus did what he could. He tried to heal with his Metatron, but the top deck is too much.
Oh,
Dude, we're getting it again with the West Week. This is the stuff we were seeing last month as well, just how close these matches are down to the wire. These guys trying to get those final league points, as Zero will even up our quarterfinals, forcing a 3rd match. And again, guys, we're in game 1. We've still got so many quarterfinals to go here later on in the day. We're already getting matches of this caliber, 1-to-1. It could be anyone's game to take it to the semifinals.
A lot of these games have been super even, as you said, because you oftentimes we thought, oh, well, he probably has to X banishment come in next turn. That's enough, right? But then he was like, nah, give me my wingies, please, and I want to clear this board, thank you. That's crazy.
Wow.
It's the spawn of Satan for a reason. All right, we're all in agreement that bird is not a normal bird. It definitely comes through and kicks out the players' butts for sure. So definitely gonna be a nice win there for Joe, but he's still gonna try and find one now here with that sword into Ghost lineup. Again, a very interesting matchup. We're keen to see how this one will turn out.
And what a strong card in aggressive advance. When your opponent's gonna throw down a 1/4 ward to try and stop your early aggression, but you just have that to clear the board. Oh, this is already not looking good for Nautilus. If I'm counting it right, the Metatron's gonna come out right now and just be answered, and there's gonna be 4 followers on Zero's board, and none on Nautilus's already from the get-go.
This is going to be a tough one. I mean, we'll see how this one turns out. Vance hits it for 4, goes in for 3, down a bit of life, but yeah, there's no way for him to respond to this yet, outside of like playing Lucius, I think.
Yeah, Lucius can deal with 2 of these. One of them's going to come back as a 1/1, so still a 3-follower board staring down. Getting rid of the Goblin, maybe if it stuck around long enough it could heal, but the Knight wouldn't, so I think that's a smart trade. Zero now, looking at a 3/3 Bane. Not an amazing follower to be staring down. Let's see how he deals with it, or if he just ignores it completely.
I feel like you ignore it. Is that how you maybe trade one with Lucius and a 1-1? And then you go in 2 for face. Yeah.
Yeah, and we see Zero did have the early aggression, but knowing his deck's game plan, it is more of a control deck trying to hold out to some late game finishers. And so choosing not to play the 2-2 ward there, saving it for when more value can be gained from getting that damage shield. And so, yeah, Zero really showing a lot of restraint and understanding the matchup. I like that a lot. And Nautilus just choosing now to take advantage of that little bit of a pullback from Zero and just jamming his follower's face. The Masquerade is there to follow up. So both players in pretty good positions.
It looks like he
followers.
He already looked like he read the situation that, okay, I will trade this 1 life for the 4 or 5 that I just did to you, and the next turn I'm gonna play Ghast. You have to respond to this or else you're in a whole lot of trouble against. I really like the heads up play from Nautilus here.
Absolutely. Yeah, not leaving followers on the board too makes Aurelia so much worse, and so what could be a 1-cost ward is now a 4-cost, so Zero's gonna have to really think about if it's worth throwing it out. Instead, hovering some other options. Monica is a good follower to get online earlier. If it can die and revive itself, it does a little bit of its own Masquerade impression. We might be seeing that very soon. Wow, and enough pressure from that board that Nautilus couldn't afford to play Masquerade, instead having to use his other resources to clear, but finding a way to push damage as well, knowing he has 3 Evo points, already using 2 to evolve face. 11 health is getting a little low. Nautilus next turn could play the Masquerade and have Ghastly Banishment set up for 7. We see Zero once again playing a strong board and pushing face damage of his own. These ward followers that can regain play points really work well in the curve to just be able to put out such a big board so efficiently.
Yeah, Heroes of Riverbrand introducing QDA here has been one of the best ways of being able to A, accrue card advantage for you, and then B, also being able to stop a lot of your opponent's very early aggression. So this has been a really good showing of like how impactful some of these cards have been in this meta. Look, Mikael here is going to look for a trade. He's going to go phase, or he's going to trade. I feel trading here is fine, but then you have to worry about the turn 7.
Yeah, I feel like if Nautilus has been keeping track of the rally and evolve count, he probably knows about how much damage he can take, and I kind of like throwing that ghost here because once a Galder comes out on 7, it could be really hard for your Ghastly Banishment to finish the opponent otherwise, but without having Masquerade early, not as many Gargantuan ghosts are banished, so I don't know if it's going to be dealing 11 damage. That sounds like a tall ask. We'll see. It's right there or just under.
Gets a Mikael, heals for 2 here. Just really nice, gives him a little bit extra life.
Even if the Ghastly Banishment doesn't kill Zero, it would still help deal with this board and possibly set up a guaranteed win on the following turn. Let's run the numbers. It's going to be close.
Because if I remember correctly, Galder units do not take any damage from... it takes mitigated damage, correct?
Yeah, reduced by 2. Okay.
It's 3. Does he get through this?
So, looking at that radial, it's not glowing the colors I'd want it to glow right now. So instead, Aurelia's going to be the play. Possibly a radial could be played afterwards. Maybe that hits some of the counts that are needed.
No, it still isn't active yet. Gonna go in. Let's hit his quota. Gonna evolve. It does have Storm now. go 10 phase. If you have some storm anywhere else.
Yeah, not a common matchup. It's really exciting getting to see Sword played twice on stream today. There are a lot of tools in hand, and so if you double trade here, you could still afford to play like your Lyrla afterwards, get the shield and some healing. These bodies are absolute menaces to deal with. Gonna get a transformation for the healing as well. Instead, get that just one more healing might be the difference.
I like this a whole lot because it puts him a little bit out of Cerberus's reach. So yeah, you can see Nautilus, he's like, oh man, I just don't have enough now. So he's currently thinking about it.
Drawing the Michael early means that it wasn't invoked this turn to be able to kill it with Night Terrors for the extra draws. Oh, it might have gotten Ghastly Banishment if it was though, so that's rough. This board is hard to deal with.
It's a very sticky board to say the least. So right now he can get a whole bunch of flip points and they can all attack twice, so this is going to be a bit tough. Just thinking about it.
I'm not always great with numbers, but that's not enough. All I know is that's not enough.
I think it's safe to say, guys, that is going to do it there for our first quarterfinal. Zero's going to take it out 2-1 over Dawnbreaker's Noru, who was our February Cup champion. Unfortunate that we see him fall there in the top 8. But what a series, guys, right? And really cool for Zero, who's bringing something different here to get past here and get to semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see more of that Sword deck. I feel like it's performed really well on stream. I hope I don't get baited into spending a bunch of vials and going on to ladder and then having a rude awakening. But congrats to Nautilus making it here today, even though I'm not moving on. Still going to be at 36 points, not getting in an extra today. Maybe some of those tiebreakers going to move ahead of him, but Zero, we'll be seeing him later in our semifinal matches. Here we got the bracket, 2-1, so definitely a fight. The next up is going to be Osav and V2. How are we feeling going into that match?
This is it. This is the one I would say definitely watch out for quarterfinals between Sonar 5's Osav and Disastrous V2. Again, this is a run back, a repeat match that we saw earlier this year, even right in the April Cup. This match determined the winner for that. We're going to get it here again for top 8. And not to mention, it's not even just a top 8 worthy match or a finals worthy match or even a Contenders Cup worthy match. It's a WGP worthy match. And I assessed that last month for a similar matchup, but this is the caliber of plays that we're seeing here today that the rest of these top 8 guys have definitely got to watch out for. And I believe now we are going to be handing it now to myself. Wow, that's weird saying it like that. Mr. Rogers. Whoa, it's handing it to me. And Mr. Rogers as well for this matchup. We're joined by Trick again later on in the day for our third quarterfinals and fourth quarterfinal series. But right, today is your first time here for SVO. This is a match for you, my man, to come and join it on.
I'm excited because hearing you guys hyping this up, I am expecting cards to be played to the 9th power. I'm expecting players to have like their craniums are just growing twice the size and exactly spidey sensors going off the top of their heads and just figuring out the minutiae and the golden ratios out of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting as well because we said, Osav was the previous champion. V2, every time we've seen him play in this top series, he's fallen to the inevitable person who takes out the cup. Whether it was Osav a couple months ago, it was Noir last month as well. So V2's definitely going to be looking for some revenge here and try first off on Osav and then overall, right, and getting this cup locked down. So that is going to be exciting. But we're going to have a look at the decks now coming into our second quarterfinal series, guys. It is going to be Sonar 5's Osav, and this time I'm pretty sure we've got the right players, the right deck sorted. So let's have a look and see if that is the case. It is going to be Osav here, another chess room player, Rogers.
Oh, looks like it. And one of the other cards that I also didn't get a chance to highlight as well is Magical Bishop. So it's possibly to be played in most of the Ghost matchups and some of the mirror matches. Does help clear out your board. It is a 4 for 3/4. Stacked wise, doesn't really match up too well, but it does do something really well for you by being able to do a bit of burn damage to your opponent's leader and also being able to get a little bit of extra clear done by the board while also clearing out your pawns, which is pretty nice, especially if your opponent has like shield shielding effects or has a extra damage mitigation effects that you just want to get rid of your units. It's really nice.
Yeah, really cool card, and one that I think we're starting to see a little bit more now because of that, as you mentioned, Rogers. I know it was one that some players were kind of iffy about going in when it first came out, and we're trying to find a place to fit it in. And I think we're getting pretty close to having all the chess pieces. If not, I believe we actually do have all the chess pieces being used finally, which big W, big cool to see that. The chess deck actually having all the chess pieces being used. But as you said, that really strong deck. We know we saw Mystic King last week, that turn 5 coming out absolutely insane, and this lineup very similar to what we are normally seeing. I do want to quickly highlight Let's Feast and Sile, because I know that's a buff spell we're seeing in a couple different decks, so I might not be able to cover it in some other the deck breakdowns, but the buffing insane, especially for some of the pawns, right, just to help be even more annoying and clear out some cards that will normally take an extra turn to take care of and can really hinder your opponent, as well as that last word's draw card, right? Such a perfect way. You don't normally have too much rotation, so having that last word's draw card is very cool to have in a 1-cost buff spell. It does so much here, not only for, like I said, the chess rune deck, for a number of other decks. I mean, we've seen it in Mysteria Rune sometimes as well, potentially see it in certain sword lineups, so really cool to see that one here being brought by Osav. But we're going to go to the next deck now that Osav is bringing to the second quarterfinal, and is going to be that Condemned Haven. I believe the only Condemned Haven that we are seeing here today, where we are seeing, again, more of that Sacred Sheep that we saw a little bit earlier on in our first quarterfinal series. But what's the haps here, Rogers, with Condemned Haven?
So Condemned Haven looks to try to finish off by playing a reduced Union to be able to get some extra burn damage on your opponent's face, and using that to be able to get rid of you get all your player points back, so you can constantly keep on spamming multiple copies of it out, which does become a little bit annoying. And then per every amulet that got reduced or removed, and since you are playing condemned versions and they can search each other, it does allow you to do phase damage the whole entire time, being able to get that burn off. And then using the Sanctified Temple, being able to reduce the toughness of your opponent's followers, does allow you to be able to clear out their board with your own followers as well, by Metatron, Kyrie, or Jean being able to do that little bit of extra damage to clear out your opponent's toughness. It's really nice.
Man, this Temple deck is a real pain. There's a real Temple card about that. Again, you're trying to play Ghost Shadow into this. You know, it's normally a go-to on ladder. You versus that one dude that's rocking up today playing Condemned Haven. A Temple comes down, and you're talking about hitting 3 lines earlier. That's my 3 lines sometimes as well. There's always these Haven decks, man. But it goes to show as well just how powerful they are, how much control first of Condemned Haven can bring. But of course, just that irritating burn ping damage as well that comes out of this deck. And I do want to highlight another card real quick here, the Aether Guardian of Light. First off, Aether returning to Haven. I know the Haven players very happy with that when she went to Sword a couple of years ago, and people were questioning her allegiance. She says, it's okay, guys. She's a Haven card. She's back here for Haven. And it's cool to see as well, just another way to quickly search out some of your high-cost Haven followers. Hint, hint, Unreal, hint, hint. And maybe some of your other cool followers with fanfare effects all throughout. And it's cool to see as well, similar stat line that she's normally had. So outside of that, plays very similar to how we used to see her in previous decks years gone by, and really fits well into this Condemned Haven deck. But definitely one as well, which I might say might have a bit of a higher ceiling, and maybe a deck that a lot of players aren't used to playing against so much recently. So that'll be interesting maybe when we look towards the ban phase a little bit later on after the deck coverage. But Osav's final deck that he is bringing here today will be that Evolve Portal. We're seeing a lot of Evolve Portal. I believe most of the players here today actually are bringing that Evo Portal once we get that transition slide coming in. I do believe it's pretty standard. I don't think I saw anything out of the ordinary when we looked at it earlier. I'm double checking that now. He does actually have 12 Mech Wing Attendant, which is a card that maybe some people are bringing, some people aren't. It adds a Mystic Artifact into your hand, which of course you look towards playing down first as a good ward follower, and also maybe target for Robopop to pop, get those 3 Evos, and we see the Robopop rotations, Robopop into Robopop into Robopop, which could be an option as well. But a very consistent deck, and if you're a fan of Evos, it's really cool to see as well.
I do really like this because it adds an extra ceiling to the deck. Because there have been moments where you either can play some of the other artifacts that puts artifacts into your deck, which can oftentimes muddle your options because it's something you just don't want to top deck at the moment. But this does give it in your hand directly, so you could play it into Robopop, which feeds a whole lot better. Especially if you happen to draw into Spinaria with Sisterly Bonds, it does give you a way of being able to make use of Spinaria because then it can get Robopop for you off of it, especially during your turn, which is really, really nice. They are also running one copy of Mikael and one copy of Babkatha. A lot of lists I've seen so far have actually removed Babkatha entirely out of the list because there have been moments she does get negative tempo. She does draw you a Cycler card in one life, but sometimes that's just not enough to keep up with keep up with Lucius, for example, because he doesn't trade too well without evolving.
It's kind of funny seeing the Bad Bees being taken away because Noir, that was one of the key cards he used to get his big win moment into the grand because he's fighting to the grand final. So it is funny just thinking like that was just a couple weeks ago. You come forward a couple weeks, and not only is one of it's potentially gone out of a lot of these decks, which is very interesting. So that is his Evo Portal deck. Real quick, we will have a look. No, that's Robopop. I definitely don't do this. First off, Robopop, you haven't seen Robopop. A lot of people might not know what it looks like because they might be using the Battle Pass alternate art card, which by the way, very cool looking alternate art that they do have. That is Mechwing Attendant, as we said, that adds a missing artifact into your hand. Outside of that, she's not really doing too much else. Just a basic 1/1 and the 3/3 there as well, just to add another one if need be. But pretty standard one cost, not going to do too much out of it. The fact that it's a one cost, you can get it early on. Might be able to mix it up with the Sweeper Doll. We know some decks are also looking to use those puppets with Bane to get some early clears on some big followers as well. Really cool lineup here that OSAV is bringing with this Evo Portal set. But that is OSAV's deck. So let's have a look at Disaster V2 set here. V2, like we said, looking for some major revenge coming out of from the April Cup and from some of the other early cups later here. Looking to get that big W's first one for this season at least coming through. It is going to be that Mysteria rune, and as far as I can see here, Roger's pretty similar to the one we just saw in quarterfinal 1.
It is. I think one of the only additions that you have seen that we've not really seen before is Greater Will being added. Some lists either play Dreams for Adventure or Greater Will. Greater Will does allow you to keep some of the ghost units or some of the other units that actually want to be to hit their last words, keeps them from being able to, and it also allows you to clog the board a lot by being able to target one of the highest power units on your opponent's board and keeps them on a board while you're also trying to trade in some of your stuff for your Mysteria to be able to trigger off of it, which is it's pretty nice.
Yeah, very cool. I'm going to say tech card. I can't believe I'm saying tech card, right? Because it is definitely one that's being bounced out. Because I remember when it came out, how prevalent it was, and now a lot of people are trying to fit that in, right? Yeah. It's just, I don't know why you would, but just because it's funny, I guess. Getting that free draw. But outside of that, yeah, V2 is running kind of more of that standard. Like I said, that's Feast and Style appearing here in Mysteria Rune. You do see, a bit of a mixture of the chess cards coming through, one of those being Blitz, trying to get some quick pawns out, of course, and get a bit of extra defense. Just nice to quickly chuck a pawn out, clear a quick card that you might need to or two, and also that cost when you're able to get out, Mysteria Magic Originator, turn it into a Mysterian card and start getting that cost down when it becomes a 0 cost and start getting your sorcery down, right? Just that's that collection of 1 cost cards, 2 cost cards in the deck. They're able to both easily rotate and have really cool effects to run with as well. You're not just playing it just for the play point cost. V2's second deck he's bringing here will be Crystallized Haven, and quite interesting because it is going to be that mixture of havens coming out here. Again, this is going to be more of that standard one that we're used to seeing. 2 Divine Walls and 3 Shrines here. Nothing fancy. Not going to see the sheep here, but maybe we might see Skullfrey this time, Rogers?
I would think so, because that's one of the bread and butter there's archetype. Every time I play against this thing, they have Hurly Bird turn 1, Skullfane turn 3, and I am malding. So I I hope I don't I hope Vito gets to see his. He actually gets to enjoy playing his deck. So I hope the best for him. It's a stock list straight out of the box, and it looks like it's ready to go.
very, very cool. And, you know, if you are watching for the first time, this is one of the best decks to play, if to argue the best deck to play. Very cheap to play. I believe it's even one of the structured decks you can get actually covers a lot of these cards. So you even get a lot of them free through that and quite easy to build from there. So if you're a player, definitely a deck you might want to check out. I know some players, you know, do say that, you know, it's easy deck to get into, but hard to master. This is definitely one of the ones worth putting that time in because it definitely pays off in the long term at the end of it. We'll quickly highlight the Holy Lightning Bird as well because, you know, you normally see it a lot as that Crystallized one, the last word's 2 random damage, but it is actually technically a follower. There is a 6 player point cost. It is Storm. You do get some player points back when you're able to hit that magic 5 number for Crystallize. Sometimes you do see that Lightning Bird being played out as that Storm follower, as like a last second option just to try and get some of that last second damage in. It's not always something like a reliable thing we see too often, but just in case, if you're new, you see Lightning Bird play as a follower and you're going, hang on, what's going on? Why is it an amulet? That's why. It is technically actually a follower and a really cool one at that. I love the artwork for Holy Lightning Bird, I do want to say. Most of these cards actually in the Haven lineup really, really cool. And shout out to Shadowverse Flame if you haven't seen that anime, because this deck is based off of that one. Really, really cool to check that one out. But our final deck as well will be that Evo Portal, as we said. Going to see that a fair bit here throughout the day. And it's cool to see as well that V2 is bringing more of that standard lineup, you know, say the reliable go-to lineup that we expect to see here. Going over this one, looks pretty standard. We are going to see 2 bad bees instead of 1. Of course, not going to see the little sneak in of Mechwing Attendant in this lineup here, Rogers. But real quick, Evo Portal, what are the go-to key cards we should look out for here?
So it does revolve a whole lot around. People probably wouldn't tell you this. Like, of course, having Shin, the enemy of chaos, which is one of the cards that we've gotten out recently. I would say Sleeping Doll is Sweeper Doll and Robotic Armed Rescuer, probably the most important cards out of this one, because it gets you the very, very early evolve that you need on some of your first evolve turns, because it does end up getting rid of a lot of the puppets that's in your hand, and it gives you the Machina followers that gets free evolve for you. They have Rush, they have Evo, and they clear themselves at the end of turn, which can help you empty your own board, which is really, really nice, getting up to 5 or 6 Evo at turn 5, which is way stronger than any other archetype would expect. And you also have Kasim being able to clear any unnecessary followers that you probably can't trim out, which can help a whole lot of being able to cycle in some of the cards you don't really need right now, like a Alice or a Grimnir, and you could probably put some of the other dead cards that you might not need at that point, which is really good. It focuses on cycling. It's really good going second. It's a very strong archetype. Bring it and play it. It's really good.
And we love to see Evo being played again. I love the Evo archetype. They had not too much love on it in the past year or two, but good to see one coming back in at this level as well. You love to see. Do want to highlight again that Sweep Doll you talked about, Rogers, because you can Evo itself to get its own effect going.
Exactly.
And get the puppet as well, which some people might not know about. If you're new to the deck or new to Shadowverse, you can actually evolve itself and its own effect will trigger. So cool to see that, but just remember that Bane your puppet gets, it's only once per turn. So that sometimes can catch some newer players out. So watch out for that. See if it catches any pro players out here today as well, because and the thing is with Portal, you're cycling a lot of cards, right? There's a lot of different cards, a lot of different effects you have to keep track of, and that's definitely one that can maybe slip you up sometimes if you aren't too careful. But that is going to be the Evo Portal lineup. Glad to see that come through. Big fan of that one. But yeah, V2 bringing more of a standard lineup of decks here, as opposed to Osav, who's kind of doing a similar thing, and then just chucked a Condemned Haven in there, chucked a Chess Root in there as well, just to be funny and mix it up a little bit. But we are going to jump into our game in just a short moment, guys. Just thinking about bans now coming through for these players. And on Osav's side, I mean, I'm looking at Condemned Haven to be a ban. I'm looking at Chess Root to potentially be a ban here. Rogers, do you think we're on the same page here, or do you think it might be something different?
I feel that one of them possibly might ban out Portal to be because especially if they happen to be going like first or second, Portal is really good going second, and it's out of all of these decks. Maybe Chessroom is relatively consistent, but I feel Evo Portal can be pretty explosive if they hit correctly. But it could be very fragile if it can break sometimes.
Yeah, well, we saw the top deck of Life from the Wild last month. Let's see if that might happen here in this game. Let's have a look at the bans and see which has been banned out here on the side of Osav. It is going to be that Chess Rune being taken away. So V2 not only to deal with that, and Osav taking away the Crystallized Haven as well, which again, a very consistent deck, top of the decks at the moment. Not too surprised to see that one banned away, but both Evo Portals are just going to be left up. So it looks like both these guys seem to be pretty confident in being able to deal with this bit of a nuclear option sometimes, depending on how we see it.
It's one of the most explosive decks out of their whole lineup, so we'll see actually how this turns out. I'm very curious.
But here we go, guys. Quarter-final tournament, definitely the one to watch. Hope you guys are hyping Twitch chat between these two players. If you want to see Osav win, want to see V2 win, let us know. I mean, I know the rest of the top 8 will be watching this one for sure, because they're going to have to be bursting one of these two gods of Shadowverse here coming through. And we're going to have the Evo Portal against Condemned Haven to kick things off. And I'm keen to see this one, to see how this matchup comes into it, because I personally haven't really seen that Portal into Haven recently. And Osav, as per usual, the friendliest guy at Shadowverse, waving at the cam, waving at the guys at home. You love to see it. Keen to get this one underway.
Very good sportsmanship here. It's like, hi everybody, hello. His hand is, again, this is one of the issues that can happen sometimes with Portal. If you don't happen to see sister bonds and pop, you're gonna have hands like this if you're going first that you just can't really do anything. He does have Kiria to play out here this turn, or he can go sweep, but I feel that playing out Kiria here passing turn is probably the best for him.
Yeah, get that 3-3 on board, right? Get that easy search. And sure, you're going to get the awesome evolve effect, but I mean, that's just a huge bonus on top of the easy fanfare effect anyway. Going to pull up Grimnir. Cool to see. That's one of the main winning cards he'll need a little bit later on, but still going to be holding off a bit here. You know, that turn 1 start for the deck does hurt a little bit, right? Because you don't have that early Evo and be able to get that game plan going. So definitely worth keeping track of that and seeing how V2 will be able to handle it. On Osav's side, though, he's got Divine Walls in hand, some Metatrons and that, but not really too many amulets he's ready to burn out just yet. So maybe thinking what to go for here. I mean, I'm happy to see Divine Wolves come down, honestly, to maybe match V2 in the next couple turns.
I guess you could do Gem. Yep. Wolves Gem this turn and pass. Yeah, okay. I do like this play a whole lot. It gives you a whole lot of things that you're already going to have to set up for, and it does allow you to get any of the extra amulets you're going to be looking for to set up with. It'd be really nice. So looks like he took Kasim here.
Yeah, I was going to say picking up Kasim, and I know the lads in SAO, not a big fan of Kasim. Especially East is not a big fan of Kasim. He's been an absolute nightmare. I believe actually this is his last rotation, obviously before the new expansion, so it's okay, East soon, and Igni soon. It's okay, guys, he'll be gone soon. He'll be able to sleep well soon, it's okay. But let's be honest, he has been a bit of a menace this past year in Shadowverse action, right? Being able to just replace the card in hand, the AoE effect damage, and being able to Evo get his sister out, get the heals going as well. I mean, she herself can bring him out as well. That combo is absolutely insane. But Osav is going to be looking to search. Actually going to use the Examination Hall, the burn one, actually. Won't hit Kyrie, though. Only hit Kasim, which will kind of suck for him. But we'll get Metatron active. Going to have that play point extra going, and a huge tanky ward follower. Metatron, one of the GOATs, I want to say, as well, of rotation recently. And Osav having a great set. But there's a lot of cool Evos here that we can have ready to set up finally. And he's finally going to be able to get that Sweeper Doll combo going.
Oh, this is going to be a nutty turn because he has 3 copies of Robotic Arm.
Oh, so Dancer as well, just added.
Okay, Puppet. I think it'd be... He could possibly just do triple Puppet this turn, I think. And then keep the Servant for next turn, maybe.
I'm wondering if you potentially... Oh, yeah, no, probably hold on to Dance for now and go for these droids and get that Evo count up, because we're already at 3. Again, this is first time for Evo. He's at 3. I remember... Obviously back in the day, right? 3 Evos in the whole game is a number.
Tetra meta, yeah. Yeah, Tetra meta getting to 5, you had to like had to exactly have the mannequin set up with Tetra and stuff, and this turn is just like, oh, how much you have? 7? Turn 5, 6? No, that's okay. That's average.
Looking for that Zeus endgame, you know.
Yeah.
These will always be so much fun. So I go, please bring Zeus back in some sort of Evo way. We'd love to see him back, especially now with the way that Evo is happening with Evo Portal. But yeah, just 4 Evos in one turn, absolutely insane. And going to not only clear the board, he's going to keep a puppet in hand. So he's already got another one, another Assembly Droid Evo ready to go. Has a Dancer there too, Bad B. Won't be too far behind either in case he wants to get that buff going and look towards Gospel even, get a huge amount of draw, a huge amount of heal and buff if he needs it later on. I mean, the card's in hand. Probably not so much, but it's there just in case he does.
Oof. So this turn is actually going to be kind of dicey for him right now to choose from. But he does have a whole lot of options. Let's see which one gives it. What I love a whole lot with players like Osav that I'm looking at right now, that like he seems very methodical, where he just kind of like deliberates a whole lot of permutations, and he just wants to find the best one that allows him to play his turns out efficiently, which is really nice to witness.
And you can see, I mean, there's a lot there to choose as well, right? There's a lot of information in his hand to go through, and yeah, we do have the timer coming up, but remember, on spectate, there's a little bit of an extra delay there, so it might go to 0, but he actually has a couple more seconds to make his decision. Temple 1 comes down, Temple 2 comes down, so just making sure for a fact he's not being touched in this next turn. A huge commitment there to keep this one going. And while V2 gets Shin, yeah, that's pretty cool to see now. He's got a Shin. He did have a Grimnir in hand.
I think we
now
get the
it's
same
like
combo again, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even technically board locking because the assembly droids destroy themselves. Well, at least off this particular Evo effect, right? At the end of the turn, so you can still get what 3 Evos out for free. Sure, you're not doing that damage, but you're pushing that Evo game plan going.
Exactly, because he already did 4 last turn. He can do 3 or 4 this turn by evolving the Servant need be.
Yep. Wow. Okay, setting a Dancer there as well. Just gonna look towards relying on that last words draw, but just gonna be careful, right? Because he's got a full hand. He can't really afford to misplay and overdraw something he really needs there. Gonna go through the couple fusions here. Everybody come rescuer with the puppets and make sure he has that hand space. Will be able to play out an assembly droid, get that dollar effect going, and get those evos we were talking about. I'm gonna maximize the amount of evos here coming through. I believe he'll only be, 1 or 2 off being able to get Shin going, and even getting Bad B going. Is going to go for the buff. His Doll is actually a pretty good target to connect with there, and use robotic arm rescue just to clear out a couple more cards and make sure he's not going to overdraw. That was a fantastic turn from V2, and not even going to board lock himself. I'd say with what he had there to deal with, V2 a fantastic turn.
I love this actually, because he just got off 4 evos here, 3 evos, so now he'll be able to do Shin next turn. So anything that Osav plays out here is going to get cleared out. Doesn't have any draw to follow up with, sadly enough. He doesn't have any Olivias that probably give him an Eva point back to use Babkatha to draw more cards. But we'll see how this one goes here, because he still could get cleared out by Sheep, which will happen by Osav, I think.
It's making me wild.
Ooh, and that's going to hurt him as well, because he's talking about Registrar, he needs that draw, and then the only way he can get that draw is just been banished and taken away from him. And we even highlight the Shin, right? We ought to get him out, but you're looking towards that play point cut down. He's going to use it on? That hand's really not a fantastic hand, right? To really cut costs down, because I'm sure you got 3 robotic arm in hand, but you're not really wanting to play those, right? And might be good for Bad B, but that's about it. So hopefully the top deck again can be harder cards, luck of the draw.
I will say, oh, there we go. That's actually not that bad. There's a Rosa here. Let's see what he decides on putting back with this. I guess he could do a robotic
KO, right?
I think so, yeah, that's for sure.
Although actually, I'm gonna double check how many V2 has in deck, and he chose. Yeah, he did chuck the Mikhail away. Kind of expected, but I think he might have even chucked the robotic arm. Just double checking. Yeah, actually, yeah, he's only got 1. So he definitely chucked that Mikhail away. It's definitely the correct option. and gonna maybe force out maybe a potential fusion or not. That's with that being said, gonna try and draw and see what he gets. Gonna be a Robo Pup, but no amulets to bounce off of. So if he does play that out, you're not gonna get the Evo. You also get the draw, but you won't get the Evo, which might be a little bit forced here. Because, you know, again, V2 doesn't have those Evo points. You said Roger's right, no Olivia. So not going to see any manual play points for a little bit of time. Does have that assembly droid, though, to potentially run in. And it is going to maybe force that Robo-Pup there. So, I guess okay, that would have been cool. And he actually has that combo in hand now to go for it. But as you said, no Evo. The draws there is good, but that was a really hurtful turn there for V2. And Osav's just about ready to get this condemned game plan going.
Right now, he does need to find a way to get something crystallized on the board, but of course, he already has more than one options. I guess he could go Divine if he needs for Jean to enhance, to crystallize the rest of the hand so he can set up for Union for next turn. That might be the option we go for here.
I bring salvation to a weary world. The legend will rise again.
What an eyesore.
Clears, goes for Evo.
Fear not, for I am with you. Clear the way.
It's going to be good for him to clear this board, right? And now be just about ready and set up. I mean, Lightning Bird's there as well. To be able to get, he's got two in hand there, and the Divine Wolf saves. We're going to be able to rotate a fair few of those amulets shortly. Mikhail, the only one in V2's deck, coming on the field now that he was able to return it and give him a bit of healing back. But it's going to be on this Robo Pop, this Evo here, the draw here. What is he going to be able to draw? Still looking for big cards. Sisterly Bonds. It's going to hurt, but he did get the other Robo Pops, so able to go for a second rotation here. Again, he's looking for these Grimneers. He's looking for the Alices at the moment. Maybe even a second Shin if need be. But it's only going to be a Chasm.
Chasm does clear the board.
Another dance.
It's going to trade.
Deep here, bottom 20. Yeah, well, there's Shin number 2.
Okay, so he still needs an Alice and a Grimnir still to round it up. Hasn't found those yet.
We know we saw him put a Grimnir back right towards early in the game. That might have hurt him at time to be here. I mean, that's in hindsight, right? But it would still, and with Sisterly Bonds being used, the artifact going to come down
And
into Chasm. Hopefully, let's see if he gets one of the two needs. There's Grimnir. That's going to be big for him. But now, again, needs at least one more, needs that Alice. Because at the moment, Osav, he's full health. He's plenty healthy right now. And he's going to start this rotation sooner rather than later, I'm thinking.
Okay, it looks like he already found himself an amulet to set up with. Looks like if he'll commit this Union, gets his play points back.
Oh, let's do the number count, right? See how much of this bird damage is going to come through. Reminder, it's 2 at a time. Although
Yeah.
8th is going to come down for that extra search and get the second one out on board. And guys, it's going to be lengthy.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so all of those are going to crystallize. Then they'll get reduced by the Unions. Those will ping. Those will do damage. That's another 4. 4,
Yeah.
4, 2. Actually,
That's going to be it.
Yeah.
That's definitely going to be it, because now he's stuck in the Holy Lightning Bird Flute of Death Call.
And that Alice.
And it's locked him there, and V2 just gets it, but unfortunately, stuck in the loop. Osav, cool, calm, and collected, as you said, Rogers there. Very methodical win against V2, making that 1-0. And we're kind of matching up how it was in the April Cup, very similar to before. Osav did go 2-0 against V2 to take that one away, and V2 now, unfortunately, seeing similar shades here in the August Cup.
Definitely. It does come up to one of the issues that I did mention where Portal can have a really, really explosive opener, and he did happen to have that on the Evo turn. The opening was a bit slower, but then the finish was faltering a little bit because couldn't find the shields or the extra shields on time. The Alice and Grimnir just kind of culminated in issues that he couldn't solve at that point. And now we have the same thing happening to Osav, where he opens with his own Osav, with his own Ariel, Uriel, Alice, and Grimnir himself.
And it's going to be funny now seeing his Evo Portal, right, run into this Mysteria rune. And going to kick things off with one of those Mechwing attendants we talked about before. The Osav's going to tech in here to be able to get that Mystic Artifact, get him some draw, get him a big 2/3 ward as well, can even bounce off a Robopop if he needs to later on. So much utility coming out of this one card, out of another token, and it's Robopop later. That's such a strong card that Osav has brought here. Very smart play. And also seeing Kasim come out, I'd say already Osav, right? He's got the Shin in hand already, he's got the Grimnir and the Alice. They are all there ready to go. Now he just has to get those Evos going, but he's a turn 2 start. I'd say that's almost perfect for this deck.
Yeah, if he had gotten a robotic arm and a sweeper, sweeper puppet, sweeper maid, would have been perfect.
I don't want to make a sweeper joke, but he's sweeping away the competition. I did it once, guys. There you go. You can take that. We're not going to do it again. All right, that's it. That's our one-time only sweeper pun that we're allowed to do.
Now you get a you get a nice.
A deep sigh.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway, V2 looking to find what he can with the Mysterium Rune. I mean, the Arcade Institution looking good to maybe get the teacher or not. Okay.
Passes. I guess he wants to Freya next turn. Freya into Arcane.
And maybe even hold Arcane for Sorcery. I'm thinking even as well, maybe just making sure he has that one cost in hand. So holding on. I mean, we'll have to wait and see if it does pay off for him, as Osav will get a bit extra damage and gets a second Shin, which is huge for him. Freya finds Mysteria, which is really cool to see. Dreams of Adventure as well. We'll get in that hill draw, very, very strong. And I thought you from V2 there, not too bad of a turn actually, be able to get some good rotation, mainly because he did get that Mysteria draw, which is going to be big for him turn 5.
That's for sure, because all of the spells he has currently in his hand are all 1 play point, so those being converted into 0 cost is going to allow his Anangrea to just completely take over if left unchecked.
Many are charmed by what they cannot
Problem is though,
handle.
we're seeing Osav's hand, right? Just seeing all these Evos, all this like, I guess the game plan is there. They are rocked up, they are ready to go. So much so that we just no signal the game. That's how powerful it is right now. And you're seeing, again, it's in this rotation off that one ward, and that's what we're talking about. That one cost follower at the start of the game, getting McWing down, has translated to turn 4, multiple Evos, great draw, a almost perfect hand, arguably perfect hand coming out here for Osav. It's lucky that V2 has the Anangrea, able to go for the Evo now for Sorcery, follow up Mysteria next turn, and really cut the cost of the Sorcery, because he needs to be perfect rotation on this Mysteria deck right now if he's got any chance on winning.
Oh, it looks like the top deck Uriel here does not help his kids, but a Rosa can always send it back, which isn't too bad. I think we need to go for Alice here to try clear this. I think this is our best option, because then it'd be Alice, trade attack, play dancers.
Yeah, because we know that the Roses are going to help, and that's 7 health. and ignoring the big 7 damage part as well, but the 7 health, right, very, very tanky follower. And I know I've had a chat with quite a few of the pro guys in the past about it, that definitely this Anangrea card is definitely up there for maybe one of the best cards I've seen printed, right? You think of the cost of it, the stat lines, the AoE damage, the healing, you know, all of these awesome effects and that you get out of this one card is super powerful for this Mysteria deck. And Osav, yeah, he's going to go for that. Alice is going to force to offer the Evo. And yeah, it's still going to get Evos going forward, which is good for him. But he's going to force some of his cards to run through. But he could go for a Freya here, actually, having that Evo point advantage. And that's going to give him that extra play point to go for some more rotations and Evos.
He could have also like played Rosa, Evo Rosa to get a Kasim out, which also could have been nice as well. But I guess he didn't really have too much time, and he just wants to go to cycle and keep his board low. Because then he would also leave his board up, so that if Vito is down on Mystery and follows to attack into it, he only has a 3/5 now, so he doesn't have too much to clear with.
You can see Osav is maybe a little bit miffed about the end of that turn there. He's a bit and ahhing after that one, but you got to work what you got. And he's going to
Yep.
go forward. Mysteria being dropped at the main card, not the deck, obviously. And sometimes it gets a little bit confusing. And sometimes, and this is what we said, right, as you mentioned before, Rogers, right, all these one-cost spells just becoming 0. Even Magic Missile just dropping to 1. And this is about to be a huge rotation of spells and dropping the cost of that Majestic Sorcery.
Oh, definitely the case. I think we could possibly cycle this Mystic Missile, maybe? This Magic Missile into face. Has the barrier, sadly that can't really get him anything, but he can play the Craig here, which does allow him to play Let's Party.
A chant is nothing without precision.
Just hoping that his draws as well are going to be strong, because it's now that he's good, he's got these rotations, but he also needs to put out that Mysteria death pile, right, to make sure that sorcery is even going to be an option after all. Going to get the board clear. Let's, you know, the Let's Feast is potentially an option. I'd be surprised if he plays Party. I mean, he does need to play it to search for Mysteria follow, but he also needs it for the full round buff, right, to get that OTK. So going to go Feast in style, run it down all the way to the end of the timer. And I'd say pretty good rotation. He's cut the sorcery down to 8 off of that as well from 20, which is huge. But Osav now is going to have that opportunity. I mean, those shins are blinking. I believe he might be a couple off, though, the Big 10 count.
Correct. I think he's only at like 4 or 5 at the moment.
On prevailing wings, by condemnation's blade.
I'll terminate
So we can Olivia.
May differ. Praise be.
Pings for 3. They gotta draw a card. Put Sister into Spinaria. Allows him to Robo. I think that's his last one, or one before last.
Yeah, it's getting very, very close now. I think if we can click onto the Shin, it'll actually tell us the evolve count. We might want to find out for you guys in a short moment. But it's definitely like, it's only 1 or 2 off at this point. Definitely very, very close here. And again, we're talking about how close these matches are here, Rogers. This one's about to be that, again, both players are on, like, basically on their winning point. Osav is just back at the Shins. Right, I mean, unfortunately Alice now, but he still has the Grimnir. But V2 has just set up his little barrier. Majestic Sorcery is going to be ready. The pile he needs there is ready to go. He just needs to clear this board and hold on just an extra turn or 2 longer, and he can force us to a 1-1 situation.
That's for sure. Right now he is in a situation where he needs to think of how he wants to go about this. I guess evoing Rosa here gives him... Because right now he's at 7, because Grimnir is blinking for sure, but whether or not he's at 7 or 8. So if he goes, evolves Rosa, that puts him to 8. Shin 9, Shin 10. Then he can play Grimnir next turn, but then if he happens to top deck another form of Anangrea for next turn, he'll be able to out-heal the burst damage he just did to him. So this is a bit dicey.
He's going to go for it here, though. And get that Shin, double Shin, Evo. I mean, maybe he's happy to try and match that full board. I mean, a lot of those guys, I believe also does 5 damage over right to the board. So 3 followers, 2 of those with Ward, are still going to be up, and it forces VT down to only 2 HP. However, Sorcery's ready. You got 2 different exchange parties there as well that are fairly low. So does V2 have enough here? I believe it might just be a couple off. It's one or the other. Because he's definitely, I know for a fact he's got that stack. The stack is ready. The followers are coming out. It's just, are the numbers going to be enough of the board here? You see there's 1-1 comes out. Exchange Party comes in because the Craig comes through. And that's, yeah, that will definitely be enough. Luckily holding on to the double Exchange Party. V2 is going to force our second quarterfinals 1-1. And go to our final round, matching our second quarterfinal here. And already, V2 getting a little bit of revenge, right? Because last time,
he's shaking his
it was
head
an
in
07
disbelief
2-0.
himself. He's like, oh my God. It was an oh my God situation there just now. It's like, oh my. It's like, whoa, he was completely on the back foot for most of it as well, because he didn't find the correct spells on time. But Osav's opener with the Uriel Alice Grimnir was a bit of a tough one, and still seeing that even with how off his hand was, him still being able to make it work and still coming this close was wild to watch for sure.
And now we get ourselves the Evo Portal versus Evo Portal Mirror. here between Osav and V2, and both hands are looking good. We're talking about perfect hands. That Osav one for the first couple turns is absolutely brilliant. I guess because she doesn't have on V2 side, right, who has the Shin, has the Sweeper Doll, right? This is the point where you wish you start with more than 3 cards, right? Because, Mulligan, but holds the doll anyway and finds Dancer. So I'd say Osav start game for sure is definitely got a better hand to start with. But overall, they're both pretty powerful.
Oh, but this sister's hand, double sister's hand from V2 is wild. Because right now we can do next turn. So Osav probably has to trade his, or he could try pop to clear, to draw, to just give him a draw instead of like leaving it up. Because if he lets the, okay, thankfully. Because if he left it up, then it would turn into a pop, and then he goes sister's pop, which gives him a free Evo.
By what they cannot have.
So I really like this play a whole lot. Mystic, that's going to be up. Is there any way to clear that right now? I don't think yet.
No, there won't be. Yeah, and you can't do the Evo for Robotic Arms until you're able to actually Evo in game. So one turn away from being able to clear, and again, it's just showing that power again of the ward coming out, of Mechwing Attendant. I'm not gonna lie, we're talking about maybe throwing some cards out, building some decks ourselves that we see here today. I'm definitely thinking about chucking this Mechwing Attendant into my Evo Portal deck because it is doing work. Because yeah, sure, Osav did lose that last match in the Rune one, but it was borderline close, and that rotation he had was fantastic.
Okay, so this turn is actually going to be super, super explosive. So what he can do here is either go face or attack Freya, or hit into Rosa if he wants to. He can play Sweeper into Robo if he wants to after. So then he keeps on getting draw cards. Could also play Kasim, that also can clear up most of the units as well to put back in Alice, but he can also keep the Alice with a bit of draw. So it's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, a couple options, right? But it's a key one that he needs to try and watch out for and worry about. The robot rotation's happening, so the Evos have started with Dancer. Getting about to get the full clear, and again, that hand is looking pretty good. I mean, double Alice, that's not too bad. Able to throw one out like he did last time, be able to keep one in hand, but V2 just found Shin 2. So at the moment, a mixture over both sides of key cards in both, but I've got myself looking for a Shin, V2 looking for that Alice here, V2 looking for his first Evos now.
Let's see. Spinaria.
Oh, he's got a manual Eva, I guess.
Okay. This is to get Pup, so that he can go Sister's Pup, or Sweeper Sister's Pup.
Yeah, definitely thinking Sweeper to not come out.
No.
Okay. So definitely thought for sure that we would have seen Sweeper come out there. I mean, especially if you're going to double Robo Pop. Luckily, off of that triple Robo Pop off the top. Unfortunately, unable, one play point off being able to do that, but does clear the board, which is cool to see, and kind of leaves that open. But yeah, I'm wondering if that's maybe a tiny bit of a misplay not having the Sweeper Doll come out there, because as you said that, Rogers, there's a couple puppets there that for free he does miss out on.
I guess they want to do it so that they don't have anything to trade into, so they could try lock their board out. But I feel that I feel like you're still losing out too much value, or they're trying to avoid overdrawing, because sometimes you can have moments in Portal that you'll have in Evo Portal, you'll have like 4 to 5 extra cards in hand.
Yeah,
That are not any units really, that are androids and puppets, and you can't really commit them to the board because they're just locked out, right? So I guess you're just trying to avoid that.
Yeah, it could potentially be an option, but I mean, he did have the fusion available for Robotic Arms, and you can fuse more than one card, so that is also an option. So yeah, a little bit weird. There's got to be something he knows that we don't know.
Exactly,
sure,
some sauce.
100%. There's some sort of sauce, some sort of tech that we are missing here. But at the moment, to us at the moment, looks like a misplay. Twitch chats were right now being like, "You idiots! This is the
Yeah.
reason why." It's like a six line long paragraph on why
diagram.
you should have held on. Yeah,
A
get
mirror match
linked
diagram or
afterwards.
something. Mm.
Yeah, hit us up on Twitter at Trickster SV with a diagram what's happening. Let us know why we got that wrong. But he's actually holding it now, and to be fair, he didn't do it this turn. Last turn, could do it this turn. You know, the option isn't always going to be there every turn from being able to Evo now, and he's going to start that rotation coming through, and even using the manual Evo onto Sweeper Doll to come through. So we're going to use that to clear the Freya, to clear the opposing Sweeper Doll, and maybe we hovered Robopop for a minute there. That's definitely not
What you
the
want to do
option.
right
Excuse me there, yeah. Unless he's trying to find something in particular. There's going to be the assembly droid Evo there, of course, the fusion off Puppet. And now that Shin's starting to hover, so what? Well, we're getting, what, about 5-6 Evos now on V2 side. Osav's, I believe, about the same. And it's even actually going to burn out the doll for that 1-1 Robopop. Very interesting to see that. So V2 is definitely digging deep, trying to find an Alice, trying to find a Grimnir. And I'm certain that Osav has definitely recognized, and he pulls the Shin off the top. What a top deck there for Osav. You can see the little cheer that he did there coming through. Osav is potentially looking to wrap this game up in a couple turns.
Yeah, because right now what he can do, he can save the Alices for next turn, because those can be used to, because one Alice gets you 5 play points back for playing it for 4, and then that can still turn into a Shin if need be. So right now he is currently on 7. This is 8.
So we join in
Machina
hand, will be
follows
9. Yep. And then could even potentially chuck an Alice now if you wanted, right? And make that 10. So there you go. That's the big 10 coming through right now. He's going to be able to run all these into face and follow that up with another Shin here. This is going to be huge coming out at the moment.
This is good.
Yep. You can see the cheer. There's the Evo. He had exactly the 6 turn KO, and Osav with the followers there to wrap this up. We said that starting hand was absolutely insane. That tech he's got coming in. You guys will be running that Mech Wing attendant coming through, because now Osav, well, V2's down to 3. Short bit of healing is going to come out, but Osav, he's got that Alice already in hand. He's got double Kasim as well if he needs it for that annoying ping coming through. V2 now has to try and find a way to clear this board, let alone win the game. There's a lot of options he has, a lot of Evos coming through. He's actually going to fuse out there and get an assembly droid, but I wonder if he's got an option, because to be fair, the difference here, V2 does have double Shin in hand as opposed to the singular Osav Shin.
But Osav does have an Alice to draw him into another Shin, and he still does have robotic arms, so he just needs to draw into a Grimnir for him to close out this game.
Literally top deck. Right?
Yeah.
Pull Grimnir, bang, win. There you go. Definitely not put there on purpose. V2 though, great clear with Olivia, making sure to get that out and get that damage through. He's gonna force Shin down, but it's only on. It's gonna go to 8 Evos now. He's only doing that just to hold on and survive for the moment. Great wards coming up, but Mikhail's gonna come out here. Rosa, even just gonna drop robotic arms now. This is gonna be huge. He's dropping these big followers to end the game. There's Grimnir as well, off the top through the Alice there. So even if he wants to just go style points and drop him down, Sonar fires Osav. Moving on to the semi-finals, Zarsh's V2, unfortunate for him again, falls to Osav. 2 for 2 now this season here coming in, guys. But again, what a series. This is what we're talking about. 2 of the very best going at it.
Definitely, and we could probably also chalk it up to the fact that the management of the Sweeper doll was very important in this matchup, and getting the evolve early, like playing it earlier bit with your stages of evolution, might have been able to help him. V2 been able to help him to get the double Shin active a whole lot sooner, and him missing that line and passing the turn on one of the turns probably might have been costing him that game.
Yeah, I mean, we did highlight that. Was that a potential misplay? Did he realize coming through? That's really going to be tough for VT there, because we said, right, he already lost the 07 finals back in April. We know the top 8 last month, he just missed out losing to Noir, and similar situations again. It seems that VT can't catch a break. He keeps getting put up against the top players, but at least he knows, right? Last time 07 won, this could potentially mean 07 could win again, going off of past statistics. We'll have to wait and see. But after our first half of the quarterfinals, if you are just joining us, Zero did go 2-1 against Dawn Breakers Nautilus, who they, of course, our February Cup champion back earlier this year, beating him there. And of course, their OSAV going 2-1 there. We'll get that fixed up for you guys in just a short moment against Disastrous V2. So Zero versus OSAV is going to be an interesting semi-final one. We know Zero's bringing that fancy sword deck coming through, and OSAV as well having the Condemned Haven, 2 different spicier decks that are cool to see. But we do have our second half of quarterfinals after short break, guys. It'll be SVO Rudra against Twilight Knight's Rag, and that'll be followed up by Disastrous Zones. I know there's a lot of guys in the Twitch chat excited for that one against Azuru there as well, that you guys have coming up. We'll be back very soon, guys. After short break, you'll be joined by Trickster and Rogers here for the third quarterfinal, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back afterwards with some more explosive action. The Shadowverse Open August Cup for the West region.
Twilight reigns. Day wars with night. Thus it has been from time immemorial. At the end of their trials, bearers of light come to know their fate and face it head-on. With wills sharp as blades, they stand against the darkness. Drawn to their imperial valor, fledgling heroes will come together and become the guiding light for all those who abide in hope. And Aeon the Lost Lambs will follow in their shepherd's wake. For they all know that at grueling journey's end, a bright future awaits them. And the time for swords will be no more. Bearers of darkness sneer at light's folly, and with baleful claws seek to rend the world asunder. As the ages pass, the battle rages on, giving birth to new heroes who forge their own legends. Heroes of Rivenbrand. What legend shall you forge?
Spring is a season of growth, when budding mages let their talents bloom. Start your academic journey. Look, just read the pamphlet yourselves. Here, someone else talk.
Sure! Leave it to us!
And us as in...
Aw, come on, Greya. It'll be fun! You're gonna love the Academy!
It's a new term at a new place with new people.
And a bunch of new friends!
Things may not always go to plan, but...
The little challenges lead to big adventures. So be brave, and let your talents shine! Right? Back to you, Professor!
Yeah, thanks. Like they said, you'll meet a lot of new people. However, they're not all going to be friendly. That's not your problem. If you need help, leave it to me. I won't let anything touch my students. Academy of Ages. Time for a lesson.
And we're back. Man, while I was gone, I was getting a lot of pings on my Twitter. I don't know if the viewers who have been here longer would know, but all these like diagrams about whether I should play RoboPup or Sweeper Doll or something. I was getting pretty confused. I think they were trying to tell me though there was 3 play points left, I guess, and in order to play Spinarier's Artifact and 2 RoboPups, there wasn't room, I guess, for the Sweeper Doll or something, but who knows? I don't know if you know what's going on there, Mr. Rogers.
I will not confirm or deny such allegations being placed. I do not want to say anything without my lawyer present.
All right, fair enough. But regardless, that was the last great game. I was peeking in at it, and wow. Sorry, V2, but I guess Osov, the second time, taking him out on stream. This time, though, 1 win for V2, so maybe the next time, the third time they face, it'll go from 0 wins to 1 to 2. Maybe it's going to happen. I don't know.
Hey, only forward, forward, never backward. That's the best you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great watching, though. I really enjoyed seeing V2 have the patience to hold his targeted draw for the Mysteria followers. You really need to get 3 of the Mysteria followers in that deck, because if you get 3, you either don't have the one that draws the Mysteria, or you have it and you get to 4th one. And so I saw him really waiting to draw his first Mysteria follower so that he had the highest odds of doing it, and then he put down the Freya and things and was able to hold on to the Mysteria party to be able to buff his followers and eventually win. So yeah, really rewarded for that patience, but still not enough for Osov, having an incredible run with that Portal deck in the mirror, coming down to the mirror with Evo Portal. But yeah, great showing from both players, and we're going to be moving on to some more players. What are you looking forward to in our next match, Mr. Rogers?
Right now, we are going to be looking at Shadowverse Rudra versus TK Rag, both new blood in this competitive scene. Rudra has a little bit more competitive experience currently. Right now, this is still his first SVO top 8, just like with Rag as well. Both of their SVO tops are relatively there. Right now, we'll be seeing Rudra going to be bringing actually a pretty interesting list that we're going to cover in a second. You're probably going to be helping me out with that one. So first things first, we'll be taking a look at this list here.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at Ryudra's list, it's the chess rune. We've seen it a lot today. Definitely popular in the West. I'm a little surprised. Just for those of you who maybe haven't been too familiar with the deck, you want to play 8 pawns just like the game it's named after. And once 8 of them have come into play, you have your Mystic King, and if 8 have left play, it'll start to be decreased in cost. So it's 5 at a time. Eventually, you can get it to cost, it costs 8, which leaves it at 5, and then you can go all the way down to 0 play points. You play this, and then now all of those weak pawns from before, they'll get +1/+1 in Storm, so you can end up doing a lot of damage to your opponent to win the game. It's 12 damage with just this card, but there's all sorts of tech in here that you'll see, like Odin, where you can get rid of those pawns to be able to play more followers. or even just transform your own followers to trade so that you can play more storm followers as well. So a lot of times this Mystic King that looks like 12 damage, you're going to be getting it for free and having all the follow-up to actually do 20 damage in a turn. So that's going to sit really well in a lot of matchups that we'll see later today.
That's definitely the case, and it's also one of the cool, very versatile archetypes that we've seen in this meta, because before some of the other lists used to run stuff like Olivia and Babkatha before, since they used to use a little bit of an evolve package, since Mystic Queen does have a other flip ability when she's evolved, being able to get you a spell off of her evolve, which gives you a magical strategy. But now a lot of them are focusing more on Fallen Shot, a lot on the Odin, Advent of Ragnarok, and the winged inversion. They're trying to clear your board as quickly as they possibly can so they can get rid of all the threats while playing their pawns down and making sure to keep the damage really, really low until they get to their Mystic King, which is a really cool strategy.
I definitely like to consider how decks change when the meta changes, and yeah, Mystic Queen here at 3 copies. Often we've seen players cut it to 0, but I guess now with like the boards being so full, maybe you really need those followers to trade from her. Or maybe there's just not enough good draw that people feel like they need to put it back in the deck. But not the only deck that Rudra's running. Let's jump into the next one and see what he's bringing. Pulling it up here, it's going to be Crystallized Haven. 5 players on this deck today. Definitely a strong performing deck, and also maybe some ban bait as well. We see here a pretty standard list: 2 Divine Wolves, 3 Bejeweled Shrine, 3 of the Examination Hall, and 2 Jean. So not a lot of deviation here, but just a strong deck overall. Main point, really trying to get that 5 crystallized early so your other cards get so strong. What are some of your favorites in this deck that you want to share about, Mr. Rogers?
I think one of the new cards from Heroes of Riverbrand is going to be John World Walker. John being able to get a whole lot of pressure stopped from your opponent, going for their lethal strategies does give you a way of being able to set up lethal for yourself on the following turn. And then we also have the Skull Feign and the Holy Lightning Bird combo, which is one of the biggest things that does allow it to be able to trim your opponent's board down while also drawing you extra cards and also getting you an extra advantage in very aggressive matchups. I really like both of those a whole lot.
Yeah, and another card too, Azurite Maiden, slipping into the deck, also benefiting it quite a bit. It's a 1-cost 1/2 with Ward, so you can get a little bit of defense, but after you have hit your 5 crystallized count, you're going to restore 3 defense to your leader and draw a card. Pretty insane for being a 1-drop, and it works perfectly with Chirpy and your other 2 attack or less follower interactions, where you can give this Storm in the late game and go face. And we saw how powerful that was earlier with the Jean. When Jean come down, it's just an incredible amount of damage because this gets evolved. So once it gets Storm, and if you have like a Shrine on the board, that can be doing 4 damage on 1 play point. So yeah, definitely a strong addition to the deck, both defensively and offensively.
Definitely. And of course, you also have Astolfo Lunar Paladin being able to trim out the board, and you also have Garuda Winged Radiance being able to draw a little bit of extra cards, and more or less it just goes for the cycling a whole lot through your deck with Emerald Maiden. You're just trying to get through and dig into your Jean turn as quickly as you possibly can, and trying to find your Skull Feign to temper out your opponent with the Lightning Bird, which is just makes this deck such an efficient stock list. Very little variations we've seen. The only thing we probably saw was, what was it again? I think,
oh yeah, like +1 plus or -1 Shrine and Examination Hall, and like the Divine Wolves, just between those little bit. But
yeah, exactly, that's it.
yeah, but the third deck Rudra has is the other most popular deck, so 5 on Crystallize, but 5 on Evo Portal as well. So pulling up the Evo Portal deck, we just saw a mirror, so it's pretty fresh in our mind. Maybe I want to take a second more to talk about where Evo Portal sits in the meta than about some of the specific card choices. I definitely think today, like, I'm seeing our players have kind of 2 strategies. You know, is a lot of people want to target Evo Portal because the game can go late, and Evo Portal will not be able to win until around like 7 or 8. So I think a lot of these chess players are trying to run their decks into Evo Portal because then they think they can like undercut it. But Evo Portal has like this incredible late game, so if the game can go long, they'll be super dominant. So maybe if you're like a a control deck, you're going to have to ban the Evo Portal, which is, I think, what we're going to have to see from Rag, because Rag's bringing this Illuvia Haven deck. So we can switch this over to the Evo Portal now, but Illuvia Haven actually has a pretty bad matchup into Evo Portal, where Evo Portal can clear their ambush followers and deal 20 damage in one turn in the late game, and so going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I don't know if Ryuja's even going to have the Evo Portal make it through the gate.
It really depends on how the ban goes out, because one of the caveats of also playing Evo Portal, I think we reiterated earlier, is sometimes you can have hands like Vita earlier, where you just don't really have a whole lot of pieces going for you, and especially if you're going first, you're not evolving first, and you need to hit pup into pup or sisters into pup to be able to get the initial evos going, especially with pivoting the sweeper dolls, so then you get the puppets into your hand that you could use as fodder later with mechanized the robotic arm, which is a very important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we have it up now, the Portal deck. You can see it. Definitely a consistent deck, and I think that's why a lot of players are seeing it. We were talking about like what can go wrong and what can't go wrong just now, but one of the reasons I say it's consistent is the one Michael. I like that a lot because you can put it back with Kasim. It's like you only have one and you never really have to worry about drawing it unless you play like double Kasim and Rosa early and then draw it like right after. Like there's only a very small window where you can draw this where you won't be able to put it back. So I think that's one thing at least it has going over some of the decks like Shadow, where you could draw 2 copies and just have to actually deal with them.
Exactly. I really agree with that as well. And there's moments where you kind of don't want really send back your Grims or your Alices or anything like that. And Mikhail does give you a way of being able to send back a brick, to say. Like, you just want to keep the rest of the things. Actually, you kind of sometimes want to play Grimnir on 4, even if you don't have the evos up, to clear some of your to clear some ambush followers, or to put a war up if you're being aggroed really aggressively in the early game. It does give you a way of being able to choose a unit to just send back for free.
Yeah, and all these points are true, but we've done a lot of talking about Ryudra. He's not the only person going to be playing in this next match. Rag is here as well, and let's jump into the 3 decks that are being brought, because this isn't a mirror match lineup. There's going to be some interesting differences here that we'd like to highlight. So when we flip it over, we're going to see that Rag, he actually has the Heal Haven deck, and he has the Shadow deck as well, and so if you didn't notice, Shadow wasn't present in Ryudra's list. So one of the top decks, only Rag is bringing it here. And possibly, yeah, going to make the difference. We see it's pretty similar to what we've seen. Got the 3 Patchwork Pup. I guess the only Shadow 1-drops have to be some form of a pup or something. But then we got the Cerberus as well with her dogs. So a lot of dogs for aggression in the early game. What else is standing out to you in this list?
I think Baz had stated it earlier, was the fact that Cerberuses have been added more to this list to give the Lost Word some more life to it with Patchwork Pup, since people are starting to lower down on the spell count, since it used to be around like 25 followers and maybe about 15-16 spells. Is trying to put it more lower to the ground, trying to get out the gate a little bit earlier, trying to trade out some minions that trying to trade out some followers that can oftentimes be very sticky on the board, which is one of the things that allows Cerberus to get your Coco and Mimi to hand, that allows you to just keep on the tempo going on, which is really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is like a deck that I'm wondering if it might end up eating the ban. Ryudra, I feel like looking at the decks he brought, I feel like they're pretty good into Evo Portal and want to maybe take out those slower decks, but Chess maybe not as good into Shadow, so we'll see. A little bit more 50-50 might take this one out. Let's jump into Rag's second deck though and see what's going to complement this Shadow deck. And it is that Haven deck. We've been hinting that it was on its way. Heal Haven, it does still run some of the tools like Jean, but none of the crystallized package. A lot of a different strategy. For anyone who hasn't seen this deck, you get the bonus with Illuvia. Some people even refer to this as Illuvia Haven, where when you evolve it, so at the end of your turn it will restore 1 defense to your leaders, we're seeing here, but when you evolve it, it gives you a leader effect that every time your leader's defense is restored, you're going to be buffing up all of your followers by +1/+1. And in a deck where almost every card heals your leader, you're going to be getting a lot of buffs. And so you'll be able to take Storm followers or ambush followers and get them so high that you can kill your opponent in one turn. So looking at some of the typical enemies you'll see, Agent of the Commandments, that's one of your best ways to kill your opponent early. As you can see here, gain ambush until the end of your opponent's turn. If you play this on like turn 5 after you've already evolved your Alluvia, on turn 6 you have all of your play points to heal, and you can buff 1 copy or 2 copies of this up and take out your opponent in one go with like the perfect hand.
That can be very scary for a whole bunch of different archetypes, so I will be interested to see how Rudra is going to be able to handle this matchup.
Yeah, and let's pull up the third deck. The other one that's going to be going with these is Evo Portal again. So very popular deck, one of the 5 players bringing it. We've seen it a lot. Now I'm just wondering kind of how these bans are going to go. We see Heal Haven, Shadow, and Evo Portal, but then on the other side, a totally different strategy. No Shadow, but bringing Chest and Amulet Haven instead to go with the Evo Portal. Here we've got Alice, one of the strong cards. We've seen this in a lot of decks. Mr. Rogers, let you kind of explain some of the benefits of this and why it works so perfectly in this deck.
Having cards like Blooming Dancer, having cards like Sweeping Doll. I'm in love with this card, by the way. Alice being able to benefit a whole lot off of the self-evo effects or the manual evo effects allows her to accrue a whole lot of advantage. And having a 4 play point unit being able to self-evolve and draw a card and give you back play points is so much icing on your cake. You might have a toothache later. It is so good and almost auto-include in almost any evolve strategy. It has been a spectacular release card.
Too much icing on your cake, it might be too thick later. You know, I feel like in Shadowverse, none of us ever complain about anything being too thick, if you know what I mean. But moving on, I see Grimnir here. So that's a good card too. Deal 2 damage to 2 random enemy followers though, and the enemy leader. But if an allied followers have evolved, seeing the theme here, it'll deal 5 damage instead. So yeah, another good card to pair with Alice, dealing 5 each. Enough, if you have enough of those, you can take out your opponent in one turn.
Definitely. Double Grimnir, double Shion into Grimnir is one of the bread and butter combos of this deck. The B&B, as some people would say. It's really good.
Alright, so that's the last deck. Thinking about the bans, I'm definitely feeling like there's going to be a difference in strategy. I'm feeling pretty confident here that Ryuja wants to be running into Evo Portal, but on the other hand, Rag, I think he might be pretty afraid of it, so I wouldn't be surprised if Rag even bans the Evo Portal, or talking to him in the past, he said the other thing he might be afraid of is Chess, and so it's kind of awkward. Both of those are in the opponent's lineup, so if not the Evo Portal, maybe it's going to be the Chess, because both of them have a way to deal with his Alluvia that he might want to protect, but on the other side, I don't know, for Ryudra, some of these, I feel like most other people haven't wanted to ban the Portal today. We've seen a lot of mirrors. Usually it gets left up, and this Haven deck kind of off meta. Maybe you're not that afraid of it. It's not supposed to be very proven. So maybe you just take out the Shadow, the best deck. What do you think about that?
I can agree with you with most of it. I feel like Chess Rune is the most explosive out of Evo and Rune. Chess Rune. I feel like Chess Rune is probably the most explosive out of both of them. It can hit like a whole lot harder way sooner sometimes than Portal. It doesn't need to hit certain victory conditions that Portal does need to, and there's moments where Portal does end up losing to itself sometimes. So I think it's fine to leave open into what the rest of your pool is, and of course it's also running stuff like Odin, Angelic Blow, and Winged Inversion, which just convert most of your play point units into angels, which can oftentimes mitigate your strategy, which can hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. And it sounds like the bans are ready. Honestly, just hoping Alluvia makes it through so we can see it on stream. Oh, but it is banned out. Oh, so Rag losing the Haven, not the Shadow. We don't get to see Alluvia. Rudra is scared of it, but the Chest, you were right. That explosive deck getting taken out too. And in the past, when I was messaging Rag, he said he was afraid of Haven having to face Portal, but maybe he got the better side of the bans here because his Haven was banned out, so he could leave up the Portal, and he doesn't even have to worry about that matchup, which we'll be jumping into now.
Definitely. So as we saw before, it's like Like, sure, Haven, Crystallized Haven is like pretty established deck, and it's relatively strong. It can still have moments where if you don't see Skullfane, it's a bad time. And then leaving a Portal
Yeah.
and Haven, their victory conditions needs 2 to 3 card combination of cards, which can hurt sometimes if you don't see them.
Oh, speaking of Skullfane, though, it is in Ryudra's hand. For anyone just tuning in, this is our third quarterfinal match. We've got SV Ryudra on top. We're from the viewpoint of TK Rag. It's going to be that Ghost Shadow versus Haven. At the beginning of the expansion, I feel like Ghost Shadow was considered the best deck, and Haven was like in second or third, but now it's been reverted. We'll see how it plays out here.
Yeah, definitely, because I feel with Haven, they have a whole lot of control pieces that Ghost can't really interact with that much, and most of the time when Haven pops off or their pop-off turns, Ghost can't really interact with that either, so it's it's tough for them to deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at these hands too, though, they are quite good. Ryudra getting some good early drops, gonna be able to pop 2 of these amulets with Skullfane next turn and refill the hand. That's gonna be nice, but Shadow having the 1-2-3. Also, having Cerberus second is like the ideal situation because you'll be able to evolve on 4 and have the 5-cost Cerberus to follow that up and be able to get a 0-cost Masquerade and just have a bigger board. So both of our players sitting in a pretty good position. Playing this turn perfectly for Ryudra, popping the Wolves first so that there's still an amulet in play, then choosing to draw even before trading. Wow.
I love this. I like drawing first here to see what options they can go with first, and whether or not it's worth it to do a trade or to leave the unit up, and then they can decide what their turns are going to look like next turn. I really like it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rag getting the Ghastly Banishment. The early game secured, the late game secured. Going second, though, might mean there could be a Jean board in the face around 7, but we'll see. The Jean's not in hand for Ryudra yet, so it's not something to worry about.
Yeah, the Skullfin is going to allow him to consistently draw some cards here, though, going into the later stages of the game. So this is going to be a really good way for him to keep up with whatever Rag is going to be doing this whole entire match.
Yeah, and very good to have that Orchid's Examination Hall in hand here, because if Lucius is left up against Haven, he has an evolve effect where depending on what your leader is, the enemy leader is, you'll get a different bonus. And against Haven, that's 4 damage. So really key clearing that out here. It would have been 5 damage from Lucius and 4 from the evolve effect. So preventing 9 damage with 1 card. Rudra definitely happy to have an answer in hand just there.
Alright, so looks like he ended up picking up Bejeweled here. So that's something that could be coming down next turn. What do you do in this situation here going in?
Yeah, now that the Lucius is dead, you can't evolve that, so you're pretty sad. We have seen one of our players in the past play Ghost Ship here, and then they hope to leave it up so that if it dies, the ghost will spawn and still be around for Masquerade to get turned into Gargantuan Ghost. So it looks like we're going to see that same play again. Lucky for Rag, in the past, people have been running some banishment to get rid of the Ghost Ship, but without any of that in Ryudra's deck, he's going to have to work a lot harder to clear this ship or just annoy it completely if he doesn't think that he can deal with the ghost that would be spawned.
Psyche's going to be drawing some cards here, see what you can dig into. Nothing that can clear this and the following ghosts that come out of it.
Yeah, and it looks like the Wingy's not active. Maybe if you play one more Accelerate, it could be, and you could get like a bunch of your followers to have Storm to trade, but that's not a very strong play. You want to usually save those to go face, so maybe we'll just see this ship get ignored completely here. Still, though, a good spot for Rag, because at that point, if it dies, the ghost will be coming back after a Masquerade the following turn anyway, so yeah, definitely put Rudra in an awkward position. Not a ton of follow-up either, missing some of the key cards like Jean and Diamond Master. There will be a Skullfane, but without Diamond Master, there won't be a way to give that Storm to be able to finish out the game, so maybe we'll just see Rudra keep trying to draw a little bit and find some of those key pieces to finish this out.
He could... Yeah, you're definitely correct here. I guess he could try to play Wolves, take the 3 next turn, and then eat Masquerade next turn, try to clear it, and then try clear the wolves. We'll see how he does this. Interesting.
Yeah. Seeing all of the jesters come out, Ryudra may be realizing he's missing some storm, and so he's going to try and pair those instead with his Skullfang in the future to try and finish out the game. A respectable decision. All these ghosts, though, that's going to be a lot of 4/4s at the end of the turn. Even the Evo here, going to be 10 damage halfway for Rag. And when the Masquerade comes back next turn, might be able to finish the job.
Oh, that's definitely
Skullfang. Yeah, Skullfang might have to come out if there's any way to deal with this.
Agreed. That's probably one of his only other ways that he's able to deal with his board right now.
Yeah, even like the most defensive could possibly be playing Orchid's Examination Hall for 3 healing. Then when you play your Skullfang, you'll get like 7 more. A little bit overkill, but at that point you're at 20. Otherwise, though, you could play it for the draw version and only get 2 healing. Still getting 6 more is respectable and just being at 17. Even though hovering the Divine Wolves for a second, but interesting.
Does have a Stolfo here in the hand. Does allow him to do a bit of burn damage. Still can play Skullfang if need be after, but that doesn't really help him too much. Does look like he's going to go with your plan.
Yeah, choosing for a little less healing but 2 draws. Not a bad option when you haven't secured John yet. And this will be a lot of storm damage face. And Diamond Master's nice with Wingy. The follow-up for Ryudra is in hand now. 5 damage to the face, 3 damage to the face. There's been a big swing. What's Rag gonna do to respond?
Let's see. Does not have enough yet to play Ghastly, so he'll have to wait for a turn. He does end up healing here to 10. He does have Cerberus now active. Both of them are now ready to go.
Cerberus a great way to clear some of these followers while also pushing a little bit of damage and healing yourself. But another option is the Lucius. 4 damage to face is going to help possibly set up a Ghastly lethal the next turn. But is he ready for that Diamond Master and Wingy combo from Ryudra?
It does not seem so. He does happen to have... Is he going to leave the Skullfang up? I mean, you don't risk it, right?
I don't think you can do that. What if there's another Skullfang to clear your wards and then you get 4 face?
Yeah.
But the only reason is if your Ghastly Banishment isn't killing the opponent next turn, it might be your only path to lethal.
Exactly, because it could be like Jean, Princess, Wingy. Yeah, that'd be still way more than enough anyway, right?
Yeah, and I mean, if you have Jean or Skullfang to clear the wards, I guess you're dying anyway,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So it just might be, it's just kind of a rock and a hard place here for Rag. He's got 3 4/4s, but I don't know how that's gonna hold up.
It's all right.
Oh yeah, there is way too many 2 drops and 1 drops in hand. When these come down, Wingy's gonna give Storm to all of them. Even if the Diamond Master trades into the 4 wards, they're going to be out of the way. The rest of the 3 followers can go face. With the Shrine on the board, that's +1/+1 for all. That's going to be the game for Ryudra. Taking the first one in the set.
Let's see. Just needs to Evo one of them.
Unless, oh my goodness, that's 9 damage. That's only 9. Mr. Rogers, that's not enough.
Wait
Is
a
it?
minute.
No, it's 4.
Yeah.
Is it 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Oh no. There's a chance.
Oh boy. Wait a minute. Banishment? How much does
Wow.
Banishment do here?
Yeah, having the 1 attack, 1 drop instead of another 2 drop was the difference in the 1 damage there. It's not 14. Okay. This game got a lot closer than it needed to be. Rudra at 4 health, made it through. Overkill there with the second Skullfang. Wow. I thought that was it, but it was a lot closer to the wire. And these players really giving everything to the fans right there.
I think I know what happened. He had to attack with the Crystal Princess. He couldn't go face with it. That's what happened.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
and running
happened.
the
Yeah.
math.
Yeah.
Usually, if you have 2 drops there, they have 1 more attack. But when you trade some of them for 1/1s, that you start to lose out, and it's 9 instead of 10. But still, all of the healing Ryudra did put him in a position where he could make a play like that and not be at risk of dying to the Ghastly Banishment, which we saw there. So that extra 4 healing he could squeeze in throughout the game kept him alive to be able to have that final turn to win the game. We see Rag now on the bottom with the portal. It's Evolved Portal again, and what do you know? It's Evolved Portal on the top as well. Not the first time seeing this mirror today.
Definitely not. So right now, Spinara is going to be coming down. Next turn is definitely going to be Rosa, getting rid of that Mikael from hand, sending it back in. There's going to be a pop here. Looks like a passive turn. Can't really pay a pop into Spinaria. It's not going to trade too well. Looks like it's going to be a Cassim instead.
Very surprised to see the Spinario's artifact come out on 1. Normally that's only a play you make if you have 2 of them in hand so that you can fetch a Robopup. But at this point, maybe just foregoing that whole game plan, even if a Robopup comes into hand later, not planning to activate it, it will survive. So there could be a good reward here if the pup's drawn, but that's not the case. Yeah, I don't know what I think about that, because now Ryudra is going to have a really hard time getting his Evos in if he draws the pup without a target. Just choosing the aggressive game plan in favor of maybe keeping his resources. Kasim's going to come down here, and I don't know. It looks like Raz got a little more draw. This will be an interesting endgame.
I can see why Ryuja went with it, though. You're sometimes in situations where your hand... Yeah, there we go. Grimnir coming down, 0-4. There's some moments you just can't... You can't not play anything for so long. You gotta kind of get enough damage on the board, and the Spinaria itself did already like 3 or 4 damage. He's right now at 14, so you have to try to close out the game as quickly as you can, especially if your opponent already has a 2 Evo. So you just want to try to get your tempo up as quickly as you can. So I respect this play.
Yeah, definitely feeling a little all in though, because so many resources are gone with Grimnir already out of the way and some of the Evo cards. And so if Rag is able to heal, Ryuja might have a hard time closing out this game. So we'll definitely have to keep track of the draws and the plays and see if that comes back to bite him.
All right.
But already having 1 win up, maybe affording to be able to play a little more aggressive. Not drawing the Robopup there, so it didn't seem to matter.
Tenderness bears love.
Another dance.
Okay.
Curious about not having to draw first there, unless not all of these followers are going to be traded in, but maybe depending on the draw, there would have been a different fuse. That wouldn't have been a valid target though anyway, so irrelevant in this situation.
But if he's going to trade along that line, if he's full clearing the board, I'd probably gone for the draw first to see what I could have top decked in with a robotic. Maybe I might could have hit another, maybe a pop or something, or literally anything really.
And the brilliant trades from Ryudra, purposefully clearing his board means this Alice can't come down and trade. So if it's played, there's not going to be any Evo point regain. So that's a very smart way to be navigating this mirror match.
Oh, definitely. So he could play Cassim here to get rid of one Olivia, robotic arm to eat, robotic arm to play Makita, but that still leaves him with 1 left over. It doesn't give him exactly the resources that he needs. He's in a tough spot here right now. He could just go for the draw, for the Evo and draw, and hope to top deck for next turn.
Yeah, lots of play points, but not perfect ways to use them. Yeah, really thinking this puts you at 9 cards in hand, so you'll probably have to do a double fuse to try and not overdraw. We'll see if Rag remembers to do that. Looks like he's on top of things. I like this, keeping the Sweeper Doll to get some extra value out of puppets.
Yeah, people are sleeping on her. I think she's super good.
A brand new adventure
and we see the classic draw Michael after you put all the cards back into your deck that we were talking about, where you only run the one, and normally this doesn't happen, but Rudra, who's already out of cards, that's going to happen to him, I guess, right now. Hey, Shin's in the hand, though. That's good. You get an Evo here for free. You got Alice. We'll probably see an Evo on this Michael, too, maybe, because of the Olivia's already in hand.
I would have
Yep,
liked
we're seeing
to,
it just to hit the most. What would you have liked?
I would have liked maybe just drawing first to see if you needed to play the Michael or not. Could have probably hit a Cassim maybe if it was on one.
True. Would have been a stronger evolve. So a couple times Ryudra is maybe forgetting to do some trades first. Now Rag, a full hand, gonna have to start worrying about that health total as Alice's and things will be able to start going face. We'll see if he's able to hit his evolve counts this turn, or if how far he's still away. Talking to Rag a little bit in the past, I did find out a little bit of his backstory. He said that he's been waiting to play in these Shadowverse tournaments for a long time, but for a while he wasn't old enough to get past the player count. So for a couple of years there, he was sitting on the sideline. Now finally, I think last year he said was his first time being able to play. He got 2 tops there, but twice he just barely made it out, missed out on going to Contenders Cup. So here he is fighting for a lot of points. This might be the next chance where it's like, you don't want to miss out on Contenders Cup 3 times, so I'm sure everything's on the line.
Definitely, because you're gonna be in a situation where it's gonna be end of season. You'll feel kind of bad about not being able to contend, not being able to compete, and everything. It'll feel very bad that you didn't feel like you tried your hardest. But it does look like he's gonna go for it this year, which is really nice.
And throwing out both of the Spinaria's artifacts. No dogs this game. We've seen that play so common to get the free evolve, but instead, our players are just trying to draw some cards, finish out their hand. We see on top Ryudra having a pretty good hand now, going to be able to get that bad Katha to draw a lot. Multiple Shins. Rag, though, still drawing to try and find his Shin. If Olivia's evolved here, though, there's going to be 2 more draws, and maybe it'll be off the top.
Let's see. Napkatha is now currently active. This clears out their board.
Yes, that is it. The Shin's in the hand.
Jeez.
Oh, and the storm damage piling up.
So that's Alice on 7. Let's see. He doesn't need to play Shin here. He could just play Napkatha. It'll feel very bad if it hits the Alice, but it is what it is. Nope, doesn't.
Yeah, and I'm wondering that Shin is probably just barely not active if you're not playing it there with your opponent at such low health.
No, he probably has like 8 or 7 right now. I think it's like 7.
Yeah, without the Robopups, it gets a little hard to hit that count early. Both of our players dragging the game out. We might see it active for Rag this turn.
Okay, it seems he only has 1 active so far.
This is one of those interesting kind of games of chicken that happens in the late game with Portal, where usually it's better to play the second Shin because you'll heal back the damage that your opponent did. And so here it's like Rag, he will hurt his opponent, but then when the Shins come out to respond to the Shin, opponent's going back to 20, it might get pretty hard for Rag to close out the game at that point, but there's not really an option since he's already at 9 health. So essentially, Ryuchis was able to force him into this position by getting so much early damage. Definitely starting to feel like things are looking up for Ryuja from the start of the game, putting that aggressive damage, now all the tools in hand. It feels like Ryuja is sitting in a very strong position right now. 1 Shin alone can deal with all of this and totally revert the game. 2 of them is 12 damage, needing only 3 more. Yeah. Are they active? Because that would just be... Oh.
Yeah, they're both currently active at the moment. So right now he is at 7 or 8. So you can go Alice, Shin 1, clear board, forces opponent to have a response of either double Grimnir or something else. Or he can go double Shin plus Mecha Armed, eat Kasim, and then Kasim turns into 10. Not the eaten Kasim turns into 10.
Saving the Alice to use with the Bad Katha spell next turn when it's guaranteed to hit her could be really strong as well. So we're going to see lots of damage coming out right now with a huge follow-up and no healing. Oh, besides Rosa, but like almost no valuable healing in the hand of Rag. I don't see any way he's going to turn this around without a magnificent top deck. Maybe something like Bad Katha or a Shin of his own could keep him in the game.
Okay, so it looks like he's gonna go for manual evil here. So this gets him his 10 still.
Wherever you need me, I'll be there with my arms.
He's just passing the turn here. That gets cleared. He heals to 20 again. And now he's supposed to have guaranteed lethal for next turn.
You can run this the robotic arm in and get 4 healing, so that's one way to boost that up. Looks like we're gonna go for some draws first. Look for some of those bigger heal cards. Or maybe a way to get lethal of your own would be a tall ask, but Bad Katha's a good draw.
Could that give him... Because that gives him 4 health.
The joints.
Wounded warrior. Seek succor here.
That's a Shin of his own. Still doesn't help much. It puts him to 16. Still not enough.
On prevailing wings.
Shin and Bad Katha are 2 of the cards I was thinking you'd need to draw. Gonna be able to get the extra play points back here and even follow this up with the Shin for more healing and damage. Trying to count the damage there. If you got Shin and both of the Grimnirs, that's 16.
Yet our will be done.
So he's gonna go for Rosa here. He's just gonna try maximize his healing potential as much as he can right now. It's back his hand. Spinaria. Robopop. Then Shin. Robopop. Yeah.
Yeah, full health and an incredible board. Rag getting the perfect draws and a Shin and a Bad Katha to stay in this game. What's Ryuja gonna do in response?
That's 15 damage from hand right. 17 damage from hand right now.
Have to deal with the wards though before the Alice can connect with the face. We see a 0 cost draw. That helps with wards and play point regain.
That is so good right now.
Wow, can I be one of these players on ladder? I feel like I'm always waiting for that top deck. The cards are just flowing into the hand. Like we saw a sweeper doll at the beginning and I was like, okay, that's whatever. But like, I feel like I had to draw like 2 sweeper arms and 2 mech arms right here or something right now. All right, more healing. They can go back and forth. We see Alice. The buff could hit her if it's played for even more damage.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think they want to take a risk. Maybe.
Dang, if it did hit her and then you play Grimnir and Shin, you'd be so close.
For sure. So that'd be another 5, 6, another 11 damage. But you're on 2 or 3.
All right, now I have to start looking at Rag's hand again because I'm like, what's he gonna do in response to this? What is this? Turn 9 for both of these players? Oh my goodness.
Okay.
The grind. Another Grimnir in hand and a Shin. That Shin's gonna make your hand very easy to play next turn with the reduced cost. Seems like it's the play.
I might be greedy here, but I actually would keep the Shin in hand. Possibly. I probably I might have been greedy myself to think that, but
you see this? 8 cards in deck, 12 cards in deck, like I guess you draw everything when you draw your whole deck. We're seeing another one. That's 7 cards is now in. 8 wasn't enough. This really is going to be an attrition game.
Definitely.
Both.
Right. Bad Katha is going to come in on here. Gospel to hand.
That Gospel might draw you too many cards if you can't finish out the game where you deck out. I'd love to see that. We see the big fuse to make space. Evo Grimnir, any extra damage you can.
It's gonna draw 3.
Oh, the Alice is alright. The other cards, Grimnir again. All right, the board is cleared. 13 health though. Facing down 2 Grimnirs and a
Alice.
Shin. Oh my! And that's it.
Wait, he was digging for the Alice. That's why he emptied his hand like that. Jeez.
Holy cow, doing the math, having just enough there, using every board space as well, having to trade that Grimnir in early as well as the other followers to make the room. Just barely when his opponent had guaranteed lethal the next turn. Wow,
Twice in a row,
Rag
by the
really
way.
showing us. Whew. That was like the most back and forth match I think we've had all day. Both of these players playing so well to continuously set up their own lethals and keep in the game. And now Rag has the momentum going into this last match. Ooh.
I really love that they both had heads-up plays of keeping the board empty as much as possible, so either of them couldn't like empty their hands enough without keeping any cards on the board, so that none of the dancers could trade to draw cards. They kept it so that they couldn't get any of the other last word effects off. No robotic arms couldn't go off until they chose to, which was a really good heads-up play in execution.
Yeah, and good draw there for Rag, getting another 1-drop. Saving your Patchwork Pup means you can maybe use it to transform a Masquerade later on, so I'm definitely preferring to get the Ghost Pup there. Having a great curve, too, for Rag, and looking at Rudra's hand, you're not seeing Kasim and Rosa that you like to play early. You're not seeing the RoboCup combo, literally throwing out a Shin just to block the damage. Wow, I have not seen a play that was that desperate for a long time. And I even think that that's not going to be enough. I feel like Rag is in a very good position. 3 damage was blocked, but not having the Shin means you lose one of your main sources of healing in the late game if you make it there. How are you feeling about that, Mr. Rogers?
That is this is a bit of a gruesome situation, and again, it's one of some of the issues that can happen when you're playing Portal, right? Your hands can be a little bit dicey into certain matchups, and especially it's an aggressive one like this.
Oh.
Yeah, we needs to hedge and do this. It's a tough one.
That felt awful, playing the Grimnir, and it doesn't even clear either follower, losing a second late game card when it's sometimes hard to acquire enough. Oh, and then getting the Ghost Ship out as well with 11 health for Rudra. This is not what you want to see. Ghost Shadow almost always gets to 7 to be able to play the Hans Ghastly Banishment in this matchup. So Rag's gonna have a lot of time to finish this game out, and he's already at a huge lead with Masquerade to follow up. We do see a Kasim here gonna help clear this out, can possibly clear the ghosts when you get the additional draws, so that means you will full clear the board.
Everyone's hopes are riding on me.
Another Kasim here is really, really good.
Yeah, absolutely. It could save you from having to trade your 5/5 Warden. That means you can protect some damage if it's just Masquerade next turn. Looks like it'll be the play, and wondering what to put back here, because you kind of want to keep Sweeper Doll to go with the combo, but not able to afford to keep it to go with the Robotic Arm Rescuer. Another Shin is acquired, which is good for Rudra, because there was only 2 left in the deck.
Oh my god, Mikael already active. Oh, this is gonna be a tough one to come back from. Let's see, he's gonna go for Evo here. Masquerade is gonna trade, and gonna get rid of possibly Kasim here.
A beautiful play, foregoing the Gargantuan Ghost just to clear the board. Taking out the Kasims, really respecting them. I was curious if that 2 damage might go face to put Rudra at 9, but it looks like there's not a lethal setup for the following turn, so Rag instead just doing the best to clear the board and have that huge Masquerade in the back pocket for next turn. Rudra, once again, I'm almost going to play a follower for its unintended purpose, holding the Robotic Arm almost to play it just for healing. Dang, showing you that there's more than one way to play a Portal deck, but I don't know how I feel about this ulterior line, but when these are the cards you draw, it's what you have to do. Still getting the Evo in, though, with the Evolve there is strong. Only neutral followers meant that you couldn't fuse for the 1 cost to get another Evo.
I do like this a whole lot because he recognizes that he's currently on the back foot. He needs to find a way to keep up, or else he's a whole lot of trouble. So I really, really, really like this.
Yeah, and if you can stay in the game, going around the healing by getting the Transformer strong, there will be an Olivia and Bad Catholic combo for some healing next turn for Ryudra, so things are looking up. I do see Ghastly Banishment in hand. I feel like at this point you just want to play Coral Souls and just churn through as many ghosts and Gargantuan ghosts as possible. Maybe even play your Hellfire Strike to set up a lethal. Choosing to play Lucius instead, thinking it's stronger here, respectable. Still might see that, yeah, the Hellfire Strike for maximum damage. Wondering, seeing the Evo being all in. I didn't think there's a way that Ghastly Banishment couldn't finish off him there. He's going to need a lot of healing for Ryudra. A lot of healing while dealing with this, which your Bad Cath and Olivia and Sylvia combo are pretty good at.
Let's see, because he'll be able to heal 6. 6 puts him to 9. Banishment possibly does 7 if he can find a way to clear this.
Yet our will be done.
Wounded warrior, seek succor here.
At a spot now where if you play the spell, you're not able to play your Dancer. Gonna have to choose here. I think the 3 health's more important. Is possible to play a Freya for 1, so still able to fill the curve. But that choice leaves you without clearing a lot of these followers.
What they cannot have.
Oh. Now the choice is, do you clear a 4-1 or do you heal for 3?
I've got you. You're careless.
Oh.
And that might be it, sadly.
Yeah, this looks like it's absolutely game. One of these 4-1s can trade into the 7-4. You can have the other ghost go face. You don't even need it with the third Michael coming from the deck. Everyone invoked. That's going to be 4 more damage without even Ghastly Banishment. Oh my goodness, the overkill from Rag. Wow, you don't like to see that with Portal for Ryudra. Maybe the worst start we've seen today, and you can't afford that against one of the most aggressive decks in the meta. Congrats for Ryudra, of course, doing a great showing. We saw some great plays from him, but not winning that Portal matchup proved to be devastating when he had to run it into the shadow afterwards.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. It just came down to a situation of them opening double Grimnir, Alice not active, no pup, no sisters, no maidens. So it was just sad. It was just a very sad situation. But he did do his best. He did recognize that he was on the back foot, and he did make a very good showing of it. So thank you, Ryudra, for doing your best and making it a good show.
Yeah, really doing well, even being able to clear some intimidating boards. But yeah, not quite enough here. And so now we see Rag moving on. Maybe going to be able to get some more points and secure a Contenders Cup spot. Still a little bit of ways, but he's got some time to get more points today. We've seen now in the bracket, Nautilus, the first champion of the season, taken down by 0. Osab once again beating out V2, and now Ryudra just barely not making it as Rag moves on 2-1. All 2-1s today, and now we're going to be looking at Dis Zones versus Azuru. One of our past casters here. We definitely appreciate Zones. We're going to be swapping over Baz to the desk. Any last words before you head out, Mr. Rogers?
Play good, enjoy yourself, and gazpachos are tasty. I don't know what else to say. Good luck to everybody. have a wonderful day, and thank y'all for having me.
Yeah. And he'll be back, but now we've got Baz joining us again. Welcome back.
What was that about? Something to do with Shadowverse and thickness trick? What was that about? That was a thing.
I'm sure no one can disagree with me.
I mean, Twitch chat apparently haven't disagreed, so apparently that's the way we are in our community. But all jokes aside, that quarterfinal scene was fantastic. I mean, especially that last game, I was definitely counting the numbers down with Rag, and you could see it even a couple turns beforehand. Just the amount of the ghosts building up, the fact he was able to build up such a big board and strong board like that. I mean, it was kind of curtains for Rudra, unfortunately, by that point, because that was a pretty perfect Ghost Shadow run, I want to say, in that match. It was very spot on. So, It's a bit unfortunate for him, but I mean, the match before the Evo Portal mirror, how close that was as well, the balance was interesting too. And the fact that Rag got to like 7 or 6 cards left in his deck before it was over as well was insane. So, I mean, again, I want to say big congrats to Rudra for getting here as well, and big congrats to Rag, again, both newer players. We just see Rag a bit at the end of last year, first time seeing him this year, and cool to see him obviously picked up by Twilight Knights now moving forward. But we're getting ready for quarterfinal 4, as you said, Trick, right? Zones versus Azuru. I mean, we're going to have a bit of bias, obviously, for our man Zones, I think. But I'm going to see Azuru as well, because he's one of our newer players here too, and see what he can bring to the table.
Yeah, trying to pull up the decks now. It's definitely going to be an interesting match. We're going to be seeing a lot of spice from Zones. And speaking of that, the first one, Forest, not a deck we've seen in a while, but it did get a pretty good buff recently. Yeah, how are you feeling about this deck, Baz?
Well, this is a Zones special for a start, 100%. It's not a Zones match without a Forest deck that he's trying to play and get his way in. He's definitely done that. He's also got a deck coming up soon that kind of fits the same bill of trying to be different. But yeah, I mean, Fairy Forest, very fun deck to play. One that I hate going up against on ladder, I'm not going to lie. As a Blood main, obviously, because there's a lot of burn damage that can come out. But a very solid deck as well that I feel like even over the past number of weeks is, yeah, it might not be like your Ghost Shadows, right, or your Evo Portals or your Mysterio Runes, but super consistent if you know how to play it in a very, very strong deck that can catch out a lot of players that maybe don't have that experience, right, Trick, going up against Fairy Forest, because, again, we talk about some more of these more, I'll say, mainstream decks. Fairy Forest is definitely not one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're not ready for this deck, it can really surprise you in the early game. It pushes out a ton of damage fast. And it's got some new additions recently, like Arya, Dutiful Fairy, that we're going to be looking at now. Fanfare, put a fairy into your hand and give it the following effects. Evolve this follower, and at the end of your turn, return this card to your hand. All right on its own to get some evolves, but even stronger, when you evolve it, you get Storm and Strike. If allied followers have evolved at least 7 times this match, give Storm to all allied fairies, including the one that you just gave a free evolve as well. So that's going to be going face for 3 damage. A definite way to close out the end game. I have seen like a slight weakness in this deck where it kind of runs out of gas, where you throw all your damage at your opponent, but if it's not quite enough, your hand's usually empty at that point, and so you really have to like calculate it perfectly. Looking at even more spice here, Nobilis, one of the cards that's been making Fairy Forest viable for the longest time. Well, I guess you would have to argue depending on if you would say it's viable or not, but it's at least trying to make it viable. This deck, this card also puts fairies into your hand, and it gives them the last words deal 2 damage to the enemy leader. Very strong, and it can also even buff up fairies that are already on the board to give them an extra attack. On evolve, you can recover play points to throw the fairies out right away, so that's some extra damage. It makes it really strong when you combine it with things like Arya, because now those fairies are not only attacking face with Storm, but if you kill them to get rid of the board, they're going to be dealing 2 damage to the face. Last card I'd like to maybe highlight is Plumeria, another it's not really a recent addition, but it's a recent buff, which actually changed the way it plays a lot. Fanfare, give your leader the following effect. Once on each of your turns, when you play a fairy, it's going to get Storm. So that's a really good way to chip down your opponent. And this new 1 cost is actually super important because it has a second effect where Fanfare, if 10 Fairy Forest followers have evolved, you're going to evolve it for free and get drained. And the reason that's so strong is now you can play it for its first effect and get your Storm online, which you would normally do on turn 2 in the past anyway. But because of the stat line, you can actually bounce it back to your hand with some of your other 2-drops. So you can play this on 1 and then play like one of the Panthers or Tigers and bounce it back to your hand. And then later in the game, you can play it and get the drain. So it's really easy now to take advantage of both effects because the one cost allows you to return it to your hand, which wasn't an option before.
There's so much utility this deck brings right to the table, and you've really got to be careful of these fairies. I mean, of course, they have the Nobilis, right? Of course, where you got to be careful with the fairies getting last words and doing ping damage and trying to balance okay, do I take out the fairy and take the 2 damage now? Do I leave it on board, take the 2 damage from it going face next turn? And how do I worry about board control and having to kind of balance that with maybe not so much Haven, because obviously some of the later Haven decks can heal up a bit and kind of match it. But you're thinking about like Ghost Shadows and then maybe some of the sword lineups, definitely any blood lineup that you play, Mysterio Rune, stuff like that, where this deck can get really aggressive real fast, and if you try and match it and destroy what they have, you're gonna take damage as well anyway, and you can have the table turn on you very, very quickly. So a very cool deck that Zone just brought, of course, his own special, and we want to break that down a little bit as well, because it's not a deck you see too much of normally here in top 8, or if at all, I want to say, going forward. But let's look at Zone's next deck that he is bringing here into the 4th quarterfinal, our last quarterfinal, of course, of the day. It will be the good old standard crystallized Haven. Nothing too spicy here. Everything pretty standard, pretty simple. I think it's safe to say here, Trick, at the moment. I mean, I think we've covered just about everything that there is to cover real quick. I would like to highlight the Astolfo real quick, because this is maybe one as well that, similar to the likes of Lightning Bird, where you mainly see it as a crystallized effect, and you never really see it, as a follower.
Yeah, it's true, but as a follower, it is pretty strong. Normally, though, something like Jean would be more powerful, but if you don't have it, you can play this follower for Rush, Bane. That 5/8 stat line's pretty good, and then you also summon 2 Holy Cavaliers and give them Storm and evolve them. Holy Cavaliers are 1/2s with Ward, so when you evolve them, you'll get that and get the Storm. They'll have that Storm and Ward trait to be able to get buffed up by your 1-drop amulet. So that's going to be 8 damage off of this card on turn 8, with also a big follower to trade. The damage output can be a lot more incredible with Jean, getting up to like 16-20, but still a nice card just to have as an option. And I think that the fact that Zones is bringing this is just another testament to it being arguably the strongest deck in the format right now, because his other decks are Fairy Forest and Machina Portal, so the only deck he was able to maybe concede that he had to play a meta deck was this one. The other ones he doesn't think he needs, but this one he's like, it's necessary for the lineup.
And we know Zones as well is definitely always in the test labs, right? Like making sure trying to get the good decks, and he likes to bounce off obviously a lot of the other pro players throughout the scene, and it's very hard on himself, I feel like, as well, right? To make sure that he is playing the absolute best, he is playing at peak performance as well. When you can see if he's bringing non-meta decks, he's obviously very confident on them, he's obviously doing well with them, and it's something that a lot of the guys here in top 8 should really watch out for, and really maybe even be worried about a tiny bit here as we look towards Zone's final deck. As you said, Trick, right, is Machina Portal the only Machina Portal deck here in our top 8, because all the other Portal decks are Evo Portal all throughout here today. And he made a comment, if you're watching last weekend's stream to Igni and East, that he thinks Evo Portal is not the best at all, and Machina Portal is definitely the deck that players should be playing. And I mean, personally, I'm more of a fan of Machina Portal. I just love the way it plays, and a lot of the cards you use are I think, a lot cooler than the ones in Evo Portal. But I am keen to see how Zones will do with this Machina Portal lineup as it comes up here. As first of all, he is running that one-off puppet workout, which is something a little bit different that you normally see to what I say is the standard Machina Portal lineup. But the fact as well is, it's not really a top-tier deck. It's one of those decks that, yeah, you can put together, yeah, it can be pretty consistent, but it can fall out short pretty quickly to a lot of the other top decks here in competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at this tech here, we see it can buff up your board. So if you summon a bunch of 1/1s and people don't want you to get them destroyed, you can have it be a major punish. And something I've kind of been complaining about throughout this expansion is this deck doesn't have a good 1-drop. And so it makes it hard to contest other decks like Shadow that can play on curve better than you. So, I mean, while it's not the primary purpose, if you're going second, you could always use that puppet workout just to try and keep tempo with the other decks that are throwing out their 1/1s. I'm not the biggest fan of this deck, but I'm definitely excited to see a player who's experienced with it playing it on the stream. It is a little bit limited in what it can do until you meet your quest. You can play some pretty well-statted bodies all throughout the game, but if your opponents are able to deal with them and do anything like absurd before you, like do a turn 6 kill, you're usually not going to be able to finish them off until you can play Kir's Isle on 7 and get your invokes. Speaking of the invokes, maybe we should pull that up, as it's one of the main build-arounds for the deck. So we see here Gratina, the champion fighter, recently having to change. So if 10 allied Machina, but now Academic as well followers have been destroyed, you invoke this card. It has Storm, so that's an extra 3 damage to help you finish off your opponents, and you can get that every turn when it's invoked, but it also has Strike to be able to deal 3 damage to all enemies, so you can kind of use this to clear the board and go face. Works really well when this comes out on your Kirzai alternate as well, because then you'll be buffing it up and giving it the ward as well to just have a really hard board to deal with. Definitely a deck that's strong, and in certain matchups, it has different matchups from Evo Portal, so I can understand maybe bringing it if you're not trying to lose to certain decks, like maybe like, I don't know, Chess Rune or something that's trying to slide under you. Maybe you think this can go a little faster, but I don't know. Otherwise, we'll just have to see if it can speak for itself on the stream or not.
I've definitely got to highlight one more key card here in Robotics Reporter, because we're talking about the key card. This is definitely the other one, right, where you do get that leader effect, give all your Machina followers rush when they come out on board. And we're talking about Chick, right? You need to meet that quest requirement to make this deck working. That's 10 destroyed Machina followers. Well, this is the card that you need to have active as soon as possible. You need this card in the mulligan, or you need it early on as quick as possible to get that effect going. Not to mention the evolve effect to get 3 assembly droids out. That's 3 destroyed Machina followers straight away. And of course, the Rogue Supporter has a fantastic stat line for a 4-cost follower. So definitely a deck watching out for in zones, of course. Yes, we're obviously going to hype him up big time. He's huge in the community, a top player in his own right, and of course a fantastic fellow co-caster of ours. But he is bringing some spice, he's bringing some tech, and he made it here to top 8 with it. So keen to see how he will do with that going forward. But there's also the new blood in Azuru, right, that's coming here. One of our newer players that's made it here to top 8. We'll get to see his decks now. Very, very cool. 2 standard, 1 special one that he's bringing as well that we are keen to see. It is going to be the regular Ghost Shadow. He'll be starting off here with that. Again, pretty stock standard to see. Again, nothing too separate, too different here. But real quick, Trick, I think it is worth highlighting. We've highlighted Cerberus now a little bit. I think it is worth highlighting the Lucius at least real quick, because of how diverse this card is in general, both here in Shadow and quite literally against or with every other class in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had like small moments to highlight this card throughout the stream, but never seen the full effect. I promise, for anyone who's new to the game, most cards aren't going to have this much text, but this guy, if you play it first, you'll get an effect based off of your leader. So it's a neutral card that could be played with any of the 8 classes. Depending on what it is, you get a different bonus. For Forest and Rune, you'll recover a play point. If it's Shadow or Portal, which is what we're seeing here for Shadow, you're going to summon 2 ghosts, which fits perfectly into this ghost deck game plan. And then if it's Sword or Dragon, you destroy an enemy follower, and if it's Blood or Haven, you restore 3 defense to your leader. But now, when you evolve it, it's going to flip all these effects to do it based off of your opponent's leader, and they're all in a slightly stronger form. So now, instead of recovering 1 play point, if your opponent's Forest or Rune, you get 2. If your opponent's Shadow or Portal, instead of getting Ghost, you get 2 Ancient Artifacts, 3/1 Rush followers. And if it's Sword or Dragon, you destroy an enemy amulet now. And then last, Bloodcraft or Haven, instead of healing 3 for your own leader, for the enemy leader, you deal 4, which is huge, as Haven is one of the main decks in this meta, and so it can really help Shadow to get some extra damage in from an evolve and finish out games early.
It's such a powerful neutral follower that we'll definitely see, I think, until its retirement and rotation, which won't even be until next year. Towards the beginning of next year, I believe. So really cool to see Lucius there. That is going to be Ghost Shadow. There's not too much else to go over from what we have done already. So let's move on to Twilight Knight's Rag's second deck. Oh, sorry, not Twilight Rag. Sorry, Azaru's next deck here. I believe the text there is wrong to the player there. Sorry, Azaru coming through there. But it is going to be that Vengeance Blood. Really cool to see Azaru bring this in. He's the only player to bring a blood deck here into top 8. And it's going to be Vengeance Blood, which is really cool to see that one here. Real quick again, because it is a different deck, and some people at home, newer players, might not know what this deck's all about. How are we running here with Vengeance Blood? What's the go-to source?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, this is just a deck that, like, as a player, I think you hate to see, because most people aren't going to bring it. But when you do run into it, it's very unpredictable, because this deck, if they can activate Vengeance, what normally happens when you have 10 health or less on your leader, but some of these cards can activate it for free in other ways. When you activate that, all of your cards get uber buffed to be way stronger and deal a ton of damage. Here we're seeing one of the best ways to do it. You have Waltz here, Fanfare, activate Vengeance, but most often you're going to be accelerating it for 2 to activate Vengeance, not just this turn, but the next turn as well. So you can play this before a big turn, and then next turn play all of your cards in their buffed up version. The deck kind of fell out of favor when it lost their Room Service Demon package, which was another cheap way to activate Vengeance. Instead, running some of the cards like the Head Mistress now to try and get some extra ways to activate Vengeance. This one, it just puts you to 10 when you evolve it, but if Vengeance is already active, you can use it to give Storm for some big combos. Seeing here on the evolve, it puts your health to 10 and makes it so you can't take more than 3 damage at a time. So max, it's gonna at least take 4 hits to kill you, but still, sometimes that's a pretty dangerous life total against things like Ghost Shadow. But yeah, the cards that really give you the payoff though for putting your health low or getting into Vengeance are things like Galam. We can pull that up now. 4 cost, deals 6 damage to all enemies. This is like an insane like double Razor Claw, hitting the leader for 6, but also all the followers as well. We love cards that clear our opponent's board and go face at the same time. And once you get to like turns 5 and 6, you can fit some Storm followers in the curve after this as well. Maybe on 6, you play that Head Mistress we looked at to give this Storm and evolve this to get 6 extra damage to be 12. Or on like 5, you can play a Mach Speed Marin, one of your other best payoffs. A 1-cost 3/1, a ridiculous stat line. It can attack the enemy leader, but if you're in Vengeance, you get Storm, and now you're able to again as well. So yeah, that's a way to get 3 or 5 damage with an Evo out of nowhere. And so this is a deck where if you get lots of Galam and Mach Speed Marin, you can kill your opponent like in no time on like turn 5, 6. But if you have like a bad hand, it can kind of underperform. So most of our players not confident in it today, but Azuru bringing this could definitely shake things up and make people have to question their bans.
It's really cool to see, again, Blood going back to that high risk, high reward playstyle, right? That Blood was really based off, right? When it entered the game and what the original intention was, and getting to see the OG effect, right? Vengeance being that key effect now back in action for Azuru, which is really cool to see him bring this one here today. Because Vulgus' effect, if anyone, any old god out there, Trick included, remember, might be the OG Azazel effect we used to have back in the day. We used to evolve him to set you to 10 health and have a bit of an effect shield to do that 3 damage protection every time. So really cool to see that kind of make its return here as well. But that is going to be the Vengeance Blood deck for Azuru, and his final deck will be Evo Portal. I believe there's not too many differences for his Evo Portal deck that he is bringing either, compared to most of the usual lineups. As you'll see here, it's not really too much different here to cover again. It's going to be rotating, you know, the Dolls and Robo Pups, trying to get those Evos up, and looking towards that end game plan with the Alice, with the Grimnir.
Yeah, definitely pretty similar to what we've been seeing. There's not a lot of room to adjust this deck because almost all of your cards are critical. Only playing one Michael because you almost only have that much room anyway, and you can put it back. Here we've got Shin, the main payoff for getting your evolves. If you've evolved 5 times, this follower will evolve to help get the count up, but you're not really looking towards that bonus. It does give him some boosted up stats. He'll be a 6/6 with ward, but the real payoff comes from what happens at the end of your turn if you've had followers evolve 10 times. So usually you'll hold this until this is active. It's going to destroy 3 random enemy followers, deal 6 damage to the enemy leader, and heal 6 for your own leader. And if that wasn't enough, it also subtracts 3 from the cost of all cards in your hand. Basically, once you see this come down from your opponent, you're dying next turn. Not always the case, but like, that's kind of the goal with this deck. You do need cards to follow this up, because usually he'll come down and do damage, but that's going to be the only damage that turn. And so you want to have a really big turn next turn to kill him in one go. It's pretty easy when all your cards cost 3 less. But if you don't have things like Grimnir or Alice that do your big damage, or other copies of Shin, sometimes it becomes a little bit of a grind fest, and we've seen that earlier in some of our portal mirrors.
I even saw that last quarterfinal, right? That battle of trying to keep the cost down in the finishes, trying to have the finishes and get that big semi-OTK for these guys to get the win. And of course, that can be really challenging at the end where you're even just running out of resources, right? We saw that with Rag down to 7 cards by the end of that 3rd quarterfinal match in the mirror. But that is going to do it for the deck breakdown for our final quarterfinal match here for the SVO West August Cup. Now thinking about bans here, Trick coming in, and this one is probably going to be very tricky. On the Azuru side, right, they could easy ban out the Shadow, easy ban out the Portal. I think zones might be okay to leave Blood open. But on Azaru's side, what in the world do you ban out here? Because, yeah, there's the standard Crystallized Haven, but there's a Fairy Forest out there. There's a Machina Portal out there as well that he has to try and worry about. I mean, the possibilities are endless here for him to try and deal with.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these decks, you could just ban the best deck, the Haven, or you could take out one of these ones you've never seen before. I feel like, personally, I'd ban the Haven, because I might have even banned that if he had, like, Ghost Shadow and other strong decks, so maybe you just run it into those wild decks and hope you're prepared.
Well, let's see what the bans are for these guys coming into this one. It will be the Haven banned out on Zone side. So you're right there, Trick. A good guess. It's going to leave it up to chance against these decks here. Azaru losing out Ghost Shadow, which is going to be very, very interesting in this lineup now. As we said, Zone's probably going to be more than happy to go against the Blood. That's why Fairy Forest is there, right? Can quite easily deal with that. And then the Machina Portal versus Evo Portal. I really hope we get to see that matchup. Zones has been going on about it all week. So let's hope and see that ends up being the case here. And I say Zones, there's also maybe one other top YouTuber, streamer, procaster, like over 30k subs in the Twitch chat right now that might be going on about it as well. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But going into our last quarterfinal, guys, winner here will be taking on Twilight Knight's Rag for our second semi-final later on today. It'll be the viewpoint of Azuru as we get the Vengeance Blood against the Machina Portal. Very interesting as two decks we don't really see too often here in top 8 competition.
Yeah, it is, and you know, I'm starting to think that Zone's pick makes even more sense to ban the Shadow, because apparently he thinks that his portal is better than the other portal, so he's not afraid to face that, and Forest being aggressive can definitely undercut Portal as well, but it's not time for him to face Portal yet. First, he has to make it through Azaru's Vengeance Blood, something that I'd be a little worried for. The Vengeance player is going first, so there might be some extra chip damage, and as we mentioned a little bit in the deck breakdown, Zones on the Machina Portal going to have a hard time ending the game until around like maybe 7 at the earliest without like a really good hand. So Azuru can really do some damage with things like Galam a lot before that, and even if wards are in the way, Galam could clear them in the future. Just going to be looking to draw into that Vengeance activator, but if that is secured, this could be a hard match for Zones. And wow, we're already seeing possibly even gonna be able to do a trade here and go face for 3. Instead, just gonna trade into the ward and get the most damage this turn with 4. How do you deal with a 4/4/2 for Zones? Oh,
I was gonna say, at least he had Robotic Rampage next turn, right? Which again, he's got that into his Robotics Reporter as well. So a huge amount of that Machina Destruction will come through. The Rush effect, Leader effect as well will come through from Reporter. But that's only 3 droids coming out from Rampage, and as you said, Trick, that's a 4/4 now, right? Blame sitting there, and Zones now might just have to leave it there. Or maybe even go and play out the sumo mechanic, right? The 2/2 ward, just to make sure that, yeah, that option's there. It might be destroyed by something else, but at least he's kind of put that there. It's still going towards the Machina Destruction plan, and maybe chuck out a couple other followers he's able to do. It's a pretty difficult choice here for him. He either sets down the ward and goes for it, or goes for the Rampage and keeps that game plan going. And I don't hate this at all. The 3 being destroyed early on now is super, super important. Yeah, he's going to eat 4 damage to face, but he does have some healing options in his deck he can work with later on. He does continue that quest plan, and if he can get that going, some of his bigger followers are going to be very, very strong in him potentially taking out this game against Azaru. But again, it's Vengeance Blood, right, as you said, Trick. Like the options is back and forth here between these guys with these decks is going to be so powerful, especially now that he does have that Galam in hand as well.
absolutely. And those trades with the 1/1s seem pretty good, because if Zones left them up, even though people don't normally want to play Galam on 4, it could have come down, and 2 4/4s would have been impossible to clear. So this is the only way to really deal with the board this turn, and it's going to work out expertly. Exactly enough damage to full clear this, but 12 health, that's not where you want to be. That's 2 Galams from death. Vengeance, though, is far away in Azuru's hand. He's got some ways to activate it on Evo, though. possibly could even use a Let's Feast in style to get some extra storm damage this turn.
The same issue as last time, right?
Wow, and then you have Galam next turn with the Headmistress to be able to give it storm. Not even feeling like it's necessary though to activate Vengeance. Instead, just going for the 4 damage now. Gonna leave Zones with 8 health, maybe less if Let's Feast in style comes out.
I feel like it does for sure, right? Absolutely, to get that extra buff down, and then what? 9 damage to face comes through, because he does leave Reporter 5/5 up there, but Azuru could look towards ending game here, right? Because he could just play Gallum out, standard effect here, take him down to 1 HP, and he might even have enough on board or coming through to be able to deal with it. But Zones knows, you can see it in his face, he understands the situation that he is currently in. Lilith gonna come up here, very strong follower, but maybe not what he needs here to try and survive. And this, I guess, is the issue. You're talking about Trick Right coming into this matchup. Well, not even just matchup, but bringing this deck in right. If you fall behind some of these other decks that can tempo out faster, right, they can get to their game plan faster and do a whole bunch of damage here. And it kind of leaves Zones stuck in this situation. He's very, very close, mind you, to getting that follower count needed, the Mucking follower count needed to destroy it. I believe it's only a couple he needs right now. If he was able to do so, similar mechanic can come out, it can heal him up a tiny bit, and he might just be able to hold on and buy himself another turn. But this is still very, very rough to try and stay in it.
Yeah, and there's no like meaningful healing in Zone's hand, and you get 2, but with Galam in Azuru's hand, he's gonna be able to play Headmistress next turn and evolve. 5 health is not gonna stop this Galam from coming down. It's gonna clear the board, but like you don't even care about that. Zones is just gonna be dead next turn from in-hand damage. Thinking about it last turn, I was like, maybe you set up the Mistress, but Azuru being comfortable with the deck, getting plenty of storm damage, that he's found a different way to set it up where he can still get Vengeance and a surprise Galam. I feel like it's even better this way because your opponent won't realize that you're going to be able to be in Vengeance until it's too late. And this is it right here. It's going to be the 1-2 play. Going to take this first one from Zone's grasp. And I mean, this Machina Portal deck's being exactly how I thought it would be. A little too slow into decks that have more powerful win conditions.
Yeah, and it's not as if Zones misplayed any of that at all, right? In terms of Machina Portal, it was a fantastic hand, fantastic setup, but going into the, I guess the randomness, the unknown, right, into Vengeance Blood is kind of caught him off guard. Ironic enough with him doing something similar. So now that will be Azuru 1 up onto Zones here, looking for an upset victory and looking to get himself into that second semi-final. Jumping straight into our second round match here for our final quarterfinal match. Zones now. Wonder if he's going to run that Machina back-to-back. No, he's going to go for the Forest. The Fairy Forest. Tried and true. Something he's at his most comfortable on, playing that Forest Craft lineup and going into this Evo Portal. So this will be interesting here to see if Zones can get that early win, right, as you said, Trick, with this Fairy deck. Can definitely catch Evo Portal out off guard while still trying to build up those Evos and see if he can get himself back into that 1-1 and look towards the 2-1 run back.
Yeah, Azuru, he's happy to have that first win, but I think Zones isn't feeling too uncomfortable in this position because I feel like Zones decks, he doesn't respect the Evo Portal, and especially with the Forest, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage early before Portal can get their game plan online. And so, I mean, it is rough to lose to Blood already in the set, but I think Zones, with the lineup he's brought, he's pretty confident that he can 2-0 of the Evo Portal deck. So we'll see if he pulls that off, or if Evo Portal shows us that it's... Oh, dang though, passing turn 2, you need something like Kasim there to be able to keep up with the board. Zone's going to be running away with this in the early game. That's going to be a lot of damage in no time.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about already, right? How much of an advantage you can get. Full board, more than happy to run with it there. Budding Initiate also coming down for that Bane if needed. And now he can just build up his hand, because if these fellows get destroyed, that's fine. It's adding more fairies, right, to his hand, to the fairy game plan here. He's going to be able to rush out and really start being irritating and pinging out the small damage. Azuru will finally be able to chuck out a ward here. if he decides to do so, right? We're going to check out the Kari, get a 3-3 ward up, get some search, be able to hold off this onslaught a tiny bit. But it's even just like the mental game of just keep getting like just slowly pinged down, right? Trick can really be starting to be an annoyance when you're dealing with it. It can kind of throw you off a little bit if you're not too careful.
Yeah, and who cares about a 3-3 ward when you have a 1-1 Bane on the ground? You can trade that, play the 4-drop, buff up the fairy, and get the other ones in hand with the damage effect. Azuru really needed a Kasim right now to be able to clear this board. Zones doesn't have a ton of follow-up damage in his hand, so without the early damage that he's going to be able to acquire, it'd be hard to finish the game, but just the way the early game's gone, Zones is going to have plenty of damage and not going to be worried at all about looking for finishers.
Oh, wow. There's so much damage, so much set up here already for Zones. You wouldn't even realize what happened in game 1. Look at the way he's sitting right now. Just facing palm, just chilling. It's like he's just playing ladder. You know, he doesn't care at the moment. He knows what he's doing. There's so much experience here in this class with this deck as well. And Azuru now really has to think through and decide how to deal with this. Because, yeah, the Bane was used to destroy one Kari. He can chuck another one down, but he's not dealing with the board. He is going to be able to chuck out the Don, get some play points back, and we'll be able to slightly deal with it now. But that's what Zones wants, right? Wants to make sure the fairy's here. Wants to make sure that burn damage comes through, and he keeps that game plan going to set up an early victory.
Absolutely, and there's gonna be 2 more 3-3s coming out and a puppet afterwards. That's only 4 followers to trade, so at least one of the damage on the board will remain. There's 6 damage for Zones in the form of his fairy last words, and so that's gonna be really hard for Azuru to play around. So at that point, that's around 7 damage guaranteed to be hitting Azuru, and so there's only 5 more that needs to be acquired. Wow, this is like definitely the best turn that could be made, but even the best turn wasn't able to full clear this board, and sitting at 10 health. Your ward's alright, but one trade and dang, Azuru's gonna be back to the back foot again.
And the thing is, as well, I mean, all those fairies, there's 2 fairies that could be running right now for 4 damage, taking the 6th lieutenant can come down as well and start looking towards some evos and that very, very soon. Panther is there, right, to get that storm damage in. There's so many options that Zones has here to basically lock down this game and make it that 1-1 here. Deadly playing it through at the moment. Rain will also come out here, so evos are going to be a possibility here, which is going to be huge for him now. I believe he might just be off getting the victory here. It's going to be very, very close here at the moment. Going to run the mid, actually hold onto the fairies, will run 3 in and control the board. Trick, this might be Zones making this 1-1 and going to game 3, forcing that game 3 scenario that Azuru does not want to go to.
Absolutely. The best way to heal right now leaves up a ton of followers on board. Zones really showing the power of Rain there, being able to essentially Evo face and Evo into a follower at the same time. 4 damage lingering on the board with plenty more storm in hand. Azaru's only hope at this point would be healing or putting up a significant amount of wards, but I'm not seeing, I mean, like Olivia could be a good resource, but that's not going to be the line. Oh, I don't even know what to do here. I mean, Azuru is going to be able to get a lot of evos in, but progressing your own game plan means nothing when you're dead. I don't know how he's going to stay in this game.
Quote that and put it up on a wall somewhere, I think, for sure. Don't put going to game plan if you're dead. It's absolutely right. And Azuru, I mean, he's just going to go for it anyway, thinking that he might just have a chance to survive, might be able to get some early clear here potentially. He's going to run through Evo after Evo, and sure, he'll be able to clear the big 3-3s there, but you still have the double fairies there to come to extra damage. He doesn't know what we know, right? That Zones has extra storm damage in hand ready to go here, and even if he clears one of these fairies, he's still going to take that 2 damage to face. This is exactly what we're talking about in the deck breakdown, right? You've got to be careful. going up against this fairy deck, trying to deal with the board here, because they're just going to run in that extra damage anyway. They're going to run away with the victory here, because Zone's going to get the Evo, get the Panther down, and get that last bit of extra damage to force this whole 1-1 situation in our last quarterfinal match. And we're going to get Muck in the Portal versus Evo Portal as well here. I know we're looking forward to it. We're finally going to get it. But a fantastic game there from Zones and Azuru. Similar situation what Zones did in that Muck in the Portal game in game 1. Zones, if he played badly, he definitely played fairly well, but Zones just had everything out of the gates from the get-go and was just able to win a lot faster because of that tempo advantage, right, that Fairy Forest can bring.
For sure. Maybe going to show a little bit of a weakness in Azaru's lineup, because both of these players won with a really aggressive deck, but now Azaru's having to play one of the slowest decks in the format, and so kind of having that inconsistency, he's not going to be able to play the same strategy he did last time he faced Zone's Mock in a Portal. Gonna put him in a tough spot, and I could see he was getting a little shaken at the end of the last game because he wasn't even able to finish his turn. He was trying to play his last card before he died. If he had plenty of time, he could have fused and traded with one more follower to prevent a little bit of damage, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway based off of his own hands. But just still showing Azuru really going to need to recover from that last game if he wants to pull out the win in the match.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him here, but let's see if he can bounce back right again. New player, new blood coming into this one here. First ever top 8 SVO, and it's something we have to remember, right? We talk about these veteran players like Zones coming in here. They're fairly confident, especially Zones, right? Coming in, player experience, commentator experience as well. Very comfortable playing on camera, being on camera. Azuru, however, maybe not so much, and that can slip him up a little bit, right? If he's not careful, not having some of that back experience and having some previous experience to kind of lean on in his confidence levels. But that is going to be a pretty quick rotation of Robopop. Evo's at least on turn 3, which is going to be a great advantage for him. Already a lot better from game number 2. And Zone's now going to have to show us. I mean, he said it on the stream. Ignidius has been saying it as well all week. We've seen the tweets, we've seen the comments. You guys are saying it. Prove it. Let's see if Muck in the Portal is better than Evo Portal.
One thing I will say is I think Mock in the Portal is a lot happier going first than second, and I think it's been going second both times. It is hard because your deck it does take a while to get things going. I mean, you can play your Evo Robotics Reporter on 4 going second, but it does mean that you're going to need more turns to get your game plan online. Azuru played the Robopups last turn. It was pretty good. Now he could do Kasim and Rosa again to push more damage. Almost wondering if Azuru should have just taken advantage of going first and played the bad Kappa last turn. Then he could have had a 2-3 and a 2-2 body on the board. That'd be a lot more damage in the short run. And I feel like since Zones is maybe trying to win before the Shins come online, any extra damage Azuru could be doing right now might help a lot towards finishing out this game as the winner. That would be 4 more damage right now, but instead it's only 1. So wondering if those Robopups were the best player, maybe it would have been better to play him on the later turn and just focus on early damage. There's still going to be some early damage from Azuru, but a little less than if he had taken a slightly different line.
But that's the big question, right? The $1 million question about it. Was that the right play to get the extra damage? Because at the same time, you remember what you're versing, right? Muck in a Portal. They want bodies on board, right? If you're buffing them up, that's giving them more bodies for, you know, all these assembly droids to run into. And Zones now, once again, same game plan. Had both robotics. Reporter now for turn 4. You're going to be able to run in and get more of these Muck in the followers destroyed. 2 turns, 6 followers destroyed. Would only need 4 more off of that alone. Actually hold on to this one though, and we'll wait and see what Azuru will end up doing, knowing that. But there's a potential Evo for Rosa here to get Kasim out, which will mean the droid is going to fall here regardless. Knowing because that 1 damage won't really matter in the long run. And
this
Zones
dancer
now
works perfect. Trades into the 5-5. Kasim will shoot both of these followers down. Gets a draw and leaves Azuru with options. He could just play the Freya and then possibly fuse to get another evolve this turn.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to be looking forward to it, right? But Zones, you can see he's very happy with this situation so far. And again, because you look at his hand right now, so many quick easy for that draw, you can just send in straight away, right? Sumo mechanic as well, we said, is very good to get some health back, and you also get an assembly droid back from that, from its last words coming through. And there's also a certain 3-cost gold follower in there that might drop a 6-cost legendary from back in the day that is very happy to play around your Machina followers and do board wipes, get burn damage on the leader that you're versing, and just be a real nuisance. So Zones has quite a bit of utility in hand, some great options if he wants to use it, as well as his own Chasm, because every portal deck runs Chasm, right? Azuru is just going to look towards chucking followers down, get a couple last Evos in, but now very shortly we should be seeing this Machina game plan go live, as the Baminator was just talking about. This is going to be huge.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this plays out. Another card from a lot of the lethal puzzles. Saigon loves using Baminator's effect to regain play points, and we're going to see with the rush that that's really easy. Zone's getting a lot of value this turn. Going to be able to clear the board. This Baminator can take out the 1-3, and at the end of the turn, it should be able to clear the 3-5, or even after this play point is regained. So finally, Zone's going to be able to switch around the game and for the first time put him ahead on the board.
This is awesome as well, because it's got that rotation active to have Hoverbike and actually getting the Draconation in hand as well, right? The Draconatron, sorry, in hand. That's going to be 2 damage to leader straight away, 2 buff going through. It's a 4-3 for Rush as well. Such a powerful follower that gets its cost caught down to 1. Normally, it used to be a 4-cost follower when we used to be able to play it quite a few years ago. So Zone's out quite happy. Of course, has the likes of Killshot Enforcer as well to get those random kills to extra big buff now. Azuru really needs to start rotating through these Evos. Sure, he's got the Shin. He really needs that Alistair, right? He really needs that Grimnir. And unfortunately, at the moment, he's just not finding them.
And I believe Zones is going to get the first invoke on Gratina next turn. An incredible amount of Machina followers already destroyed on 5. I don't know if I've really seen Gratina come out this early. This is definitely the quick side of things. So that might just be able to keep Zones in the game with back-to-back Gratinas into Kirzael. 20 health, though, is still a lot. Gonna need to find a way to chip down the last little bit. I feel like we have the perfect setup here. Azuru also having Zones at 12 health means with the right draws, he might be able to finish off the game with his Shin and another follower. And so really gonna be tight here at the end. Health is gonna be really important, and I would say board presence is, but Zones is not going to have a hard time clearing boards for now with his Gratinas and Kirzael.
They're going to come out now. Zones is going to... Final count what he has is, of course, Mikhail will come out. Gratina, as you said, right, Chick, is going to come out, and it's just going to be a champion fighter party right now. There's the next 3 turns, including this one. She's going to come flying out and just... 6 damage alone, right? 3 damage across the board, 3 damage herself from her own attack. It's going to be something to watch out for. And normally this is where you see the Draconation buffs come through as well to get the buffs onto her and get that damage come through. Could also hover and chuck the Mikhail back if you'd like. Of course, the Chasm is there as an option. The Lilith is there as an option as well. If you can get the Marionette out, that's also going to be a ton of damage. But looking for the Chasm instead. Looking for that extra draw for now and having the AoE damage available. He's even actually going to chuck both back here. So he's going to go for the full combo now. Get the Marionette in hand. And, I mean, this damage that the Marionette gets off the Unseen Strength, off the Evolve as well, is insane. Gratina going to come through right now with that 10, 14 damage. Coming out, 3 left here. It's absolutely insane because you just need 1 more attack from him and you win.
And the top deck Kirzael means that even though Zones gave away his strongest turn 7 play, he only runs 2 copies and he got it back again. So even if Azuru heals now or does his best play, oh my goodness, something like Sylvia to clear the board and then Bad Catha to heal, which would normally be enough, isn't going to matter now with that amazing redraw from Zones.
Dude, we talk about top decks here in the West region, man. Happening time and time again. Azuru is going to go for a final Hail Mary with the Shin. He is going to get to that 10 Evo play. But unfortunately, the play point cut's not going to be there, right? So Grimnir, not going to be playable. The Alice was already used, right, to clear the ward and to be able to get the Shin active in the first place. He's going to be able to chuck out a Kasim right now. Maybe bounce off the Freya and just try and get some AoE damage and try and hold on, try and survive. But you got to remember, the Enforcer will summon the Wardens. Effect's going to activate. They're going to be able to get the double kill here alongside Gratina being invoked out. And Zone said it last weekend, play Machina Portal. It's better than Evo Portal. Igni's also been saying it. We wanted some proof. They've shown some proof here. Zones is going to make it 2-1 against Azuru and get himself into that second semi-finals for our August Cup.
Wow. I don't know. I don't know if I'm convinced.
I mean,
that was definitely a good showing from Machina Portal there. I mean, it still didn't win till 7, so I feel like we're still seeing it can't win on 6, even with its like best hand. And I don't know, he did need to get a specific redraw. Like, he wasn't gonna have enough damage there to win without the right cards.
Look at this blasphemy right now. Trick's trying to find excuses right now to show. I mean, he showed it. I don't know. That's a W. Ignoring the fact that the top deck of his life, it was still turn 7. Yes, we can really break it down and be arrogant about it, but let's give it to him. He got the win, right?
Yeah.
He proved his wrong. Let's give it to him. All right, at the end of the day, the W is what matters, and Zones will be moving on. But absolutely right, though, Trick. Like, all jokes aside, luckily that top deck was the absolute lifesaver and will bring Zones going forward. So, still questionable for now. Let's see how we can go moving forward. That does wrap up our quarterfinals, though. If you are just joining us, here are the current results that we have for you in the bracket. Stormbreakers Nautilus took on Zero for our first quarterfinal match. Another 2-1 there, where Zero did get the upset against our February Cup champion from earlier this year. That was followed up by WGP worthy match, Sonar 5's Osav against his Archers V2. V2 again, unfortunately unable to take down Osav twice this year. That has happened now, and Osav was able to get away 2-1. Of course, our third quarterfinal match was SVO Rudra against TK Rag. Again, very, very awesome matchup between those guys. Twilight Knight's Rag was able to move on. And finally, of course, that match we just had there, Disastrous Zones taking on Azuru. Zones just getting away with that one. Maybe scripted, I don't know, we'll have to check that one afterwards. Does go 2-1 after that. And that is going to be the look there of the quarterfinals and semifinals coming up in just a short break, just a short moment. But Trick, I mean, final comments there for our quarterfinals, because so far, again, we've only got 2 months left. I need some couple league points left for these guys to get. And you can show these guys are proving up multiple 2-1s, right, all throughout the day.
Yeah, definitely a lot of great games. Really liking the 2-1s, keeping us on our seats every time. Have to hand it to Zones there. Yes, he did play really well, and I feel like it's him versus the world, just trying to show us that this Machina Portal is good. We'll see how it goes later on. I feel like he did play that really well, where he played like his perfect outs, throwing back the Kyrsaile to get that extra damage to give him a better chance of winning. Really knowing the deck inside and out, and I guess that must be what it takes to win with like a lower ranked tier deck. And who knows, after this, maybe we'll have to change that tier list up. I'll bet I'm waiting on that one.
Just put the Machina Portal to Evo Portal and then Evo Portal down to where Machina Portal is. I don't know. SG Masters boys could probably get on that. But we said that about Zones coming in there, right? We know what he's like. He knows the effort he puts in. So much work on these decks, and he's more than happy to play more of these, say, unconventional decks because of the effort, the time he puts in, and deliberately finds ways, I don't want to say to break the meta, but to maybe not always play the mainstream. So really cool to see that one come through. But ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready now for our semi-finals. After this quick break, Mr. Rogers will be returning with me for the first semi-final set, and then Trick will be returning back here for our second semi-finals. So don't go anywhere, guys. Plenty more action for the Shadowverse Open August West Cup for our 2023 season. We'll be back after the short break.
with his Metatron, but the top deck is too much.
Oh,
Dude,
five
we're getting
everything.
it again with the West Week. This is the stuff we were seeing last month as well, just how close these matches are down to the wire. These guys trying to get those final league points at 0 will even up our quarterfinals, forcing a third match.
This board is hard to deal with.
It's a very sticky board to say the least. So right now he can get a whole bunch of flip points and they can all attack twice, so this is going to be a bit tough. Just thinking about it. He's
I'm not
I
always
think he
great with
realized
numbers,
this.
but that's not enough. All I know is that's not enough.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say, guys, that is going to do it there for our first quarterfinal. Zero's going to take it out 2-1 over... Well, let's do the number count, right? See how much of this bird damage is going to come through. Reminder, it's 2 at a time. I think
Yeah.
Eighth is going to come down for that extra search and get the second one out on board. And guys, it's going to be lengthy.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so all of those are gonna crystallize, then they'll get reduced by the Uniels. Those will ping, those will do damage. That's another 4, 4,
Yeah.
4, 2. Actually,
That's
that-
gonna be it.
Yeah.
That's definitely going to be it, because now he's stuck in the Holy Lightning Bird Flute of Death Call. Coming through.
And that Alice.
And it's locked him there, and V2 just gets it, but unfortunately, stuck in the loop. Osav, cool, calm, and collected, as you said, Rogers there. Very methodical win against V2, making that 1-0. Drop robotic arms now. This is going to be huge. He's dropping these big followers to end the game. There's Grimnir as well, off the top through the Alice there. So even if he wants to just go style points and drop him down, Zonar fires Osav, moving on to the semi-finals. Zarch's V2, unfortunate for him again, falls to Osav.
The first one in the set.
Let's see. Just needs to evo one of them.
Unless, oh my goodness, that's 9 damage. That's only 9. Mr. Rogers, that's not enough.
Wait
Is
a
it?
minute.
No, it's 4.
Yeah.
Is it 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Oh no. There's a chance.
Oh boy. Wait a minute. It's gonna draw 3.
Oh, the Alice is alright. The other cards, Grimnir again. Alright, the board is cleared. 13 health though. Facing down 2 Grimnirs and a
Alice.
Shin. Oh my. And that's it.
Wait. He was digging for the Alice. That's why he emptied his hand like that. Jeez.
This looks like it's absolutely game. One of these 4-1s can trade into the 7-4. You can have the other ghost go face. You don't even need it with the third Michael coming from the deck. Everyone invoked. That's gonna be 4 more damage without even Ghastly Banishment. Oh my goodness, the overkill from Rag.
All right, absolutely, to get that extra buff down, and then what? 9 damage to face comes through, because he does leave Reporter 5-5 up there, but Azuru could look towards ending game here, right? Because he could just play Gallum out, standard effect here. With the victory here, because Zone's going to get the Evo, get the Panther down, and get that last bit of extra damage to force this whole 1-1 situation in our last quarterfinal match. And we're going to get Muck in the Portal versus Evo Portal as well here. No, him instead. Looking for that extra draw for now and having the AoE damage available. He's even actually going to chuck both back here. Just going to go for the full combo now. Get the Marionette in hand, and I mean, this damage that the Marionette gets it off the Unseen Strength, off the Evolve as well, is insane. Gratina going to come through right now with that 10, 14 damage coming out. 3 left here. It's absolutely insane, because you just need one. Effect's going to activate. They're going to be able to get the double kill here alongside Gratina being invoked out, and Zone said it last weekend, play Machina Portal. It's better than Evo Portal. Igni's also been saying it. We wanted some proof. They've shown some proof here. Zones is going to make it 2-1 against Azuru and get himself into that second semi-finals for our August Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the Shadowverse Open West August Cup for the 2023 season. Now, myself, Baz, and Mr. Rogers here for your semi-finals. Definitely guys who definitely play the game religiously 24/7 and are here to give you all of that top knowledge you need to be absolute professionals. That's why we're here, and obviously not there being pros and making all the money. Obviously, that's why. Obviously, right? Semi-final one is going to be exciting here. Zero, a newer player taking on Sonar 5's OSAV, one of the best here in the West region. Both players come off of the quarterfinals going 2-1 in their respective series, and both players here, Rogers, as well, having some pretty standard decks, but also some cool tech decks that we love to see here in top 4.
With Condemned Haven and also Rally Sword Control, one of the newest additions of them being able to add Radial and stuff like that to their archetype, being able to push a whole lot of pressure and it being able to just clear out games. Now you have cool little dynamics, especially with a lot of new cards being added from Heroes of Riverbrand. So it's really been interesting to see how the meta's been shaping up.
Yeah, and we saw Rally Sword before kind of be a bit of a menace, right, to Mysterio Rune, right, to make sure there was a very close match we had there in our first set of the quarterfinals, and ended up coming back against Shadow, all decks as well, ended up matching that really well for that third match in that quarterfinal set that Zero had to go through. Well, on OSAV's side of things, looking through, I mean, his Condemned Haven match he had was pretty confident, pretty easy with that against the Evo Portal, and then got away with his own Evo Portal in an Evo Portal mirror match where we've had a couple of those so far here today. It's been interesting to see, I guess, the differences in play, right, and seeing how the different players do handle that. We won't get an Evo Portal mirror match here today in this semi-final, as Zero's not bringing Portal at all, so a little bit of a breather, I guess, from those mirror matches coming up. But interested to see what the bans will be coming through, because I mean, probably a higher priority target ban on Sword, potentially on Zero's side here, Rogers, and OSAV maybe that Condemned Haven.
I would see that with Condemned Haven being able to keep a whole lot of what Sword wants to do off the board entirely, not being able to use your tokens to get any extra damage generally, being able to get a lot of the extra draws and trim down all your opponent's offensive strategies, it just being able to wait till the Inyo pops off. It's going to be very tough for it to happen for Rally Sword.
Well, let's see what the bans are. Let's see if we were correct, if we were wrong. We're always correct, obviously, 100% of the time, 100% rate. And we are again, obviously. We're here going through. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, 100%. We definitely said that Crystallized Haven is going to be banned there on Zero's side and Chester on OSAF's side. Guys, you just have to trust us, right? You weren't listening properly. It's fine.
No,
it's
definitely.
All jokes aside, though, not surprised to see maybe that as well. Crystallized Haven again, that go-to very powerful deck that OSAV doesn't want to go up against, and Chessrain. I know you said yourself, right, Rogers, throughout the quarterfinals that Chessrain, right, a very explosive deck where maybe a lot of players maybe not too confident going up against it.
No, of course not. It's one of those archetypes where it's just like with the Evo Portal, if you happen to have very strong opening hands, it's very difficult for almost any archetype to keep up with. Getting your blitzes, getting your Let's Parties, getting a whole lot of your early game oriented cards into Knight and into King allows you to just run away with the game like really, really early. And a lot of decks don't want to deal with that. So that's very understandable.
But the funny part is Zero has his own Chessrain deck that has been left up as well. So we did get one at least. We did get one that does sneak its way through, and OSAV seems to be more than happy to deal with it there. So that will be interesting. Again, having his Condemned Haven as well. We saw when you get stuck in the Lightning Bird loop, maybe newer players might not have seen it that much because Condemned Haven isn't really a common deck too much at the moment that we see. But when you get stuck in that loop, you know it's curtains. You basically, your hand shivers and then drags its way to the 3 lines in the corner of the screen, because it's either that or sit there for a minute and let the loop go through until you end up losing. But to be fair, it does take a bit, right, Roger, obviously, to set up and get to that point, which is where it can be caught out by some of more of these tempo aggressive decks. I mean, ironically enough, Chessrain can be that, and Zero having his Rally Sword left up could also be an answer for that.
Definitely. And since with OSAV playing his own chess rune being banned out and having to play Condemned Haven and Evo Portal, he'll probably be in a situation where Evo Portal is playing over close to 40 creatures. He has to really pick and choose when he wants to commit what and which things need to be evoed on time and clear his own board, lest it happens that chess rune just gets his own free advantage going and it'll be almost impossible to keep up with him. So we'll see how Osaf handles it. He's confident. He left it open. He said, come at me, bro, I'm fine. So we'll see how he deals with this one.
And it might even be some more of that, I'll say, pro player experience, right? Maybe being able to challenge on these decks. And obviously we've seen Osaf already take out a cup earlier this year, right? Back in the April Cup. So we're going to see if he can do a bit of a repeat, take that August Cup as well. Ladies and gentlemen, our first semi-final for the West August Cup 2023 season. The viewpoint of Osaf, now got a hat, taking on Zero. Still no webcam. Going to be interesting to see now between Condemned Haven and Chess Rune. This is going to be a fun one, and I even did the little hat tip.
My lady.
I still always think Osaf's listening to the caster sometimes, honestly. The way these reaction times are just on perfect. We swear, guys, he can't hear us. We don't script any of this. It's just somehow the stars always align. But a fantastic set of starting cards here, I want to say, on both sides. Zero, I say that in terms of good finisher cards, but is hopefully going to have a good top deck for turn 2 and get chess pieces. I'm crossing my fingers, because if not, then there is a bit of a problem on his side for sure.
Yeah, his hand is a bit slower. Osaf can quite literally do anything this turn and next turn, so he's kind of just sitting comfortably. He could even pass if he wants to, but I would expect him to possibly play one of these crystallized units for the first turn here to get him through his deck. He is going to play Luminescent Gem. It's going to be passing the turn here.
Oh, no. No. No, Zero. Okay, Odin's cool. We talked about how cool Odin is before. He's not 2 cards turn 2 cool. All right, let's chill out a little bit. That's not the case. And Osaf, right, having the gem, first off, pulling another gem off the top is fantastic. And getting the Aether as well is really, really strong to get out the big rotation burn combo that you get with Ariel. So now that he's got that there, he can probably go for the gem again, maybe. He might want to hold it here, but having the Lightning Bird as well, he's probably going to hold on to. I mean, yeah, sure, it's crystallized, you're going to get it back constantly. Or maybe just leaving it in hand, because, you know, there's nothing out there that he has to worry about dealing with. He obviously wants it for that loop combo later and doesn't want to be accidentally a turn off if he keeps playing it out. And the Wolves are also an option if he wants to get that out and just have a big follower on board to maybe deal with some of these pawn pieces a bit later.
I really like this because if he ends up top decking, because like what can he get into here? Nothing, I would think, right? So he just goes Gem and Metatron, I feel. But then if he leaves them up, then that's a whole bunch of pawns going in, so that's also a bit scary.
Yeah, there's a couple options, because you obviously don't want to leave up a big follower like Wolf, right, to have all the pawns just to run into, because then you just have big zero. It's
yeah,
like,
exactly.
Okay, I guess I've just chunked this out for no reason, but
yeah.
This is when we will expect Lightning Bird, because, again, similar to the fairy situation, right, you got to try and find that balance of being able to deal with the board, but also kind of half board locking a little bit and making sure they can't rotate them out. Luckily, this time around, the pawns aren't going to blow up and do 2 damage to your face when you do destroy them. But the buffs are coming out a little bit now with Feast, which is going to be a bit of an issue. And I think Angel of Chaos as well from Zero's side, which you talked about before. Pretty funny card to see in that deck, but wondering if we'll be able to make use of it here in this game. Osaf going to get the wards out now, get some evos and some play points now, and try and see if he can push for these final few pieces. Because at the moment, it's just that survival game, right? He's got the Lightning Bird, he's got the Aethers. Now he just needs his 2 condemned followers to start setting up this rotation and then get to that play point total he needs.
That is definitely what the options that you can go for here. So let's see here. It is going to be Milady Queen. Expecting her to be evolved here and possibly strategy being played, or check. Check is also an option, being able to fully clear the board. Pawn is going to come down first. Strategy going to go to hand. Then a check results here. Getting extra free pawn. This is would have been so good if they had gotten a knight off of that, but looks like they're just gonna go for this play instead. This is interesting. Could you think of there being a reason why he didn't want to leave Milady up and just trade the pawn? Did he want to do the damage, you think?
Maybe. I mean, making sure, because he wants to try and take as little damage as possible, right? And probably doesn't. He knows that Osav, if he chooses up a pawn now, he's probably just going to leave it, right? There's no point going forward. He's just going to help that king plan and wants to try and get face damage as quick as possible to help out with the condemn rotation. So maybe that might be it. Maybe there's also a hand situation. He's got 8 cards in hand as well. He probably doesn't care too much about leaving queen up. Knowing that he's got that full hand, and a lot of that he can't even really toss right at the moment, right? One of those is Mystic King, 2 of those are Odins, so he kind of wants to leave the pawns up as well as kind of targets for that Odin as well, right? So to help manage your opponent's followers. So maybe that might be it. We'll have to wait and see what Zero does with that, because obviously now the Odin Accelerate is a possibility. Osav now hovering here too, because could be looking for an Aether, because he's got 2 in hand, so he can get that combo going, and he's kind of stuck himself now with all these followers, because Lightning Bird, he's obviously not going to play that at all. The Jean is a waste because there's nothing to clear, right? I mean, maybe get some healing up might be okay, but Mystic King isn't anywhere close to being up. We'll go for it anyway. Go for the heal. Go for the quick evo. That is a great draw, though. Absolutely what he needs, and will now keep him up healthy for that turn 7, turn 8 play.
Okay, looks like Zero's gonna go for a draw here. Third king. This is tough. So do double trade.
I'm just gonna double check the Odins he has as well, real quick. Okay, he does have 3, but for all of his Mystic Kings, almost all of his Odins in hand, that is really, really rough. And it's lucky he has Rook at least to keep himself healthy, but I mean, he's not getting these pawns really out that fast, right? He's very, very far behind here. And of course, there's no followers on Osaf's side to run into. He's playing Condemned Haven. He's more than happy to not really bother, right? If he's saying that Zero is struggling to search here. So Osaf now just really needs one more turn and potentially could just go for that full power loop. You can see he's going to face palm a little bit there, seeing another Lightning Bird being picked up.
So I guess he can play the Sanokran Temple here, I think. Possibly gets him in a situation where he probably is forced to have Odin come down to get rid of it. If he wants to get any extra damage in, that's a possibility. Does force him to get rid of it so that he doesn't have to worry about it the following turn after.
He's hovering at the moment to see, and I mean, putting Metatron down and putting down the Temple was definitely a bait, right? He definitely could do that to try and get Zero to force him in here and try and run in the pawns, because Temple is kind of a good thing for Zero and a bad thing at the same time, because it's going to insta-kill the pawns, but it's not dealing with Metatron, but also he can afford to take 3 damage. So, because again, that Odin is a possibility. So, he's going to chuck that out. I believe the Amulet Destroyed count for Osav will be hitting 5 off of this now, if it was not already. Of course, needs that to go for the Enforcer combo in the first place. But it's good that you can see the hand is set up. It's there. He's going to be able to get the second one from Aether as well. But he just needs to get to that point. And you can see both are kind of half struggling right now, because Osav is just getting through those amulets and getting the play points. Zero, it's getting the pawns out and getting the followers out here. And you can see, as you said there, Rogers, Odin was used to clear out that amulet.
Yeah, so now there's a double king coming in here. He's going to be thinking about how he wants to go about this. Ether in hand, he's hovering over it. Thinking whether or not he wants to play the Unreal, wants to try to start the combo going, or does he play Gem Sanct again, force him to have another Odin so that he can stabilize and heal and live. But that's very risky because it could still get cleared out by another Odin. Just thinking whether or not, like, what are the chances of him having it again to allow him to set up.
I mean,
Thinking
'cause
about his options.
this might actually pay off for Zero having the Odin in hand,
Yeah.
right? Because what seemed like a bad situation, Zero's probably also recognized now that, hang on, Osav's on turn 9, and I'm not dead in the loop yet. What's
Yeah.
going on? Like, obviously the amulet count's not there. Does he even have the followers in hand? Do I somehow find a way back even without having the Mystic Kings really that ready to go for? Of course, now that they're not too far out now, and Forza is going to come out here for that Evo with Gem. And we're going to get a bit of a loop, at least to start, because of course the Aether was used to get one out on board. And it's going to keep him sort of healthy, but
No,
I wonder if
unfortunately.
it'll be enough, because of that fallen shot, that's huge.
Oh, that is big. So that gets rid of Uniel here. And then he could play King. And I think that's it.
So yeah, 4, 6, and then obviously yeah, the buffed pawns. It's gonna be very, very close. If it's definitely not, if it's not gonna be that victory, I'm just gonna double check here.
So he still has access to Odin from hand, right? But you can get
Yeah.
in for 11? 11 or 12?
3, 6.
10.
Yeah, he's just gonna be careful of Temple, right? From coming in, because if he attacks the leader with pawns, so yeah, it won't be this turn, but next turn. Well, I say next turn, of course, with Zero knowing that, not knowing there's another enforcer there, but he has to clear this one.
Oh no, he can King. So he can
So,
Odin here, play Odin,
Yep, banish out the Temple.
and then that's lethal. Oh wow.
Yeah, luckily, okay, the double Odin and the triple
Yeah.
Mystic King somehow strikes back here, and Zero will be able to run this one through. Bit of an upset there against Osav. 1-0 here. Zero looking for a spot in the grand finals, and we talk about today a lot of these Shadowverse quizzes popping up, right?
Yeah.
Finding the victory. We had one earlier today that was difficult. I think that one might have just overtaken it.
I was like, oh, how does it work? Okay, so like first he needs to get rid of Sank, but how does he get exactly rid of it? It's like, does he use Fallen Shot on his own, so then he does 4 on the other, but no, it clears it. So he has to clear it, clear his, and also get in. So he actually has to treat 2 of his Storm followers as though they had a rush, and actually clear it that way. That's so nice.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't realize the Mystic Kings were on 0.
Yeah, they were. They were on.
Like,
he had them at turn 6 on like 5 already.
Yeah, so that's what I saw, and I saw the Odin come down, and I'm like, oh wait, hang on, that's like that's absolutely gonna be GG. And Zero, he's gonna be so happy with that, right? Because now first he gets to play Sword, which I mean he's very happy to play here, bringing that one in. It's similar to Zones, where he got to bring his Forest in and got to bring in that muck in a portal. So definitely going to be very confident on that and comfortable on that. But the fact he took out Osav now has that point lead on him. And again, one of the best in the region, not even just in the region, in the world, right? Taking on Osav. Having that momentum is going to be huge for him. And Osav now is going to go for the run back here with that Condemned Haven. Going to decide, that's okay, I'm going to run this one again. I've pretty much had it last time. The Mulligan's going to be a lot better this time. He has the 2 pieces there. Pretty much what he needs ready to go, and he's going to start rotating out these lightning birds here, knowing of course that he doesn't have to worry about the sword followers being destroyed and a sword king being summoned, right? There's not going to be someone he has to worry about.
No,
so
no,
I think he's
definitely
going to be a lot more comfortable in this matchup.
I believe so too, but it doesn't keep him in a situation that, like, he needs to have the Sanct up to be able to mitigate a whole lot of the pressure that he's going to be pushing out, because all Zero has to do is just put a whole bunch of followers on the board and push pressure that way. So we'll see how this pans out. I'm very interested.
Divine Walls are going to be so important here as well. Speaking of cards, it's going to be important to keep him alive in this matchup, of course. First off, nice tanky ward, but also the last word's healing. It's going to be big to keep him alive here. The problem right now is, again, these first couple turns are going to be a little bit weak on Osav's side here with Condemned Haven is gonna hold on to this for now because he's gonna want to combo the lightning bird potentially next turn. Let's add another amulet to make sure he actually gets the evo for the divine wolves, because they only evolve if there's an amulet still up on the board. Maybe something, you know, if you're a newer player, if you're not too sure about how that works, if you've not really played Haven or gone up against it too much, that's how the Divine Wolves card works. So now that Lightning Birds come out, it will be up and available for him. The winged inversion there is going to be nice for Osav as well. Just going to be able to really instantly deal with any of these later troublesome sort of followers. Unfortunately, Aurelia is immune to that though. Can't be targeted by spells. So it's going to be tough to try and combo that around. And Osav already, as you said, like Roger, is really taking some big damage in this early game. This pressure is really powerful.
Yeah, exactly, because it puts him in a scenario where he needs to constantly keep on answering the board, and Zero just needs to keep on playing his hand out. He has winning version himself to get rid of any awards to get out of his way, and allows him to get rid of any of the extra additional threats that he needs to take care of. And then he also still has a whole lot of extra draw and extra search already going for him. So this is going to be it's going to be an uphill climb for Osav. It's not impossible, but oof, it's tough to say the least.
Yeah, the Sacred Sheep might be a big option here because, again, it can protect him some of his extra damage for a couple turns as well. The Evo's there, he could banish the 3/3 Knight. Again, he has a banish for anything at 3 defense. They'll be able to clear out 2 extra followers if need be. He could also, if he wants, banish the 2/1 to stop the last words and run in the sheep into the 3/3 as well. Sure, the follower might be damaged a little bit more, but it also stops the last words, stops another follower from coming out in that situation. So potentially one available play that is going to come to him, and is definitely going to hover it, actually going to go for it here, as long as being another ward. So yeah, definitely going to go for the play that I just mentioned there. He's going to try and maximize what he can here, knowing as well there's going to be a lightning bird coming out very shortly. Going to run the wolves in to make sure if it falls first, he'll get the extra health and keep the sheep a little bit more healthy. We want to make fans out there rise up. Know you're out there somewhere. There's a lot of you guys out there in the chat. And gonna hold on quite well, actually, making sure he's keeping the board, keeping the ward followers up, gonna stay nice and healthy. And surprisingly enough here as well, I'm feeling Osav is holding on quite well, considering, you know, the deck he's playing in with that early game into a sword deck is hugely not favorable.
No, it isn't. I will though preface this is that Osav doesn't really have any more crystal amulets in his hand, so this is going to be tough for him in the next following turns. So he does need to find something like Luminescent Gem or any of the other crystals that allow him to make use of any of them further. So it's not easy, not for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him, and he did not want to see the other Winged Enforcer come out here. I mean, there's still one in deck, but he doesn't want that. He wants to combo that out, of course, with the Aether. So that is going to be tough for him. Again, as we said, that Aurelia is so important to help clear the board for Zero and can't be countered with the Winged Inversion. He'll be able to hit the Kari with it at least if he wants to go for that play later. But as you said, right, Rogers, no more crystallized amulets there. There's no amulets, period, outside of the Lightning Bird, of course, that he's going to have to wait an extra turn for. There's no Skull Fan, right, to boost that or anything there in this Condemned Haven deck. And Osav's really stuck in the situation right now because Zero's got a great board. He still has so much search potential in hand, and even his own Winged Inversion to deal with any. If Osav had any sort of tech or tricky tricks he could go for, actually going to have to manually Evo the Blooming Dancer to clear the Aurelia to get that last word draw and try and find something else. Hall could be a pretty good option to get some health back and to clear out a follower. Depends on which one he's going to go for. Going to go, yeah, for Band Beauty. Go for the normal heal. Go for the draw as well. The Kitty's going to be cool for an Evo. But I'm thinking here that, okay, he is going to go for it, which means he's probably going to go for the Lightning Bird as well. I don't know if this was the correct play here. Luckily, of course, he still has that sheep effect though. It lasts for 2 more turns, so Kari can only do 3 damage, I believe, not 5. Coming out, yeah, it's only 3. Oh no, sorry, it takes the leader damage to 0. My bad. So actually, it is going to keep him alive. I completely forgot to 0. I thought it was only a small amount. a lot of cards at the moment that protect leader damage at
Yeah.
random intervals at the moment. But yeah, Sheep is going to keep him alive. But the thing is, Yoshi's going to have a chance to build up the board and get his own major condemned follower added to hand here. We are going to see Radio added to hand, the OTK specialist from the Sword lineup. And that board, even if you're called to take 0 damage to leader for a few turns, that board is terrifying.
You lack training.
This is so strong going into next turn here. He needs to find a way of being able to clear everything right now, and also that is not too bad. It might be a little bit too late though, but maybe we can still make this work.
It's going to be tough because Enforcer, again, you need to have destroyed 5 amulets to get the 5 play points back. I don't think we're at 5 yet. I think we're about 3 or 4 even. So going to be slightly off here. And Rogers, this might actually be an upset victory going over to 0 right now against Osav. Temple could have been an option, but it only takes away, I believe, 2 health, which all these guys are buffed. And they have destroyed the gym right now, man. They have absolutely destroyed it. They have come out swole as an Osav Yap has recognized that is going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge upset win for our semi-finals. 0 is going to go 2-0 against Sonar Fire's Osav. 0, again, the first time he's been here in top 8 SVO competition. A huge win for the man from the UK.
Well done. Good showing from him. Really clean play. Original decks that he brought with him. And it's been really interesting to see that him, like every single turn, keeping up the pressure, making sure not letting him breathe like one single turn. And Osav not seeing any of the luminescent gems or any of his crystalline units not being able to keep up with a whole lot of the aggression that he had going on was too much.
Yeah, it was. Again, just the play out of 0 is really cool. And yeah, sure, game 1 was a little bit of a meme fest. All right, it's safe to say it was, right. It was a little bit rough on both sides, but the fact that 0 made those Odins and those Mystic Kings that were doubling up and even tripling up at some point work at the end is just something spectacular to see, and not something you see every day at all. So really cool. Very happy for 0 to do that, of course. All the best to Osav, of course. Very happy to see him here once again in the semi-finals. Again, one of the best. Always happy to see our man here. And again, earning some of those extra points that was just behind Meme Legends. And I believe because he dropped out here in the semi-finals, he might be like a singular point or 2 points behind now the current top reigning player in the region. So no pressure for the September Cup to either of those players moving forward. But that is going to be huge there for 0. So we'll be seeing 0 in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready now for our second semi-final here. And Twilight Knight's Rag taking on Disastra's Zones here. Again, this is going to be a fun match. First off, a great battle between 2 huge Shadowverse teams that have been around in the region for quite some time now. And we joined back by Trickster and joined again by Rogers for the grand finals. Trick, my man. First off, that semi-finals is one thing, but now going here to the second semi-finals, you want some more evidence here for this Muck in a Portal deck outside of literally like anime protagonist top decks that Zones is pulling out here. Do you think we're going to see it here potentially play? Do you think it might be a ban for Rag or you know, Fairy Forest could be an option, knowing that, I mean, it's Zone's go-to class?
Yeah, I'm absolutely back for that reason. I'm here to scrutinize this Machina Portal deck. I was like, rearrange the casting order, make it so that I'm the one on there. I need the proof, so here I am.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's got the
I don't
checklist.
think it's gonna get banned. I feel like, I don't know. I don't see it getting banned. I think we're gonna get to see it played again. I was looking at the deck list from both of these players, and it is gonna be an interesting match. We've got Heel Haven on one side, for Rag, and then Zones bringing both Fairy Forest and the Machina Portal. So there's gonna be some interesting decks making their way into the finals. I feel like with the aggression of things like Fairy Forest, that doesn't really go that well into Heal Haven. And so maybe we're going to see some bans around that. Quite possibly going to see Zones have to defend the Fairy Forest and get rid of the Heal Haven. But Zones does have another Evo Portal opponent, so he can just do what he did last time and have both of his decks be Evo Portal, even if he can't beat the other deck. So
yeah,
maybe
just
we'll see kind of a repeat history.
pay off the opponent, just let him put a card on the top he exactly needs. All the stuff for the reasons why he obviously won that 4th quarterfinal, right? Just making sure those are the reasons.
Yeah, that and like skill, but we don't talk about the skill part.
Skill,
right?
obviously.
Skill, planning, deck building, foresight, like no. Top deck. No.
If you count skill as the luck stat being full, I guess that counts. I don't know. Let's see the bans going out now for these guys here. I think you make a good point there, though, Trick, as well, that Hill Haven is definitely going to be, I think, a major target for Zones. And we say that, and it's not. And I am a tiny bit confused. I don't know about yourself here, Trick, but Zones will lose out his Crystallized Haven. Rag losing out his Ghost Shadow. But I do want to point out Zones also banned Ghost Shadow the last time around as well. So that's twice now that Zones has banned out Ghost Shadow. Rag in the last time banned out Chess Rune and is now banning out Crystallized Haven. But it does mean we get to see Rag's Hill Haven, and Zones now has to play cat and mouse, right, to avoid this Hill Haven matchup.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all to see Zones have his Haven banned. It's his only like proven deck in the meta, so I'm not surprised to see it go. Yeah, the other choice, I feel like it's just kind of guessing, I guess, on what your opponent's going to do for the ban. Shadow's a really powerful deck in the meta, and so it seems like Zones is kind of targeting Evo Portal, and so I guess there he's just like, my plan's to go for Evo Portal and ban Shadow. Why deviate now when there's a random Heal Haven? Maybe not having a lot of respect for that other lower tier deck in the meta, so... Jumping in, it's the second semifinal match. We see Rag on the top with the Evo Portal, Zones with the Fairy Forest on the bottom. I think Zones is pretty happy to queue his Fairy Forest into this instead of Heal Haven. Gonna have a lot of extra turns to try and kill off his opponent before the game ends. But going second for Zones does mean he has a little bit of a harder time getting some chip damage at the beginning. But past turn 2 from Rag, yeah, that's not how you want to start out against an aggressive deck.
And yeah, as you said, right, Chick, Zone's going to be very, very happy with this matchup. Literally the exact same matchup he had in the 4th quarterfinal to win with Forest. And he's getting it again here. So he's already done it once, going to be happy to do it here again. And of course, dodging out that Hill Haven will be very, very strong for him here. So he's already going to get 4 damage burn in Tomlin as well, being played early on, which goes to show how confident Zones is in getting this damage through. And now we're going to start seeing similar situations that we saw earlier on, where we're seeing like a forced Grimnir coming out. We saw a forced Shin as well come out earlier today, just to try and match some of this aggression. And that is not at all what you want to be seeing from the Evo Portal player. Zones as well, just gets a free Noblesse. Can even go for the Evo if he wants, like we mentioned, right, to get the play points back, to get those other fairies out on the board. And there's Zones, you can see, he's quite chill right now. Just piloting, maybe even auto-piloting a little bit his favorite craft.
Yeah, and getting that free Evo on the fairy as well as the storm damage, the extra effects adding up over time. 10 health with some fairies that have last words to do damage. Zone's already in a good position and starting to make me feel like he has to prove the Machina portal, but the Fairy Force is looking really good. Wondering why I haven't seen this more on ladder and around. It is true, like Rag having something like a Kasim early would have been huge, but that's maybe one of the weaknesses of Evo Portal. You have the incredible answer in like Kasim to early game aggression, but that's like your one good answer, and so if you don't draw it, you're not going to get it every time. Seeing the evolve here on Rosa, going to get a little healing, probably a dancer follow-up. Yeah, there it is. Wondering why the sweeper doll didn't come out a little earlier. I guess instead of trying to get puppets, just gonna get the extra robot this round for an Evo. I guess really wanting to get the Evo early, but could have used a puppet to trade with the Bane as well, so just saving that, I guess, for a later turn.
The amount of times we have seen here today where Dole just gets ignored and not played. And Rogers is molding right now. I know he is, because we've been talking about it all day while he's playing, he's not bringing it out. And we're seeing a similar situation happen here. Luckily, Rag, so we get a bit of healing through and still get some of those Evos down. But now Zones has so many options to run these fairies in. He can even go for the Shining Valkyrie play here as well, just to push that extra storm damage. The amount of fairies as well that are in hand is going to be absolutely insane here. I believe it might even be game coming through. Exactly lethal turn 5 with Fairy Forest. You do not mess with Disastrous Zones when he is playing that Forest deck here, guys. Absolutely insane. This man, very high chance of getting to the grand final just off of that alone. I mean, no words. That's it. You saw it happen. There's no answer. We just move on and get ready for game 2.
Wow, that was incredible. In this format where games often go to 7 and 8, I don't know the last time I've seen a turn 5 win. I'm surprised, yeah, more players aren't looking into Fairy Forest, because it seems like it has a very different role in the meta, and a lot of decks just can't deal with that early damage. There were some good cards there, like the one of Tam Lin to really preserve the board and take out the ward on turn 3. So maybe you don't always have that, but there was still lots of follow-up to finish the game, even if it didn't end there.
Again, it goes to show, right, just how powerful Zones is on this Forest deck. And I mean, you bring up, right, Tricky, you know, why we're not seeing more players coming on it. It's definitely an acquired taste deck, right? And Forest has always been one of those decks where it's not always been the most popular, but the people that play it are very, very strong and very, very powerful. And you have to watch out for a lot of those matchups, because these are the guys who are more than happy to no life some of these classes that might seem weaker just because people aren't playing it at the time or aren't putting too much effort into it. They can kind of come out of nowhere and catch people out. And we saw it in quarterfinal 4. We've just seen it now, semifinal 2. Pretty high chance that Zones might be getting a ban on that Forest deck if he does go to the grand finals. But now we get to see the Portal v Portal matchup again. And last time on Zones' side, again, all means of decks aside, right? He's just got that perfect top deck draw. He did have, of course, the invocation already set up, ready to go, and he was happy to run away with that victory. But can he repeat the same thing here? If Rag is dropping early Grimnirs, it's a pretty good sign for him, I'd say.
Yeah, having the Evo Robotics Reporter now, that's nice. The curve is there for Zones. I don't really feel like I've had to drop Grimnir that often on ladder early, but our players are having to do it over and over today. Not a good spot to be in for Evo Portal. And there's not amazing follow-up in Rag's hand either. If you want to get multiple Evos at this point, what are you even going to do? Play like Alice and evolve her manually or something? Like, this looks bad. You can get some robotic arm maybe evolves if you like eat up a shin or something. I don't know. Tough spot to be in for Rag. Definitely looking like we're gonna see Zones maybe once again proving this is the superior Portal deck. Hands on the head for Rag. I could tell he was disgusted with the draw this turn. I mean, playing Grimnir again. You're gonna have the Evo just to trade and deal with that, and it'll die. Wow, that is like a feels. Oh my! You're like running out of win conditions. I mean, I guess
he's got one Grimnir left. He's only got that one. I'm lucky, of course. Obviously, always playing through an Evo Portal, right? So obviously he's gonna have that one. But the fact he's run through, as you mentioned, right, Trick 2 back to back here, it's showing the pressure that Zones is putting down here. And I guess the advantage situation that he is currently in, he's going to get out and start getting some big draw potential now off the Machina followers that he is able to play out thanks to the mechanized life form. Again, shout out to Machina Rune back in 2019 and 2020, right? Back in the day. But Zones is more than happy now to even start fusing out his own assembly droids, because remember, they're still Machina followers. When they get destroyed, they count towards the Machina destroyed count. He gets free destruction off of that. Excuse me there. And Rag is really stuck here, right, Trick?
Yeah, we're about to be seeing a turn 6 Gratina again. I mean, maybe Rag can leave all of these up. I don't even know what you do right here. Like, maybe you play Frey and evolve it, and then your Alice will be active, so you can run her in too. Hopefully you get some good draws. I mean, there's maybe a little bit of time. 19 health is pretty significant, and Portal takes a couple turns to chip you down, so maybe, just maybe, there's going to be a way for Rag to get his Evos in and bring out Shin and, like, heal up and stabilize, but Kyrie is, like, an alright draw, but without an Evo point, it makes it significantly worse, so almost, like, necessary to draw Sylvia and Olivia next turn for Rag if he wants to stay in this.
It's going to be tough for him as Mikhail 1 for zones comes out. He's just shy off the Gratina, but it's the sake of, I believe, 1 or 2 Machina followers at this point. And he's got 2 droids there on the board as well to make that if he wants.
Leaving up the droids is heads up there. It's probably the only reason that Gratina wasn't invoked.
And you're going to see the easy puppeteer to get the Baronator out, who again is going to keep generating play points off of these Machina followers, being able to attack, being able to destroy. If he's able to keep it around that 3 play point mark, he's going to be able to get some huge AoE damage through, but zones might even just want to rotate it through just to keep getting play points, just to keep playing followers out, right? Just be able to use it in that situation and get towards that Machina destroyed count here. It's going to be close. Zone's debating, does he run it into Face? Does he run it into the Freya and get a guaranteed KO from it, from the Baronator at the end of the turn? Does it run it into Face and do some extra damage there? I mean, either way, the Face damage will come through off the effect. It's 3 damage AoE to all enemies, followers, and the leader when that does come through. But even hovering the Lilith now to chuck the Mikhail or maybe that Gratina back away, and they're going to lose followers here. It's going to be interesting though, because he's going to just hold on, clear the board, and hold on to some very powerful followers here Stu anyway. So there's that full board there. Kasim might be needed here on Rag's side to help deal with that, but at the same time, do you want to clear that board? You want to maybe try and board lock him if possible, outside of maybe the Baronator? Because again, as you said, right, Trick, this Rag's still plenty healthy, and there's a bunch of just 1 attack followers there on the board that he's probably not too worried about at the moment.
Yeah, Rag almost needs, I guess he has 17 health still, so if he could clear this, Gratina and Kirzael is like 13 or something like that, so it's probably not lethal. The Storm Puppet's in hand though, so that's going to increase the damage by a little bit. So maybe Rag can afford to, I guess you could just board lock your opponent with this too. The Baronator would do 3 damage to Face. Definitely a tricky spot to be in. He really needs to be protective of his health for these next couple of turns, but also set up 1 or probably 2 Shins for next turn to stay in it.
And you can see he's going to try and go for some of these Evos now. These final Evos that he needs to maybe clear some of this out, or he's going to board lock, as he said, most likely will happen here. The problem is that there's actually secretly a fair bit of damage here that zones could push out. He's going to hold that Evo point. He's still going to get big 3 damage in, because you've got to remember the Baronator's effect is typically 4 damage off that follower there. It's going to give Rag a chance to just survive, but only just. He cannot afford to do that again. What is his options here, Trick? What has he got here to try and stay alive? I mean, I can see, you know, there's a bad B. We can see that Robotic Arm is there, and Alice is also potentially on the table.
Yeah, it's got to be Shin. All of this thinking makes me think it's not going to be double Shin. There probably has to be some way of getting, I don't know. It's tough because there's only 3 Evos possible in hand right now, depending on the draws from Alice. It's probably going to decide the game if he can't get to the 10 evolves. Okay, there's an extra evolve. That's probably what was needed. Getting the Dancer here lets you play Shin after. I think that might be 10 unless it was already there, but if it was already there, I feel like it might have been Maybe he was trying to make
about
sure he
to
got
be
the
10
damage
now.
malice. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So a good draw from Rag, keeping him in the game. Gonna swing himself to 14 health, but Gratina is 6 damage. Kyrzael is 5. That's 11, plus the puppet, 13. The Evo is 15 damage. Depending on the hits for Kyrzael, I think this could be game. Oh, and the buff because of the extra play points. It's turn 8. This is lethal.
Right. Draconator as well will come down. There's also the unseen strength. If he wants it as an option, Gratina will come flying down. And this time around, it's not going to be some scripted top deck to give Zones that win with Machina Portal. And it's just going to be a perfectly played out match there from Zones to get the victory. 2-0 against Twilight Knight's Rag. Zones is going to the grand finals for our August Cup.
Yeah, I guess like, dang, the 2 back-to-back wins getting pretty hard to dispute it. Zones finding a secret meta pick that is paying off heftily for him. I'm interested to see what could happen to his opponent in the next round. Do they have Evo Portal as well?
On Zero's side, they don't. So I don't have Portal at all. So it's going to be a matchup of Rally Sword, Chess Rune, Crystallized Haven, Fairy Forest, Crystallized Haven, Machina Portal. So that is going to be an interesting grand finals we have coming up. Before we do jump ahead a little bit ourselves though, Trick, big congrats to Zones grand finals. A big congrats to Rag as well, getting themselves here the second semi-finals. Top 4 here for the August Cup. We did see him at the end, like I said, of course, last year, getting himself to the November Cup. This is for Dragon Blade Cup, where he rated top 4, and also top 4 in the All-Star Wild Card last year. So big congrats to him, because we picked it up by Twilight Knights. And this is going to be our bracket going into the grand finals. If you are just joining us, first of all, where in the world were you? Check out the VOD after we're done, please, because there's some awesome matches that you have missed out on. So definitely check them out. Of course, we saw Zero take out OSAV in a huge upset in the first semi-finals, 2-0. Then a fellow 2-0 with Disaster Zones taking care of Twilight Knight's Rag that we just saw then, causing Zero and Zones, a newer player, new blood, and a veteran getting ready to go into the grand finals. Where of course we'll be joined by myself, Baz, Trick, and Rogers will be joining us back as well after the short break. But real quick, as we wrap things up to get ready for grand finals, Trick, it's pretty stacked, I gotta say.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. These decks have been performing very well. This is not like a 3-deck meta. They've been all over the place, and I'm excited too. I think this might be if Zones takes this will be like the second or maybe even the third time. I'm trying to remember that a caster from this season has also won one of these cups. So really cool to see some of our casters performing well here, and especially Zones today on the interesting decks. But 0-2, fun seeing some players that are less familiar in the community show up and really shine as well. And so, yeah, I'm hoping it's one of those 2-1s to the last card kind of things to the 10th turn. Like, I'm looking forward to this.
It's going to be a fun one indeed, and Zones they'll be chasing the coattails of Noir a little bit right from last month, which is pretty funny. So keen to see if he'll be able to take it out, or will it be Zero for the very first time ever in his SVO career. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals for the Shadowverse Open West August Cup is just around the corner. And just real quick before we go to break as well, after we're done with the grand finals, we might have a bit of a surprise for you guys. Maybe something to do with, I don't know, a mini expansion that's coming out very, very soon. So you guys will definitely want to stay tuned for after the grand finals as well. More SVO August Cup action just around the corner. Not knowing there's another enforcer there, but he has to clear this one.
Oh no, he can king. So he can Odin here, play Odin.
Yep, banish out the temple.
And then that's lethal. Oh wow.
Yeah, luckily, okay, the double Odin and the triple Mystic King somehow strikes back here. And Zero will be able to run this one through. Bit of an upset there against Osav. 1-0 here. Zero looking for a spot in the grand finals. And we talk about, but yeah, Sheep is going to keep him alive. But the thing is, Zero's going to have a chance to build up the board and get his own major condemned follower added to hand here. We are going to see Radio added to hand, the OTK specialist from the Sword lineup. And that board, even if you're called to take 0 damage to leader for a few turns, that board is terrifying.
You lack training. This is so strong going into next turn here. He needs to find a way of
They have destroyed the gym right now, man. They have absolutely destroyed it. They've come out swole as an Osav Yap has recognized that is going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge upset win for our semi-final. Zero is going to go 2-0 against Sonar Fire's Osav. Zero, again, the first time he's been here in top 8 SVO competition. A huge some of those Evos down, but now Zones has so many options to run these fairies in. He can even go for the Shining Valkyrie play here as well, just to push that extra storm damage. The amount of fairies as well that are in hand is going to be absolutely insane here. I believe it might even be game coming through. Exactly lethal turn 5 with Fairy Forest. You do not mess with Disastrous Zones when he is playing that Forest deck here, guys. Absolutely insane.
Here's IL. I think this could be game. Oh, and the buff because of the extra play points. It's turn 8. This is lethal.
Right. Draconator as well will come down. There's also the Unseen Strength. If he wants it as an option, Katina will come flying down. And this time around, it's not going to be some scripted top deck to give Zones that win with Machina Portal. And it's just going to be a perfectly played out match there from Zones to get the victory. 2-0 against Twilight's Rag. Zones is going to the grand finals for our Welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, to the Shadowverse Open West August Cup 2023 season grand finals between newcomer Zero and the veteran player and one of our fellow co-casters, Team Disaster's own Zones. It's Baz, it's Trickster, it's our very special guest, Mr. Rogers, here to bring you the final grand final action here today, lads. And the decks are stacked, the players are stacked. I believe we can jump straight into the deck breakdown. Let's see what these guys are bringing, what they've cooked here to get themselves here after 2 days of Shadowverse action.
We just saw this one recently. It's that Fairy Forest deck getting a win on turn 5 in the last set. this deck has shown it has a lot of power in it. We got to highlight some cards earlier, but since it's an uncommon deck, there's still a ton more that we could go into. One of them I want to pull up is Rain. We saw it earlier, a very strong card. This deck has been able to keep its hand pretty healthy with things like this Invoke. It can give you some more tools here. When you've played at least 4 cards in a turn, you invoke this from your deck, change its cost to 1, and return it to the hand. So sometimes having some synergies with decks that want to return cards to your hand, but here mostly just a good way to play an extra follower to your board and get a lot of stats.
Up, just getting that one back up again. We're a bit of energy. There's evolve effect for you guys as well.
Yeah, the evolve effect. Unevolve another allied forest craft follower, so it can't be a neutral follower. Usually not a problem though with this version of the deck. Gonna give you +4 for stats instead of +2, since you get to split it up between both followers being evolved. Pretty strong. We saw it be used to get some face damage in while also dealing with the board. Other important cards here as well to jump into. I'll pass it over to Mr. Rogers to point out another one.
Well, one of the other ones that I've seen from this list, a couple of it down the ladder, have only rounded up to Noblesse, but District Zones is also now playing a Carbuncle Sacred Emerald in their list, which is going to be a large variable in comparison to some of the others, where he's playing it as a way to get back some EVA points, draw some cards, and its fanfare is also not too bad as well, which is also really, really good, being able to get you some extra EVA to clear out some unnecessary followers that can be threatening your board a little bit, which is really, really good.
I remember when I believe it was OG Carbuncle came out, we had that Evo Control Forest deck for some time. It used to be so much fun to have in the deck. Of course, it used to be an enhance effect, I believe, to get a lot of those sparkles and that come through. And this time it's just more of just a 7 cost, but the fact that you basically get the play points back, it's very, very similar to how the OG Carbuncle used to be, just slightly tuned. Of course, now full current rotation. Really cool to see that. I like to quickly highlight, guys, as well, Shining Valkyrie, the card that won zones that turn 5 after collecting all the fairies. Of course, it's going to be Minori's second card she gets in the Shadowverse anime, or if you played, of course, Champions Battle, you can get it there from getting the Battle Pass and getting it from there. Really, really cool forest card, and arguably the better of the two that she has. As you can see here, Storm adding extra followers, but it's that strike effect, right? All the fairies that are in Shining Valkyrie's hand, I believe as well, Shining Valkyrie, the wild guy actually got buffed as well, and was actually, the cost was dropped on her to be able to focus more on getting more of a stronger OTK, or even just a stronger finish for a lot of these decks. And you can see here again, the evolve being able to summon the fairy evolve that as well, and gives them awesome storm and damage throughout all of this. Just insane card, insane way that he was able to wrap up that turn 5 win there. And again, definitely going to be a deck that is going to be on the ban radar, I think, here for Zero. Again, now seeing that Zones has won twice, it's been fairly easy for him, let's be honest. It's not exactly been difficult for him at all in those matches he's had for him plumbing out. So let's see if this deck does sneak through or not. But now Zone's second deck that he's bringing here to the grand finals will be that Crystallized Haven. We were going to have a Crystallized Haven or a Ghost Shadow in the finals. It was to be expected. Lads, I know the deck's pretty straightforward, but for anyone that's only just joining to the grand finals, anyone that might be brand new, what is happening here for Crystallized Haven?
So Crystallized Haven, you have 2 objectives you want to get. First, you want to play 5 crystallized amulets. So that's all of these expensive followers. When you play them for their reduced cost version, you can play them as an amulet. And once you hit 5, a bunch of your cards like Wingy get way stronger and access extra effects, like giving Storm to all of your followers. And Bejeweled Shrine, that little 1/1 unassuming amulet, it starts to give not only 1 attack, but 3 defense to all of your followers as well, which opens up a lot of OTKs and makes it so that when you go face for a ton of damage, you have an incredible board left, so it makes it hard for your opponent to respond. The second kind of quest you perform is with Skullthane. You want to use him to reduce your amulet's cost. You can do that, if you do that 4 times, you can get him to go down in cost as well. Normally your amulets have a countdown number, and at the start of every turn, it goes down by 1. And Skullfang, you can use it to jump ahead by 1 on the countdown, and if you destroy it with that effect, you'll get to have him come back to your hand and do it again. And so you're really trying to progress these quests in the early game, play your amulets, and use Skullfang early. For some of our players who have sat around a little more to try and highlight maybe like one of the more like advanced play lines with this deck, sometimes Mayu's Jester can actually be pretty important, because when you play Jean on 7 with like Diamond Master and the Sapphire Priestess, you don't quite have lethal. But if you can set up a Mayu's Jester on turn 4, it'll count down naturally and pop on turn 7. So between Mayu's Jester, Jean, and the 2/2 drops, now you have an OTK. And so that's a good way to be able to set up a kill in 1 turn against something like a Heal Haven deck or something like that will keep their health up. Having that set up Mayu's Jester can make it so that your Jean now gets to 20 damage instead of being just shy of that.
And Rogers yourself as well. Any comments, any cards you think are worth pointing out here? Or
No, I feel like
pretty
Tricksters
standard?
actually has mentioned most of it. Well, I think the only thing I probably want to mention is maybe the Jean World Waker is probably like the third feature, the feature on the feature. She's like the final combination of everything else, but it looks like we'll be moving on to Machina Portal at the moment, which is one of the last lists that he will bring it on here. It is an archetype that revolves of getting all of your Machina on the board using Robotics Reporter to let them come in with Rush, being able to trade really, really well. It does suffer a little bit from board locking when it can, but it is a very aggressive and strong archetype when it gets rolling. It's one of the more consistent of some of the portals, but it can oftentimes get bullied by some of the stronger archetypes in the meta, but it's a very good pick if you're looking to bully some evil portal in a tournament.
Apparently.
Yeah, both of these players trying to bully Evo Portal, bringing things like Chesterton and Fairy Forest to take it out. And it was a good pick because there was 5 Evo Portal players today, but now all of them have been eliminated. So it's going to be interesting to see how these decks perform when they're going against other decks that aren't Evo Portal. Kind of showing that Evo Portal has a weakness that could be exploited. But yeah, I'm really interested to see how things like this go into other decks. This Bearminator summoning card, Animal Puppeteer, has been incredible today. It lets you cheat the play point system so well. It's one of the only like really unfair cards I feel like in this deck. Most of the other ones having pretty straight up stat lines and costs, but this can let you on later turns play a lot more of your followers than you'd expect, especially with the Rush. It lets them be able to attack right away. So this is great late game, and it's often great early game too. If you can cheese out playing one of these on 3 and having it survive, it could make your turn 4 really strong.
There's going to be zones decks there from Team Disaster. We'll move on now. The final set of decks here from Zero's point of view right now for our August Cup. Again, he's bringing some really cool stuff here. The Control Rally Sword here is has the chance to play this both times. He's been live on stream here today. And again, another potential ban target because of that. He's been very comfortable on it and very strong on this deck. Guys, what are we expecting to see out of this sword deck?
I'm expecting this to have a pretty good matchup into the Fairy Forest. I'm wondering if that'll play into the bans. It's a little bit more of a control deck, so it has some really valuable wards and healing, and that could be just enough to stop a Fairy Forest from getting that last bit of damage in. So I think that, yeah, this deck is pretty well positioned into the opposing decks. It might be interesting because both it and Machina can't really do some of their high value turns until around the same time, and so it could be interesting, like if you get the Galder first or this could be a very even matchup between this and Machina Portal. Pulling up Galder here, it's a one of. Mr. Rogers, want to explain why this is so powerful, especially in some of our earlier games today?
Especially since playing into like very low power units, something like Force, something like Machina, maybe even sometimes Evo Portal, like some of the units do not hit above the threshold of 2 power, and this does allow to mitigate the damage of it when it comes down on turn 7. And since a lot of your earlier plays from all of your earlier followers, all of your earlier knights have been able to trim down your opponent's board, getting this on turn 7 has been very, very well received for it not being able to get OTK by your opponent also on turn 7 as well, especially if you've been able to keep your health high by using Opulent Strategist or your Aurelia to get any reduced damage on your followers, which has been really, really important.
Opulent Strategist as well, really powerful sword card. All the way back in Loot Sword, of course, early in the year, it's been very, very strong, and it's kind of been a sword staple point ever since. We're always going to be trying to find some way to fit Strategist into the lineup. Just again, the play point count and stat line is incredible. The ability, you know, Merchant's Appraisal, Maneuver, and Dual Blade Flurry, all very powerful sword spells that you have access to. And not to mention, of course, the Rally Colossus track 3 from them as well, and you get that free Evo whenever a spell is played. Which then, of course, you get to rotate even more effects when she gets the Evo. Of course, awesome healing, the draw potential, and in case Sword ever needs a Royal Banner buff coming out for all your cards, it's going to happen here again. So very, very powerful legendary here for Sword. As a monk, you know, that's more of the rally sword and aggro sword, but we tend to see outside of the control as well. But that's going to be the sword deck there from Zero. He's also going to be bringing the Chess Rune deck once again. Chess Rune making a finals cut here in SVO. I believe it's very similar to SEAO, but here in the West region, Chess Rune somehow is still making waves to stay alive, still making waves and being a very powerful deck. Rogers, I know you said earlier today, very explosive deck out of potentially even any other deck that's here today. Very, very explosive, guys. Zero made it here. It's a very fancy feat, you know, multiple Odins, multiple Mystic Kings to find his way here to Grand Finals. But lads, real quick, Chess Rune, what's it all about?
Yeah, so this deck, you want to be summoning a bunch of pawns, and once you've had 8 destroyed, all of the new pawns that come into play get an additional attack. And with the king, his cost will go down until you can summon him to get 4 pawns for free storm. We're seeing it here. You summon 4 pawns. If 8 have been destroyed, they naturally will get an additional 1 attack. He'll give them an additional 1 on top of that as well in Storm. So it's going to be a bunch of 3/2s going face. With things like Odin, you can turn that into an OTK by wiping your board and resetting it. I think this deck will be pretty well positioned into the decks that Zones is bringing, because they all have to play a lot of followers on the board. Maybe not Haven, but for the other two, Fairy Forest and Machina Portal, they're going to be putting followers out consistently to trade into. And so as long as this deck can like survive the early aggression from Forest, it's going to be hitting its quest pretty early. So that might put this in a pretty good position in this matchup.
Heavily agreed, especially with Odin being released, it being able to trim out a whole lot of the last word cards that do belong to some of the Forest Craft units that are being played currently. It does get you into a situation that even though they do leave the field and do get their bonuses, it does keep you from being taken down by like 4 to 5 units in one turn. You get to trim out a whole bunch of your opponent's threats, and you also get in for a little bit of damage yourself. It has been one of the more pivotal cards that we've seen during the whole entire tournament, allowing Zero to get a whole lot of lethal so many times. It's been one of the best additions to Chess Rune, and hopefully you guys at home probably can give this a try out for yourself.
Zero's final deck that he's bringing here to the August Cup will be the Crystallized Haven. Again, a go-to, very powerful deck. Talk about decks as well to maybe try at home. This is also definitely one of them. I believe, as I mentioned, there's a structured deck you can get that covers a lot of these cards, and you can get them through there, get some of the other cards quick out of vials and some quick packs. It's a deck that's easy to learn, but a little bit difficult to master, so it's definitely worth putting some time and effort into while you're on your ladder quest. Do want to point out, though, once again, the key different card out of every Crystallized Haven deck we've seen here today is that one of Sacred Sheep. We saw Zero use it earlier today to its full advantage. Well, I would say half advantage. We didn't see the enhance effect go off, but we definitely see the ward effect go off, and of course his evolve effect to banish a follower with 3 defense or less, and that ended up getting him a huge advantage into a win as that match went on. But this is the little bit of a mixture. We know we're talking about ratio counts for this deck, where it's normally between Bejeweled Shrine or Divine Wolves, and maybe bouncing either 3 or 2 across the board there. But instead of having you know, the one extra for either or. We have 2 Divine Wolves and the 1 Sacred Sheep here. Bank, of course, having that as the 40th card in the deck. So a very strong card. Very interesting to see how it'll match up into the grand finals here, because it's a very cool piece of tech that Zero is bringing. But that is going to do it, guys, for our deck breakdown, our final deck breakdown of the day for the grand finals. And guys, as we get ready for bands to come up here, our final guess at bands, which are always 100% accurate, and if they're wrong, you just want to say properly, as we said earlier today. What do you think might be banned away here? Do we finally see Fairy Forest be banned away? Could Chess Rune be an option of being banned away as well, as Jared said?
Yeah, I'm confident now that Crystallized Haven is the best deck. I was hinting that I thought it might be at the beginning, but after seeing this, that deck is... Both players are bringing it into the final. It seems impossible to target, unlike the Evo portal, and so I wouldn't be surprised if either of the players banished that. But that being said, there's also so many weird decks, and maybe that's the one they're comfortable going against. All the other ones are pretty uncommon, so I could easily see that Chess Rune being banned because of like specific matchup interactions, or maybe even like the Fairy Forest because of how aggressive it is. There's a lot of options for how this could go.
I'm a fan of them banning out both of their comfort picks, and them putting them on their off decks is a way to make this a bit more even, I think.
It's going to make it more interesting as well to see, right? And not being able to have that fallback comfort pick and comfort option. But let's see what the bans are for these guys. Our final set of bans here for the August West Cup, as we're going to get up in just a short moment. They're getting that anticipation, that drum roll. You can hear it somewhere out there. I'm not sure where. Someone's out there playing the drums. Hopefully, it's going to be the Crystallized Haven banned on Zone side, and Zero losing out the Chess Rune. So again, Zones having access to that Fairy Forest is going to be very scary for Zero to deal with. But Zero has his sword option up. So both players going against what you said, Rogers, they're going to have their comfort picks up and available. And this is going to be pretty surprising and pretty interesting now going into this grand final, because they have the comfort picks options, all the decks that were like expected to be here. I mean, only one of them is actually being played in that Crystallized Haven. The 3 other decks being played, none of them are tier 1, none of them are tier 2, most of them aren't even on the tier list.
Most of them on other at the moment, you know.
Most of them, like a new player would be like, I didn't even know this existed, and even an experienced player might not even realize that.
It's like,
looking at Machina Portal.
Yeah.
I feel like these bans are very strong from both players. Getting rid of Zones like tier 1 deck and leaving him on like kind of the random decks seems like a good option. And then, yeah, we were talking about how good that Chess Rune could be trading into Zone's follower-based decks, so makes sense to get rid of it, leave up Haven, and also, depending on the draws, Haven can have a pretty slow early game without like something like Skullfane to pop your amulets or the Lightning Bird. That could leave a lot of time for the Forest to get in early and win games quick, and so I think without like a portal deck to target, Haven might be the next best deck for one that can have a slightly slower start.
I get that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The grand finals. The Shadowverse Open August Cup, the 2023 West region. It's Zero taking on Disastrous Zones from the viewpoint of Zones as well. It's going to be the comfort pick matchup straight away. Fairy Forest into Control Rally Sword.
Seeing the Tamlin in the hand of Zones, it's not a card you normally love, only running 1 in the deck, so he's going to throw it back. But keeping the 1 drop in the 2 drop is strong. You're going to be able to set up a 1/3 ward on turn 2 if the 1 drop survives. Having that 1/2 health will trade really well into this 1/1 Wayfaring Goblin. We've seen Zero have that a lot in the sword deck. It is really nice to get the rally count up and keep the hand full, but the second copy is not going to be nearly as effective as the first.
Definitely not, since you can only get that on the first turn. Looks like he's going to be playing Warden of Honor, possibly just going to be going face with his. Trading into it is not going to be that well if he happens to have a Panther in hand. So he's just going to go face with it. Is he going to play? No, he's not going to play it out.
He's going to run in face, though, knowing, of course, he can just bounce right with Panther and get his follower back perfectly healthy. Of course, no damage gonna be seen there. Get the 1-3s up, get some cheeky poke damage in, and I guess start the war of attrition in favor of Forest side here in terms of the battle of the one attack followers. The thing is here, of course, Zones having the 3 health there, it's going to stop Zero from being able to pierce the defense, to even destroy the ward follower that's left on board, and will start to give him that early advantage, which, if it's following close to anything like we saw from the previous 2 games, is going to be curtains for Zero if he's not too careful.
Yeah, having the random ping hit the 1-1 instead of the 1-3 is really bad. Instead of having 2 followers that can each trade into the remaining followers, they can't even do it combined together. Gonna be interesting to see if it's just a ward's checked out or if it's time to draw.
I think he might just want to go for drawing here and play a Gawain possibly. Or playing a second Gawain so that he can get rush maybe? No. Yeah, looks like he's going to be going for that.
Yeah, you can definitely see that there, because otherwise Zones, right, again, being that second player, there was a free Evo potentially there, right, for Smith that could have been used, and then that would have been a ton of damage that Zones could have chucked into Zero's face here. But it is good to see Zero has picked up 1 or 2 of his radios. Haven't actually seen radio been played today. Zero's not had the opportunity to, but here is that shining Valkyrie play happening once again here. A huge amount of damage going into phase. Zones will clear out the second Gwain, and again, just wow, the damage that Valkyrie brings now off that turn 4 play, just from building up some of those fairies in hand. I say Zero might be in trouble, but that Twilight Protector coming out here was a brand new follower from this set coming here. A huge addition to Sword, huge healing, play point recovery, 5-6 ward. Insane.
Sadly, it's gonna die because of the insane stat line on Valkyrie. A card that's incredible going second, getting to evolve that on turn 4 and get the extra damage. There's another one in hand and nothing to be afraid of. I think we're going to see that next Valkyrie come down, and this one's going to do even more damage. You can play the Fairy afterwards to help deal with the board. A great start for Zones. Maybe thinking, though, without other finishers that you need to save the Valkyrie for late game to be your final push. So maybe we'll find a different way here with like the Panther or something to push some damage and just set up for a next turn lethal.
I think that could be an option. The only thing that Zero has going for him right now is maybe Kyrie, play Kyrie, Evo, Wayfinder maybe, but this is going to be a lot of damage here right now.
So much going to be coming out here from Zones right now, and I think you said, Roger's right. I mean, Zones will see that Zero doesn't really have much in hand, and of course we can see that Zero can't even really add to that outside of the 3 cost, right, to get that search, and Zones is just going to go to town here and get huge damage coming through. Again, only needs 6 damage, which for Fairy Forest is quite easy to do in 1 turn. I believe that Zones only has the 2 Valkyrie. No, he's got 3. So if he tops next ones again, well, at least the script storyline is still going to be out there, being played for sure.
Okay.
That's a good draw for Zero. Wondering what he was going to be able to find to help deal with this board. There's going to be some healing coming through as well.
Our supply lines have been reinforced.
So the Goblet's going to come down, it's going to heal him twice, going to put him on 10. Necklace. Going to choose a unit to give +1 to.
I'll win with wealth.
No one gets past me.
It's going to go for a full-on trade here. Monica going in.
I've got this.
I won't give up.
So pretty happy rotation there, I think, there from Zero, right? Making use out of what he got. What did he? Hang on. What did he just?
Overdrawing a
miss
Storm
there?
card.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Losing
I
the
know for a
Aria.
fact He was
Dang, that was
very
a great
upset
play
with
from
that.
Zero. Yeah, making him draw the last fairy and leaving the fairy up instead. Normally it's bad to leave up fairies, but the overdraw was huge.
think he valued forcing him to draw into a potential combo piece that could finish than leaving up the fairy. Since of course he could go into Noblesse, which could give it last words, dealing 2 damage to your opponent, but this was just infinitely better for him. I really like this play just now.
Fairy count would be great here, right, if he was able to find a Noblesse, right? Because then there's so much fairies there, he could just play them all out and let the last words just finish things off. But unfortunately, unable to find them so far, and is more than happy to just leave that board up. But here comes Monica back now, and Aurelia as well coming out is going to be quite useful to deal with this and just have a nice chunky ward there, as well as getting all the play points back. And really that's to 0. But you can also just go for Gelder, because exactly what Rogers was saying in the deck breakdown, if you're playing a deck like Forest, you're not going to be able to match this damage here that 0 that he needs, right, to clear the wards, to clear the spell effect even. And now Zones is in really big trouble.
You've said that right. Zones really had to slide in before the late game of Sword. There's a lot of like healing and stalling, and he didn't quite push enough damage in the early game, and now he's out of tools. Pretty common occurrence. Gonna be able to draw maybe 1 more card this turn and see what you can get. But yeah, 0, now that he's stabilized, it'll be hard for Zones to get any damage in the rest of this game. That could help, but not until next turn. And these followers, if they survive, combined with a little extra storm from his hand, might just be the game.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for him, since Galder's ability reduces the damage that your opponents do by 2. It's going to be tough for him to even get to clear this board here right now.
I don't think he'll clear anything on this board.
Yeah. There's nowhere near enough damage, right? He's only got 3 followers on board that can do 1 damage, right? Let alone, like, trying to clear what is available. And I think Zones might know here. And it's pretty surprising, because, again, we saw his last 2 matches he had with Forest. He was 100% in control from start to finish, right? There was no challenge for those matches. And now all of a sudden, he's gone from that level of just being on peak on top to being left control here. And he finally sees Noblesse, but it's too little too late now. Almost being bottom 20 in the lineup. Zones is still going to try and chuck as many things out as possible, as the Panthea Evo being brought out here. The last available Evo to use. A huge amount of damage coming out, but I think, as you said, right, Trick, that is going to do it for our first game.
The entire board surviving. Additional buff too if he wants. 0 just flexing now, playing more followers, seeing what he would have drawn, getting the extra storm follower. I don't know how much damage it is, but I think that's upwards of 30. That is insane.
I think it was like 41 damage or something.
I beat you twice. Anyway, just leave the followers there on board, but big congrats to 0, taking out the first win, only 1 away from taking out the August Cup. And a reminder, first time we have seen 0 in top 8 competition, and he took out Nautilus, right? Remember, our February Cup champion, to make it to the semifinals. He then takes out Osav, one of the best players in the world, to make it here to the grand finals. And there is a potential chance he might also take out Zones here and win the August Cup 2-0. We'll have to see if Zones are going to be able to match this, because he's going to run that Forest deck in again here and go for the run back. He needs to go for 2-1 now to win this. And 0 is going to be on the tried, trusted, and true Crystallized Haven, right, where there's a big possibility that he could run away with this win.
Yeah, it is good for Zones to be first, not seeing Holy Lightning Bird in 0's hands. There's going to be some time for Zones to get some chip here, so that'll definitely help. Thinking about the last game for 0, I feel like the first thing I would do when I got home is go put another Galder in my deck, because that thing has been insane in every match, and there's only 1 copy, but it's always been there when we needed it. But yeah, I think that's a card I might want to double up on in the future. We see some removal here, so that'll be definitely helpful if 0 wants to survive. Looking at Zones' hand, a lot of 1-drops. It'd be nice to have like the Panther or something to bounce someone right now, but maybe you just throw out 3 followers to get a little chip. This one has 0 attacks, so not helping you that much in the right direction, but at least you get a search.
For sure, and you also get an Evo that gets back to your hand. Nice. So you get to do it again for next turn. You also get access of being able to do rain maybe next turn if you want to, or you could go into Noblesse as well to get extra fairies in the hand, and those eventually do damage. His hand is a little bit weaker in comparison to what we've seen a little bit from the zones, but I'm sure he's going to be able to make it work.
Not being able to get rid of any of these followers makes it a little tricky to get your stuff on the board. Throw 1 back to hand. Maybe he doesn't even play another card. Oh, throwing out the Aria early, using the stats. That's going to be answered really well by Diamond Master and Sapphire Priestess.
Have you ever played them much against this matchup, Baz, against Forest? What are your takes on playing against it?
Well, honestly, I'm not really versed as Forest lineup at all, and then when I have, it's definitely not been with Crystallized Haven. It's definitely more been with Ghost Shadow, mainly as well. And it's like I said, it's this strong mental battle of trying to balance, like trying to get a board lock, but also making sure that first off there's no Noblesse, but for some reason I always end up getting a Noblesse played against me, so it doesn't matter. So like at that point it's kind of just GG, but it is based around just trying to have that balance of, okay, I know that there's a lot of rotation obviously that Fairy Forest can do, right? There's a lot of balance potential. It's obviously in the Forest kit. It has been since launch. There's also a lot of great utility and even big bursts that can kind of come out of nowhere. We talk about Shining Valkyrie, we've seen it a few times. Tamlin is another one that we've seen for basically ever since it's been out. It's been in every Forest deck since, to get that normally that last finisher damage that can kind of just come flying out of nowhere, just a KO punch out of nowhere that can finish off the match as well. So it's something that's very kind of has to be aware of. Luckily, Haven is normally the better class lineup into it though, because you can keep sustaining yourself, and obviously we'll see what happens if you're able to get control sword as well. So if you're able to play these decks that are more than happy to drag matches out a little bit, more than happy to go into that late game state, more likely than not, I believe you're probably going to be okay. But now when you're in a situation like this, where Zones is able to just push so much damage and so much just pressure early on, this could be where Zero might run into some trouble. But I mean, he's got the Diamond Master, right? He's got Wingy ready to be able to clear a lot of this damage, and the Bejeweled Shrine effect is going to be active off of the amulets coming through. If Zero can find a Jean in the next couple turns, he might even take this game out, because there's huge damage here already, and there's a lot of big ward potential that Zones has to get through to try and get any further damage in, outside of course the Fairy Last Words. So it's going to be a tough one either way, I think.
Yeah, I'm worried for Zones, already down a game, and looking at Zero, has the 5 crystallized Met, able to preserve Diamond Masters to still have 1 more in hand, so not out of resources, and Zones not getting something like a Shining Valkyrie to push a lot of damage and finish this out. With your opponent at 11 and having the potential to heal, I don't know if like the small tools in hand are enough, while Zero already feels like he has everything he'd need to push a lethal in the near future.
Ironically enough,
that Shining Valkyrie's in hand right? Now. You can't Evo it though on the next turn, if you even make it there.
I believe he will be able to make at least 1 more turn. I don't think there's enough in Zero's hand there. He can get 3 followers out, of course, with the Emerald Maiden being picked up, and I believe there might be a tiny bit of overdraw, I'm not mistaken, as well, that Zero is gonna come into, so it might be okay for Zones. But I mean, there's a Wingy, there's a Sapphire, there's a Diamond Master again in hand, so it's gonna be very close here at the moment. Zones is gonna have to hold on to what is left. Luckily there is a bit of a last words ping there if needed. Sheep being burned, that might be huge if Zero is going to try and hold on and drag this match out a tiny bit longer.
That could have
But
been
it's-
really good into this fairy token right here. Getting
Yep.
it off the board, reducing some damage, also getting a little bit of healing with the Sapphire Priestess, and also getting a little bit of extra pressure going.
If Zero had top decked a Skullfane there, he would have had lethal because he could have popped this extra Stormfall around the board. I'm wondering if he tries to draw a couple of cards now and maybe find it. Not an option at this point. Just going to be pushing some damage while healing. I like that option. Playing Sapphire Priestess would have played into a potential draw of Skullfane, but this way just keeps you healthier. And with the way this game is going, I don't think Zero needs to be worried that he can't finish out the game next turn. There
Even go for
is, though,
Evo,
no
right?
John in hand.
I don't think Zero matters at the moment, right? Because he's got enough there for lethal. Zones needs to clear it, but there's a Mouse Jester being spawned next turn that's going to win him the game. There's another one in hand that's going to spawn too that can win him the game. Luckily, Pomeria will be here for Zones to get him some extra HP and keep him alive, but that's providing he clears the board. That's providing he also sets up some other extra defense to make sure the Mouse Jesters don't just win Zero the game here. Zones now has to really heavily consider every single turn that he makes here right now could make or break the series. After this turn, he's either staying alive and they're going to make it 1-1, or after this turn, it will be game. Zero has what is needed here to win this one. Only a couple play points left, so it's getting close.
Let's see. So his line could possibly be Rain. Yeah, this clears a bit of the board. Because Rain evolves something else. If those two trade, this gets rid of a majority of the board.
Very lucky draws and maximizing what he has to stay in this one. And what does Zero have to respond and climb? A couple of Mouse Jesters will be here, but I believe actually that play might have actually brought him back.
The incredible power of Castel giving you a way to make this many wards in an aggro deck. This is an incredible turnaround without Jean or Skullfane. Either Jean or Skullfane off the top there. All copies are in deck. They could have cleared this board, but there's no way to get through this, and I don't even know if there's a way to clear this cleanly. You can throw out the wolves to get a little bit of healing and removal, but that only leaves you with 2 play points left. I think at least one of these followers is going to make it through.
Oh, Mum's Examination Hall going to come down to get that extra burn. It hits the wrong target. Might have been better to run followers in first. But Zero is going to run these wolves in. It's going to keep him slightly alive for the moment. But there's still 9 damage on Zone's side right now. And all these, plenty of these cards can have Evos. They have the Storm. Very fun fact. Going to be used for the clear right now. And even the second Castel.
This might be it, actually.
Out. 9 damage, and there's also a Shining Valkyrie that he had still in hand, which doesn't even need it. Just going to go for the buff there. Zones finds a way to stay alive in this grand final set. 1-1. We're going to go to the absolute final game we can for the August Cup. Zero against Zones. It's going to be mucking a portal against Crystallized Haven. And this one is going to be tough here, right guys? Because so far, Zones has only played Portal into Portal. This is going to, I guess, well, Trick, you wanted the best evidence, the best proof you can get. I think this matchup might be it.
Yeah, if a Machina Portal could consistently beat Haven, which is like probably the best deck, then I think it's gotta be a pretty darn good deck. So we'll see how it goes here. I think this might be the 4th time or something Zones has had to go second with this deck. So that's a little rough, but oh, and then the hand's not looking amazing for Zero. Might see him toss all of it back. Skullfane's better, needing some amulets still. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting game, and we already have the Bearminator Summoner in hand, so gonna maybe see some cheese from Zones later on. Excited for that.
Oh, this hat is spectacular from Zones right now. Garuda's going to be coming down into Skullfade. He's going to get his Crystallize started up.
Cool to see Skullfane showing up, finally. By the way, I haven't seen Skullfane really at all day. And decide, you know what? I'll show up for the absolute last game. I'll make sure I'll make that appearance by that special guest appearance right at the end. But I do agree with you, Rogers. Yeah, Zone's a fantastic hand. He's really only missing the 3-cost spell and Robotic Rampage to have like that perfect, not only curve, but also just the Mucking of Destruction that'll be available to him. Can he top deck it? No, unfortunately it's going to be that Mikhail. But there's still plenty of options he can use here. I mean, Cassim can be used soon to chuck Mikhail back and get some of that AoE damage. Hoverbike are going to come out, just be more irritating, get some more ping damage in. And it's still going to be, I guess, the 3 Mucking followers there anyway, which will be okay for him. Just unfortunately not going to be able to deal with the Sapphire Priestess or decides against, actually knowing that it's okay for her to be there for 1 extra turn. But I do want to point out, every single match today that Zone just played Mucking a Portal, he's had Robotics Reporter turn 4 Evo. I'm just saying that we're talking about this deck being scripted. That is more scripted, I think, than the win he got, because that is literally the perfect turn 4 you can have for Mucking a Portal.
Yeah, and it's rough for Zero having Skullfane, but having almost no amulets early, playing his 2nd and 3rd only on the 4th turn. Oftentimes, your Skullfane has already been used 4 times by turn 4, not just once. So, Zero kind of behind, and Zones about to get 4 face damage, and depending on what he plays here, he could get another 3 from the Bearminator. Cheating the system too with this extra Machina follower. This is going exactly how Zones would like it to.
But looks like Zero here is going to be going into his turn, drawing into another jaw. Not exactly what you want to see right now. But Wolves is going to be coming out of this Crystallized package here. It's going to be flipping, seeing what he's going to be trading into.
I know last game Zero would be like, wow, all I want is 1 genre Skullfane. This game he's like, nah, I got 3 of them, and I need some other cards to pair with these. Like Wingy's great, but he's not going to do very much right now. He's just going to give my followers ward and
remember, it worked for Zero earlier today, you know, with Chess Rune. I'm just saying, you know, he had a couple Odins in hand, your Mystic Kings, you know, look out for him, you know?
Puppeteer card here could buff both of these, clear the wards, and push more face damage. You could even Evo. Wow, that could be a lot. Choosing not to take that line, but instead progressing his own game plan further. But that could have been a lot of damage here. Saw Zones hovering that for a minute. I was hoping it would come out, but instead just trying to get towards that 10 followers destroyed as fast as possible.
Yeah, I see that as a very good line to go for here. Jones wants to make sure to secure a game plan that gives him a win later. He doesn't want to risk it on just trying to go phase and his opponent then stabilizes.
Skullfane, Accelerate. Let's see what Zero can find off of the Emerald Maiden, and that is 100% not it, Chief, that he wants there. It's just going to be 2 crystallized amulets that are going to take ages to come back from. Luckily, he's going to come through, but Zones knows. He's very, very happy here because he knows that this is going to be it right now. So much damage on the side of Zones coming through. Zero isn't really going to have too much to be able to deal with this. He's going to have a Wingy available, but Diamond Master can't clear because the Jeans are still 1 turn away from being able to be used. We're going to see Zero chuck out these followers to go for a bit of a clear right now. But if we hit, remember what happens if we hit that 10 count, there's going to be Mikhail coming flying out. There's going to be a Katina coming flying out as well to get some huge damage. And Zones is very happy with the situation he's currently in.
So he's thinking whether or not he actually should have cleared here. Yeah. Him clearing here could have, actually might have put him in a very dire situation because now he has a Mikhail up.
Daybreak.
Remember the Purple Workout buff here though. as well. That's going to be enough because of the Evo. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. He's proven it still. Yes, he's been a caster most of the year, all year. But Zones, once upon a time, was a top player. And he still is showing that here today. The winner for the August West Cup Shadowverse Open 2023 is going to be Team Disaster's own Zones, our own Zones as well. We can put, you know, it doesn't matter, bias is on the side now. I think we can happily say that coming through. A fantastic effort for Zones to get that W. But I'd also want to point out for Zero as well, what a run Zero had to get here, taking on some of the best his region has to offer. His very first time making it here. Big ups to him as well.
Yeah, very impressed by both of these players. They can both go home proud today. Also impressed by, yeah, that tech that Zones brought, performing really well in situations that it seemed like you wouldn't be able to recover from. They were able to pull through. So I feel like, yeah, that extra work he put into testing uncommon decks really paying off for him today. So yeah, big congrats.
I really love the angle that he went with it, taking a deck that he loved as one of his favorites, being able to figure out, okay, these are the pivot turns that I need to figure out for, into, okay, what do I do if my opponent stumbles? And it was just a clinic that he was running today, so it was awesome to see.
I believe we're going to be able to get the bracket up for you guys one final time here to show you how this series went. Again, another banger of an event. I tell you guys at the start of every single cup we do here in the West region, and we always deliver. It started off with Nautilus against Zero, where Zero went 2-1 against our previous February Cup champion. That turned into OSAV versus V2. Again, a WGP World Grand Prix worthy match here. OSAV just beating out V2 to get there. V2 still looking for that revenge, maybe going into our September Cup. Rudra took on Twilight Knight's Rag there, where Rag was able to get away with that one, 2-1 as well. And that was followed up by Zones taking on Azuru, who also went 2-1. That took us to the semifinals, where Zero took on OSAV and got a huge upset victory against one of the best, going to Zero. Zones as well, going 2-0 in the end, up against Twilight Knight's Rag. And of course, our grand finals we just had with Zones getting away with that one there. 2-1. A fantastic day of Shadowverse action all round. But guys, we are not done. You are 100,000 billion% want to stick around. First of all, the interview with Zones, which you guys are obviously sticking out for and want to see that. Some information about our final main season Cup of the year for both regions. You want to stick around for that. And we kind of hinted at it a bit before. We have a big card reveal for you guys for the new mini expansion that's coming just around the corner. You want to see what this one is. We have no idea what the card is either, so we're all going to experience this together live here on the SVO Esports channel. So don't go anywhere, guys. The wrap up for the August Cup just around the corner. Right. I mean, Zones will see that Zero doesn't really have much in hand, and of course we can see that Zero can't even really add to that outside of the 3 cost, right, to get that search. And Zones is just going to go to town here and get huge damage coming through. Again, only needs 6 damage, which for very far damage coming out. But I think, as you said, right, Trick, that is going to do it for our first game.
The entire board surviving. Additional buff too if he wants. Zero just flexing now, playing more followers, seeing what he would have drawn, getting that extra storm follower. I don't know how much damage it is, but I think that's upwards of 30. That is insane.
I think it was like 41 damage or something.
I beat you twice.
Board. I'm wondering if he tries to draw a couple of cards now and maybe find it. Not an option at this point. Just going to be pushing some damage while healing. I like that option. Playing Sapphire Priestess would have played into a potential draw of Skullfane, but this way just keeps you healthier. And with the way
line could possibly be Rain. Yeah, this clears a bit of the board. Because Rain evolves something else. If those two trade, this gets rid of a majority of the board.
Very lucky draws and maximizing what he has to stay in this one. Zones aside right now, and all these plenty of these cards can have evos. They have the storm. Very fun fact, going to be used for the clear right now, and even the second Castell.
This might be it, actually.
Out. 9 damage, and there's also a Shining Valkyrie that he had still in hand, which doesn't even need it. Just going to go for the buff there. Zones finds a way to stay alive in this grand final set, 1-1. We're going to go to the absolute final game we can for the August Cup. 0 against Zones. It's going to be mucking a portal.
Wolfbane has already been used 4 times by turn 4, not just once. So 0 kind of behind, and Zones about to get 4 face damage, and depending on what he plays here, he could get another 3 from the Bearminator. Cheating the system too with this extra Machina follower. This is going exactly how Zones would like it to.
Actually might have put him in a very dire situation because now he has a Mikhail up.
Remember the Purple Workout buff here though. As well, that's going to be enough because of the Evo, and there you go, ladies and gentlemen. He's proven it still. Yes, he's been a caster most of the year, all year. But Zones, once upon a time, was a top player, and he still is showing that here today. The winner for the August West Cup Shadowverse Open 2023 is going to be Team Disaster's own Zones, our own Zones as well. We can put, you know. And welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, for the Shadowverse Open West August Cup wrap-up here. Of course, we're all done with the matches, but still have a couple things you guys need to stick around for, very important things that we need to get covered and underway with. And first of all, it's our player interview with some guy who's apparently also a commentator who decided to rock up, play the only cup he felt like playing in, and just win it. Because that's obviously the storyline. That's what we're going with now. It's one Disaster Zones. My man, you're making it here. You're winning cups now. You're also commentating. I think you just own Shadowverse at this point. You're not far off it. You might be challenging Igni at this point for that title.
I mean, he better watch out. You know, I was on his site talking about Machina Portal, and you know, ready for those top 10 anime betrayals.
Yeah. I mean, we had those comments. I know there's comments coming in, and Igni's been going on around it as well. And Trick needed all this evidence. It kept going. I don't know if he caught any of the stream at all. He really wanted all this evidence going in. He was not convinced at all. I don't even know if you're still convinced now, Trick, to be honest.
I don't know if I'm still convinced.
I can't convince my teammates,
so
there's like 2 people on our team that are convinced this deck is playable, and everyone else is like, you're crazy. So, you know, it's...
Well, I mean, you've won with it now, so now everyone has to. So I expect, guys, ladder, every match you guys see, September Cup, every player better be bringing it, because Zones has proven it. I mean, Igni's said it now as well. All the important people are saying it, so it is what it is. But real talk now, Zones. again, thoughts and feelings coming in, taking this one out, because we know obviously we've chatted a fair bit off cast about this, and obviously you had a lot of fun casting, but your play rate this year hasn't been, we'll say, at its best, we'll say, but now you've come into August Cup and it's absolutely dominated.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest here. This is not my favorite metagame to play in. I despise decks like Ghost Shadow and Evo Portal, and I just wanted to be an outsider. So I was talking to Life, a good friend, and a couple of teammates, and I was just like, I just want to play decks I want to play. Like, so I got a lot of like texts. I think Hap, who has been trying out Machina Portal in our D-style lineups, and she's like, I gave her like my mulligans, and then she ran with like finding better lines to play. So that was a huge way to, so I kind of also want to do this for us Machina Portal believers. And then with Forest, they buffed Plumeria, and I think it was one of the buffs that people weren't immediately hyped about unless you were. It was like a if you know kind of thing, And as a Forest player, I'm just playing the decks I've been playing since before the patch, like since day 1 of the expansion right now, and I'm just I feel really comfortable on them. Still making mistakes, so all that's flooding in, but yeah, huge. Just it feels great to be able to play these decks, even though the metagame is, everyone's like Crystallize, which I do have in my lineup, of course. Ghost, Evo Portal. I'm like,
it's gonna have one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did a great job today. I was thinking about it. We have a card reveal after this, and I feel like it'd be so perfect if it was a Machina Portal support card, or maybe like a Fairy Forest support card. But I don't know, just picking your brain. What do you hope they still reveal in the mini expansion? Is there like any specific archetype you want to have helped out, or maybe like a specific card you just really hope they print?
I think what I'd like to see is they've shown one Earthright support so far. Like another card for Earthright would be nice. I'm not a huge fan of Earthright, but I think it deserves its time. And I just hate the spell boost meta. Rune is always in. Like Mysteria is actually just a spell boost desk in disguise. Let's be honest here. And then Artifact Portal was like really hyped going into the expansion, and it's still missing something. It's the only Portal deck that didn't see play. I mean, there's I think like there was an Artifact Portal that won in, was it Korea or Taiwan, one of those regions. Artifact Evo, but it still has that Evo attached to it, and we need to get rid of that. So, so we need some more Artifact support too. That's what I'm hoping for. I mean, Machina support would be nice, but it's already playable. It actually just depends on the metagame more than the deck itself. I don't want it to be too oppressive. So.
All right. So we were talking earlier a little bit about mulligans, and before you came on, I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about it. And we saw like some of your lines that you were using Baronator a whole lot more in a lot of the matchups, abusing that and being able to clear their board and do a bit of the extra chip damage you needed to close out the games. And you said you were working with teammates on that. What was the angle that you needed to go for while going to this tournament?
I mean, at the root of it, my lineup is kind of the decks I like to play, which are aggro combo decks. They're aggro decks with a combo finisher. So you can't really afford to miss tempo, which is why you see me keeping like a 2-drop. But they're also like quest dependent. So I think you probably would have seen me toss Chasm a few times. Chasm is one of those cards that people like we hype up, but going second, keeping Chasm into a matchup that isn't trying to out tempo you is a waste of your time, because you want to try to invoke, you want to force your opponent to be thinking about avoiding giving you a Gratina invoke by turn 6, and you have one Machina turn 2. If you have Rampage, that's 3 on turn 3, and then Reporter ideally, right, that's 4 on turn 4. So if you spend one of those turns playing a Chasm, you slow that down by a lot, and then you also lose the ability to threaten Baronator plays, right? I play 3 of the Animal Puppeteer. That's a card that this is something I think I've like joked with my friends that Japanese players are terrible at Machina because they always play like one Baronator. A little spicy take. But like that card is so broken because it's play point cheating, and play point cheating is basically what the game is about right now. So even though it can brick you, you just need the explosive plays, and I think I at least tried to do Baronator justice in my run today, if nothing else. So
that's fair. Just like Alice, for example, or like Kyrie, stuff like cards like that are being played a whole lot more often, especially like with how is Winged Inversion also is a
card is egregious cheating.
Exactly, because it allows you to either get a little bit of healing, tempo, trade, and also okay, I follow what you're saying. That's actually that's an innovative take from it. So like, do you feel that there need to be more cards like that or less cards like that?
I think there need to be fewer cards like that. I think you need to be like there might be like having consistent access to cards like that is good, but having too many cards like that makes the game really hard to track. Like it's one of the reasons I don't like Mysteria. Playing against it is a nightmare because you look at your opponent's hand, you're like, I like you can count how many cards they play after they play Royal Duo, but then after that it's like how many of their cards are zero from the from Originator, how many cards are duds, like if are there Freyas, are they insights, like it just your entire game plan changes and it's a nightmare to like try to think of the counterplay for. You're just like, okay, worst case I'm dead here, but I have to play and pretend I'm not dead to have a chance to win. It's like, I don't like that. I mean, even though I'm a combo player, I like combos that have a little bit of counterplay, you know, like so.
He's a forest main for a reason, guys. That's all I'm gonna say. Final thoughts and zones coming into. Of course, we've got September Cup coming up. There's a free invite into contenders off of that. How are you and Disaster feeling about that going in? Because I know obviously we're talking about obviously this cup was fantastic, but the meta, as you said, not your favorite, but it seems to be favoring you here at the moment. So do you think there actually might be a pretty high chance that you might be able to do very well, don't even take it out, or do you think it's a little bit too early to tell? Of course, with the mini expansion coming in, still like again, it's so very close right here in the West region currently.
I think the one thing is most of my team, like I think V2 and KSLBD are like right on the cusp. I know V2 said he's gonna work really hard at it. I think, and I feel like my thing is I am not a very good Shadowverse grinder. Like I don't play as many games as I could because I do find it very taxing. I tend to like take every ladder game and think about it like really analytically. But what I like to do is kind of like ask my teammates for, you know, plays, situations that they find. I think Chaos Video showed me a what if scenario for a crystallize lethal that I played that deck way too much already, and I couldn't find that lethal, and I was like, wow, I learned something. That was like the day before the tournament, and you know I plan on looking at rage results. Right, that was like at the same time. So there's a lot of tournament data. I'm probably not gonna have that time to do ratings grinding myself, but I will definitely like try to go over with my teammates and help them prepare. And I mentioned V2 Chaos VD, Happy was like right on the cusp, and a Paper Flare in the SEO regions like really like on the cusp as well. So you know, definitely gonna try to help all the whole squad out there.
Well, and speaking of that as well, man. Final shout outs. Anyone you wanted to shout out? I mean, obviously, with the guys of Disaster, but any final shout outs you have before we leave you to it?
I think I got to reiterate some of the people that helped me, right? Happy for the puppet workout tech. She's actually playing one more than I am. Asia and Life for helping me believe in Forest. V2 for... we went over the Crystallized Forest matchup, which I think was one of the really important ones for me to figure out was really good for the Forest side, especially the winning plans, which is basically Shining Valkyrie is just the best card in that matchup, even if you don't have the Plumeria active. And then shout out to all my other friends, everyone on the you know, on all the servers I hang out in, and honestly, I want to shout out Zyro. I think it was his first SCVO top 8. And he found the critical lines on when it mattered, and it really made me. I mean, shout out to all the competitors today, but especially Zyro, I think. I'm just mind is still going crazy. But
I mean, you just
and shout out to you guys. I hope to see you guys again soon too.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you won't be able to get rid of us anytime soon. So I'm definitely looking forward.
You know, Baz told me to win this, so it's really his fault that I'm here.
Okay, he's leaking DMs. He's leaking the script. Cut him off. He's leaking stuff. Alright, we were talking about things being scripted. That's like the number one thing that's real. No, big congrats to you, Zones, my man. Looking forward to seeing, of course, how you do for the rest of the season. Of course, one more cup here, right? And of course, seeing you back on cast at some point very, very soon.
Thank you.
And guys, that'll do about interview there. The winning interviews there with Zones. And let's have a look at the leaderboard at the end of this one coming through, because like we said, there's only one cup left for our main season, and the points are so very, very close. And looking to see how things have been shaken up. Twilight Knight's Rag has cracked into the top 10 after that and tied up with Revelations Yo here at 33 league points. KSLVD, the member just outside of that top 7 you need to be in to make contenders, now on 34, but that 8-3 line is so close. Calby 35 league points, Disastrous V2, Nautilus and Vision all still in that 3-man tie at 36 league points coming through. Melon as well is going to be lined up still at 37 league points. Again, someone very consistent, I want to say, sorry, being that in the top 3. Glad to see him still there. Osaf, as we'd mentioned, was only 1 or 2 points off making that first place takeaway from Meme Legend. You can see in the end it's 2 points away from evening up the score, 3 away from stealing that spot from Meme Legend, who is still holding down that first place spot underway. Of course, there's also a number of top players as well that are under our top 10, which cool to see. I want to say we're seeing the likes of Manasurge Stoll, Zornbreaker Shinkai, Hapu from Disaster, of course, that Zones had just brought up here. Satellites from Twilight Knights, Justin from Manasurge, and Rakat as well. They're all around 33, 32 league points tied up as well, that are just below that 10 count. That's how important next cup's coming up. Not even just that free invite, but the points alone from day 1 action could help determine the top 7 that makes it through to Contenders Cup. And speaking of, why don't you support those guys? Maybe give them a hand with the community support program. Still active. Go check that out. Really cool to see cool card packs heading your way. If you stream, either platform, any platform, doesn't matter. You make cool content, video content, articles, artwork, etc. Send it into the support program. Get those cool card packs. Keep them for yourself and be a gremlin, or go out to the rest of the community and be a fellow brother to the Shadowverse community. SVO.gg/CSP is the link to go to upload anything you do there that will be eligible, for this program and for the cool card packs. Remember to bookmark SVO.gg while you're there, if you haven't already, to check out the latest news and updates when it comes to tournaments, events, and so forth, which of course you can head to Battlefire to sign up. Tournament mode here, it's free to play for. All the cards are available in the tournament mode when you play here in SVO. So if you shy 1 or 2 cards for the top decks that you want to play, don't worry about it. The cards will be there and available for you guys to check out. Of course, here's your step-by-step process in case you need a written diagram. Sometimes I do, it's okay, to be able to do this support program lineup. Really cool to see here. It's an awesome program to go check out. But guys, we're here. You guys have been waiting kind of all day for this particular moment, and we have as well, ever since we found out that we're going to be doing this announcement as well. There's been a couple guesses to see what this card reveal will be for the new mini expansion here for Heroes. Before we see it, guys, final guesses. What class do we think we could be?
Well, I was really hoping it'd be a Machina Portal support after that today. I feel like that would be so poetic. But what I'm actually hoping for, I mean, I feel like I always enjoyed Sephi runes, so if it was magically like a Sephi rune support, I feel like that deck hasn't been performing as well for a while. That might be nice, or just Spell Boost has always been a deck I've enjoyed, so maybe a new Spell Boost condition that doesn't work with the Mysteria, so you have to make a new deck. That could be fun as well.
You waited for Zones as soon as you'd have to say it. I'm fond of Dragon and Puppet Portal, so I would like either of those to probably get some love. Puppet still has Sophia still, so I would still like some support for her again. You know, be able to play her before she rotates would be nice.
I mean, I'd like Zeus to come back, please. Zeus Part 3.
We have Zeus already. What do you mean?
So, no, I want actual Zeus. I need the Greek god himself to come back from the heavens and shoot these lightning bolts down. Zeus was so much fun, man. I just want to see Zeus again. I'm just a Zeus fanboy. Let's see what the card is. We can't even see it production-wise. I've hidden it away from us, so we can't actually even see what it is. But hopefully we can get it up now for you guys to wait and see what this card will be. Drum roll on your table if you're home, or on your legs, or whatever else. Here you go, Corpse Crusher. A Shadowcraft 6-cost 5/5 gold follower. I want to say straight away, that artwork is awesome. It's got Accelerate 0 Necromancy for effect. To summon a zombie, give it last words 1 damage to the enemy leader. It has Rush and a Fanfare effect to summon 2 more zombies and give them the last words effect again, dealing the 1 damage to the enemy leader. And also a Necromancy 8 effect to evolve them, to give them an extra buff. There's no evolve effect, but a huge stat line of 7/7. This is very interesting, guys. I want to point out, because obviously currently our top Shadow deck is Ghost Shadow. This doesn't seem like it really involved that much at all, unless we're seeing more of that kind of crossover we've been hearing about, you know, some last words cards being mixed in recently into that lineup. A very interesting Shadow card here that is we've just been announced here, first time ever on the West Cup.
Yeah, I feel like in the past, 0-cost cards have always had a place. They seem very good, and a deck that is maybe a little bit forgotten, but this fits into really well, is Last Word Shadow. That deck wants to have Last Words followers die as fast as possible, and when you reach 10, Istin deck can come out and destroy everything, including your accelerated Abyss Colonels to go face. So I feel like this fits really well into that game plan. You could play it for 0 with an Istin deck and just destroy it to get 1 extra damage on a late game turn, and you could also just cheat extra Last Words followers into your curve with this. If you drew 1 or 2 of this and you had enough shadows, that could help you get your Istin deck online a lot quicker. It doesn't really help that game have like an additional finisher, but it does help out maybe with some early aggression and just getting your win condition online quick. And so that's a deck where this could have like a really strong place in.
I agree, because there's like Spectral Sorcerers that came out in Heroes, right? So then you have the mini expansion that does give you some shadows already. And if you're also running a little bit of the Shadow Toolbox that has some card draw, some Ghastly, some stuff like that, you could get this up relatively quickly, like turn 2 or 3. So I can kind of see this happening. It does feel like a bit of a stretch to get 2 to 3 extra damage on turn 2 or 3, because you're emptying out your hand pretty hard. But I mean, it could feed into Cerberus, little Cerberus and big Cerberus. So I guess this could become like a really cool, interesting strategy. So I like this direction.
And it could also be one of those cards as well, right, that might not be too impactful yet, but we get to the next expansion, right, and all of a sudden, it's go time. You know what that means, guys? Zombie Shadow is coming. Next expansion, that's what that means. Look out for that. We're going from ghost to zombies. We're evolving, or devolving, depending on how you look at it, I guess. That's the confirmed truth here. You heard it here first in the SVO West Cup from this casted desk. Again, only the top IQ knowledge and news here. Hope you guys get your screenshots. Awesome card, like I said, awesome artwork, and definitely something interesting and different. Keen to see if it will make an impact in Last Words, and like I said, because we've had Ghost Shadow right kind of on top for quite some time, it will be cool to see a bit of a mix-up and seeing how Corpse Crusher will kind of, I guess, add to the Shadow playbook. But there you go, guys. Corpse Crusher, our card announcement for this cup, getting ready for the mini expansion now that's not too far away. Of course, it's going to shake up our September cup just around the corner. A big reminder for you guys, top 7 players from the league points from both West and SCAO will have the opportunity to be qualified into the Contenders Cup, and an 8th player, whoever wins either of those cups, will also get a direct invite to the Contenders Cup. Of course, there's some mix-up stuff, if there's any tiebreakers or that sort of thing. You can find out more info about that over on the Shadows Open Discord server, I believe over in the rules section. You will be able to check out, you know, because I know some players do like to know these things. They like to know all the little bitty details about that sort of thing. You can check that out over there and see how the tiebreakers will be sorted out if that occasion arises. And in the West region here, I think there's a pretty high chance that definitely could happen for some of these players, depending on how that day one action in the September Cup will go. But lads, that's going to do us here for the August Cup. First of all, Trick, any final comments, my man, for another fantastic event?
Yeah, it was great casting with both of you. I really enjoyed it. Nice working with you for the first time, Mr. Rogers. It was a lot of fun, and excited for that card reveal. I feel like it could definitely have a place and change up the way Shadow's going, maybe this expansion or next. Also, yeah, congrats to Zones, and looking at that leaderboard, there's only maybe 2 players that have a kind of guaranteed spot at this point. A lot of space for stuff to move around, so nobody get complacent out there. I hope you're all practicing and just really getting ready to give it your all in the last cup of the season.
And ironically enough, it's in your name, Mr. Rogers, but GG, my man, after that one. Another awesome card. I had to get one in. Another awesome cast as well. And again, as we said, right, coming in from Card Fight as well and coming here to the SVO stuff. Really cool to have you here and bring some of that experience in. Thank you so much for having an awesome cast with us.
I have had a spectacular time with you guys, and hopefully I get to see you guys when you guys start playing maybe some Shadowverse Evolve, you know? Who knows?
I mean, I've got decks down here. I'm ready to go, man. I just need to start putting them together, get the cards out of my starter decks and get going. So maybe.
Okay. Some Abyss craft going, you know, Blood Boy. But it has been super awesome, guys, and thank you also at home and the production and crew for having me on this evening. So I guess one of my favorite sign-offs I like to do is be awesome, stay awesome, have a wonderful day. Thank you for tuning in and stopping on by.
And guys, make sure you tune in next month. The final season cups for the SCAO and the West regions for our 2023 season. You don't want to miss any of that awesome action from all of us here. Thank you so much, and we see you guys then for the continued action of the season. Till then, guys.
Oh wow!
Yeah. Luckily, okay, the double Odin and the triple Mystic King somehow strikes back here, and Zero will be able to run this one through. Bit of an upset there against Osav. 1-0 here. Zero looking for a spot in the grand finals, and we talk about, but yeah, Sheep is going to keep him alive. But the thing is, Zero's going to have a chance to push the board and get his own major condemned follower added to hand here. We are going to see Radio added to hand, the OTK specialist from the Swords lineup. And that one, is your call to take 0 damage to later for a few turns? That one is terrifying.
This is so strong
They have destroyed the gym right now, man. They have absolutely destroyed it. They've come out strong, and Osaf, has recognized that is going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge upset win for our semi-finals. Zero is going to go 2-0 against Sonar Fire's Osaf. Again, the first time he's been here in top 8 SVA competition. A huge Evo down, but now Zones has so many options to run these fairies in. You can even go for the Shining Valkyrie blade here as well, just to push that extra storm damage. The amount of fairies as well that are in hand is going to be absolutely insane here. I believe it might even be game coming through. Exactly lethal turn 5 with Fairy Forest. You do not mess with Disastrous Zone when he is playing that Forest deck here, guys. Absolutely insane.
I think this is the game. And the buff because of the extra play points it's turn 8 is
some scripted top deck to give Zones that win with Muck in a Portal. It's going to be a perfectly played out match there from Zones to get the victory. 2-0 against Twilight Drag. Zones is going to the grand finals round. Let's go. Roger, right. I mean, Zones will see that Jerry doesn't have much in hand. We can see that. Damage. Very far it's coming out, but I think as you said, right, Trick, that is gonna do it for our first game.
the entire board surviving. Additional buff too if he wants. Zero just flexing now, playing more followers, seeing what he would have drawn, getting that extra storm follower. I don't know how much damage it is, but I think that's upwards of 30. That is insane.
I think it was like 41 damage.
lucky draws, maximizing what he has to stay in this one. Side right now, and all these other plenty of these cards can have Evos, they have Storm, very fun fact, going to be used for the clear right now, and even the second Castell
This might be it, actually.
out. 9 damage, and there's also a Shining Boundary that he had still in hand, which doesn't even need it. Going to go for the buff there. Zones finds a way to stay alive in this grand final set, 1-1. We're going to go to the absolute final game we can for the August Cup. Zero against Zone is going to be bucking a portal.
Already used 4 times by 4.